in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light believe it's true. Baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
like a captive. My life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Finding real love, gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I run to you. Used to pity my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're making me stronger, making me stronger, stronger. What can I do to make you stay a little longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a little longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see they know we'll burn down the night, coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up now. Spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No.
CollegiateR6 esports fans, welcome back. Our championship weekend is going to continue here in the open bracket. Yesterday, our motif was making history. Akron did exactly that in the Premier Division, taking their 12th championship overall. They've had an incredible storybook run, and the same thing can be said for our two Tulsa. Neither one of these rosters has crowned themselves a champion yet in CR6, and they're eager and ready to do exactly that. Our format yesterday is going to be the same thing as today, which means I have lovely analysts. Sonafin, Corbeck, my friends, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chief. Happy to be here. Happy to watch some exciting collegiate Rainbow Six. I love the collegiate scene. I cannot wait to see what.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief, for having me here today. I really appreciate it, and I'm just ready to see some good games today. So let's get started.
I'm so excited to have you guys. It just warms my heart to hear your voices on broadcast. Now, Corbeck, with every storybook run, we have to take that step back and look at overall bracket. Tell me what has taken place between these two rosters.
Well, it's quite interesting, actually. Tulsa have kind of been giant slayers here, right? They've battled back from a situation in which they were about 14th seed. They powered through. They took out some big names. They took out Cajuns. They took out Madison Red. They very series of games, and they very much deserve to be here indeed. On the other side of the ball, it's been a difficult run for Charger Blue too. They've had some good teams they had to fight their way through. They took out Cal Esports, right? They got to this point. I have to mention Cal Esports as a Cal alum, but go Bears, but not in this context, I guess. But they've had some tough competition too, but they did it kind of coming from a position of power. They've already been champions before. They're looking under their belt, and they've had a run through the bracket that has completely justified it. But in terms of Cinderella stories, you don't need to look any farther than the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes.
Now, we always want to draw emphasis to the two teams in the grand final. Sonafin, anybody else that we need to share a little bit of love to, their Cinderella stories, they may have fallen short, but who do we want to, give a good thumbs up to?
So when going through like this bracket this whole time, even the number 3 team that was in this bracket, the Cajuns, they performed pretty well. To Tulsa, and then going to University of Alabama. These guys have just played fantastic this entire time. They've basically had a walkthrough through the entire bracket. No one has really been able to stand up to them, but let's see if like the Giant Slayers today will be able to take on the final Giant.
So every good rostered Rainbow Six Siege is composed of 5 players, which makes themselves a nice. If we were to pick one leg from each team, Corbeck, who would you say is a standout performer for both these rosters?
Well, the biggest leg right on Tulsa is gonna be Spaz. Absolutely cracked, right? 1.78 player rating, has played every game. Huge KD, so good, and they try to play around him, right? Like he's the center of their act, and they're gonna try and build off him and expect amazing plays from him today. He's gonna blow all our minds, or at least hopefully he will. On the other side of the ball, we have sweet as Candy Cane, right? Candy Cane has been so good throughout this. All the players on UAH are actually very strong, and they all kind of complement each other, but Candy Cane does tend to kind of rise above the pack as sort of their standout fragger. So a lot of pressure on him today to continue performing well as well.
So we always hear about primary entries. Finn, you're currently an IGL support player. We heard 2 of those legs. Any other 8 legs that stool that you want to give a little bit of love to? Because we always know.
Oh yes, 100%. So I want to, when starting with UAH, I want to talk about Schmitz and the Tactician. Dude, these guys are a great supporting crew for Candy Cane. These guys entry really well together. They kind of work as a well-oiled machine. And then also on the back end, in Scrumptious and JP, dude, these guys do a fantastic job droning in their players, making the important calls that need to be played, and they've done fantastic. On the other side, on Tulsa side, on Meat Grid Doc, these guys do a great job as well, just helping out their main entry as Spaz and just really pushing him to the next level. He's got a 1.78 rating, so he's going crazy, and I'm really excited to see what both these rosters will be able to do today.
So we've just highlighted our troops, our armies, but every great army, once they've geared themselves up for war, well, they need to have a place to do battle. Corbeck, any predictions do you think we're going to see today?
Well, in terms of maps, I mean, one map that's quite interesting to me is Consulate, right? Like both these teams kind of hate maps that start with the letter C. Coastline is the most banned map, I think, for both these teams across the course of the tournament. So I don't expect to see that one. Now, I think an interesting play coming out from UAH would be try and force a coastline or Consulate pick. It has, in general, been a map that they haven't played too much, but they played it more than their opponents in Tulsa, and Tulsa hates Consulate with a passion. So if there's one map they're going to come in here and try and, I think the only logical choice from both these teams is probably going to be Oregon. I believe the percentage of play for Oregon for UAH is about 30%. So they really like that map. It is very much home territory for them, and that's where they will want to start off.
So, Finn, being that IGL, what is your rotation for these maps? How are you going to prepare your team to be picture perfect in this series? Because, again, you want to win those first 3 maps. How do you set your team up for success?
So there's basically 2 avenues that you can take. You can either try to catch your opponent off guard by an early map pick that they did not expect you to do, or you can just stick to your consistent routine that you really like to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Coastline come out in game 1 or game 2. UAH has never played Coastline in their regular season. So there's no VOD on that. So maybe they've been preparing for that, for these playoffs, for these grand finals, to bring out something that Tulsa has never seen before. If they're going to stick with consistent maps, be on the lookout for and it'll just be a massive fight to see who can win those early maps.
All right, gentlemen, I need to put you on the spot for one quick second. Here comes the prediction phase. Who do you think is going to win? Corbeck, the stage is now yours. What map are we going to? Where are we ending off? And who is taking the cake?
Oh man, me first. Dude. Don't put me in here. No, genuinely, I think it's UAH's championship to win. Like, underdog story as much as anybody else in the world of any sport loves an underdog story. They've had an amazing run, but I think finally they're going to hit a team that just such consistent performance, such great gun skill, just a really solid roster. I think this is one giant that they cannot slay. So my money is on UAH today.
Finn, over to you. Are you going to agree with Corbeck here, or are you going to spice things up a little bit?
Oh, I'm going to spice things up. I'm going with Tulsa.
Boy.
They've taken out number 3. They've taken out number 2. So what's stopping them from taking out number 1? I mean, Spaz is going to go insane today. He's going to have a fantastic game, and I think Tulsa's coming out on top.
Finn, I love that energy. I have to say, Corbeck, I agree with you. I think Alabama-Huntzville is going to be the victorious team. They just have a little bit more experience. And when you go into a grand finals, when you go into a championship, experience is something that you cannot write off. But with that being said, it's not about the analysts. It's about our teams, which means we have Reese, take us away.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much, Son of Finn. And of course, thank you very much, Corbeck, for coming in for our desk. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Sticula. And we've got a great matchup for you guys. Like they stated, UAH versus Tulsa. Stick, what's your predictions coming into this one?
This is a tough one. I have seen Tulsa. Last time I managed to cast them, it was a 7-0, 7-0. They did not mince words in that game. And though maybe you could put some questions as to the opponent behind them, some strong players looking back through many of the highest level of collegiate competition over on UAH, they have some really high octane players. That energy level, very consistent. And when Spaz gets on the server, he really leaves nothing up to chance. So beginning here on Oregon, I'm watching Spaz to see what he does. Alabama-Huntzville have got the second ban here. Thatcher already taken away. Oregon, it's fairly bans, hard reach oriented bans out of the way. Maverick and Thatcher taken off the board.
Already, nothing too shocking for a map like this. You're going to see Maverick taken out, which means you're more than likely going to see Kaid as well banned. When you're taking Thatcher and Maverick out for the count, Kaid is just too much of a threat to deal with, too annoying to have to manage, and it's just a smart step to play for that. So instead of seeing that Maverick, we're going to have to see some micromanaging when it comes to pushing in and attempting to take that big tower push. But the first ban to come through is going to be Smoke. An interesting decision. Apparently UAH and the ability to slow down the pacing of the round. But last pick to come through could be the Kaid, but in fact, it will be Valkyrie. So information being taken out. And this happens to be a telltale story for almost all of the collegiate scene. Valkyrie is just pretty much unilaterally removed from most rounds. It's a little bit too much information to deal with. The MPX is quite strong, especially in the right hands. And like you've said, these two teams have some gunners, to say the least. So nothing too shocking, but with if you are on the attack.
Definitely so, and that could impact the effectiveness of the split take that we usually see on the second floor objective, where we'll head first. Bit of an unorthodox lineup. You have the Candelas of Ying shown first, though now a 6th pick. You've got to have the extra hard breach, though Capital does have the option to bring that secondary hard breaching tool. Only that one square that you can open, bringing a single secondary breaching tool. Having the ace is going to allow you to open up not only maybe the dorms wall, there's also some consideration there to what's going to make that more difficult. Is there going to be a nitro prep below? There's no impacts being brought on the board here, and Cade not played in Tulsa's first defensive composition, so the hard breaching process won't be the end of the world. I think JP is going to be able to get it off with and not have too much difficulty, just because the way that Tulsa have set this up, less of a focus on actually stopping that hard breach and more focusing on, after it's open, how are we going to play.
Supplement that big tower push, and by stepping in through that attic window instead on that western side, you can kind of supplement it. You can also play from below using breaching rounds, try to clear out the mute jammers that can be there. There's a lot of variety and versatility that can be brought to the table, but we'll have to see how it pans out. This is the one where it's most difficult to play against a Kaid when you don't have a Maverick, but you'll also probably have to worry about it inside a meeting room. But you already see the players getting ready. You already seen Scrupulous putting down and waiting to play some of these air jabs to be able to cut off any chances for competition to come through. Taciturn's actually brought out Callie for the sniper. This is their way of removing out any hard breach denial, and it'll be make quick work of it just the same. And now you can have seen Meat Grid rotate, switch up, and put their Vulcan shield in a new position, because UAH has stepped in a lot quicker than they were initially anticipating.
And that's a great thing to see on the first round of play. You've got to set the tempo, and UAH have done this so well. In fact, Oregon being their be comfortable in establishing that pace. They know what needs to happen, and so they bring the right composition that allows them to attack with some ferocity. The Cali has made quick work out of the mute jammers, and now a sudden appearance of Candy Cane outside of the game's window repel. Slowly, as we see Alabama-Huntzville grind their way on forwards towards the objective. No opening battle so far in the gunfights, but that could change right quickly as JP now suddenly appears here inside of Attic Pit.
Difficult position to be in. You've got the backside of the children's room still trying to contest. A difficult position to be in. I'm not too sure what we're going to have to see Tulsa try and face off against, but when you've got people sitting inside of Armory, Waffle is in a position that can contest forward towards that walk-in closet, but UAH has not put as much of a presence as initially anticipated in that direction. Instead, they're looking to maybe push in through big window and also clear out floor behind bunk, and that's exactly what they've just done. Meat is kind of trapped at this point in time. Floor is knocked out from below. Really no sight lines of safety as flashes get trying to contest this Maestro play with an Alda, trying to swing and clear all of this rapid information that UAH is just gathering and bringing to their side. It's all of this supplementary assistance that they have, and it will work out in the end. A swing in now comes from Scrupulous, turns and finds the kill, an early pick in this round. In terms of this last 40 seconds, JP will begin the plant, and you hear the Capital bolts come out, but it's not going to be enough to save Taciturn as Waffle next finds with a Nitro Meat Grid with a Vector into its Scrupulous back, and it's a 3v3 as Candy Cane finds Meat Grid and removes them from this round. But that refrag we've seen so much of already comes back once again. Diffuser may be down 2 fault immediately, and though Doc finds one, JP trades it with them, and UAH will come out round 1 victorious.
They're charging their way in, not even needing any pressure from the games room wall or any man inside trophy. An unorthodox attack strategy there. Alabama-Huntzville focus on that kid's bedroom cutoff an impressive speed that they came into the first round with. I'm looking to make sure we have that tempo kept up. It's an immediate repetition of the dorm site. We're going to go here again, maybe see what a few changes could look like. Though for Tulsa, nothing too dramatic in terms of their operator lineup, sticking with just the mute, helpful in stopping those drones, but it wasn't very helpful in keeping Ace's Selmas from detonating.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, a bit of a rehost will have to come through. So a bit of ping complications, figure out a better server to work out for everyone all around the board. But let's go and digest what we just saw here, Stick. I want to have that conversation of what's digesting. We didn't really see a big focus towards walk-in closet. In fact, I don't even think that walk-in closet games room wall got broken into whatsoever. Instead, it was a focus towards wide stairs, and then a really heavy centralized focus on entering through children's room window and also through that attic side. And it ultimately led to UH winning it, but it did kind of come down to the wire in that 2v1. If it hadn't ended in a trade, potential.
Yeah, I mean, Doc was making the effort. It almost looked like Tulsa would have had a shot if he had landed the kill and then transitioned, though you have to think about what is going to be the better gun in that fight. Is it the 416 with its new changed recoil, or is it the LMG that's got superior firepower and just a magazine full of terror to rattle through from the attic? Never going to be fun to try and challenge that as the Jaeger, and Doc was felled before he even had to address the difficulty that would have meant. But one thing I want to talk about, I have had my tussles with the big window take, as we usually talk about it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it really doesn't. But Alabama-Huntzville pretty much executed almost a flawless interpretation of what a big window take would have looked like. They had a man constantly couldn't really rotate in. That left the Maestro really isolated. Nobody could kind of swing to try and help him alleviate the pressure from the rappel, and eventually it was just flashbang after flashbang, constantly keeping him suppressed and keeping him behind to his death. And I think without that opening kill, without the way that Alabama-Huntzville had set that up, the round might not have fallen in their category.
Oh, undoubtedly. And now a bit of difficulty. Now, I believe you know my opinion of never playing the same objective twice. It just breeds a level of complacency that just doesn't belong in the game of Rainbow Six. I guess it's up in the air. Can Tulsa really choose to pick that one back up? Or are they going to head over to the next choice, which is more than likely going to be that basement objective? And the question kind of goes beyond that. If we see them win that or lose that, what's their next choice? Because obviously second floor didn't work. We'll more than likely see it no matter what go to that second floor in round 3. It's unlikely to see them do back-to-back time and time again. But I'm more curious what their tertiary objective choice is going to be, because with the current has really taken a step back to my own, chagrin. I don't like that. I actually really prefer that side in terms of playing and casting as well. But Meeting Hall and a massive focus on Big Tower and just holding that in such a way is what we're seeing. And ultimately, with the way we've already seen how quickly UAH came in and just took in a complete one-sided affair of that attic side of that Big Tower push, I mean, Tulsa is probably going to think twice about picking that Meeting Hall objective.
And I think the decision-making process here for Tulsa has got to do with how comfortable they feel on the vertical extension. With dining, you can kind of get away with sending one person up there. Maybe you toss down a few barricades, put a Banshee down somewhere, and maybe lock off the hatch and just stop the attackers from gaining that vertical presence. If you try to do that on Meeting, it's not going to go your way. The attackers are going to get control of the attic hatch, and basically that means you can see every position inside of Meeting that's not in Split itself or in the sandbags corner. There isn't many playable game. But I feel like the way that Alabama-Huntzville have shown us here is they can take control of these sort of first steps into the building. Just because there are players up on the top floor doesn't mean that they won't eventually get control of that, and that can benefit them play if that goes well, and then the instant transition into using more of your horizontal heart breaching tools could make attacking Meeting a little bit more likely from them and more successful moving forward, to give Tulsa a bit of a reminder.
Now, I want to bring the question towards you, Aries. When it comes to the basement hold and attacking this all around, it's going to be a little bit difficult if we do actually see Kaid come through. That E-box hatch is going to be very difficult for teams to attack. It's not going to be an easily done thing. In most scenarios, I doubt they're going to be able to do it whatsoever. And so we're going to have to think about different variations of their attack. It's going to be a less centralized focus towards that pillar side and more of a centralized focus about probably taking laundry stairs, going in from freezer as well. A little bit more of a split push in that regard, but two pressures over towards that big tower side, because if you don't do that, then you're facing the same problems you already have when you try to take big window for that second floor. You need a crossfire, you need one repelling outside of the children's room window like you've talked about previously, and it's a great stairs on that bottom level and try to contest pillar, because if you don't have crossfires, you don't have contest in both directions, then the defenders can fully turn and face you and have no repercussions to do so. Defenders have the advantage in this tactical shooter because they can turtle up, they can anchor out and play their own game, and that's all that basement floor comes down to ultimately in the end.
We won't get to answer that question of what a basement attack from UAH looks like as of yet. It's the immediate repeat. You said maybe to your disliking. Let's see what Tulsa can change up. The operator lineup, it looks the same. So I wonder if this is Tulsa saying that the first round was not a failure of the execution, but more so kind of how they played it in comparison to how everything was set up. You will have quite in favor of the Ace, so I wonder if maybe this looks like UAH think that we're going down to the basement. Running through my mind, there was only one notable use of the hard breach, so I feel like you maybe could get away with just having the secondary breaching equipment, but that's play more. And so that is neglected somewhat, and I don't know how UAH really planned to attack this. Getting into attic purely off the back of the window that feeds out into highway, that is not going to be real easy, especially now that you've got ADSs in Tulsa have proven that they will hold attic pit and at least make sure that Alabama-Huntzville don't get it for free.
I think one big thing to kind of think about is the fact that Ace has kind of received that small nerf, right? I mean, if I remember correctly, got the smoke canisters removed, and that might be a reason why you have that. I mean, you may be able to bring the Candelas as a way to remove sight lines in a little bit more of a direct and aggressive manner, being able to remove literally the retinas of your opposition. I mean, everyone knows when a Ying is brought to the table because your previously unlit room then becomes a giant. So that may be what UAH is trying to bring to the table and trying to maybe catch a case here for against Tulsa and just swing in quite quickly and kind of replicate the same success they had prior, because we know that they like to swing quickly into big tower, but now they're putting some focus. Baz is in a firefight facing off against what is essentially the entire UAH squad as they're trying to step inwards, and it's just one player that's keeping them back and contesting them against it. UAH can get this early pick, and against a player like Spaz, which is basically Tulsa's main fragger, their person we put so much point of interest in so far, they could start this one off strong, but Spaz can turn around just the same.
So far, so good for the bottom floor Tulsa realm, just holding out inside dining. I think this is the perfect decision to make. Slow down the time and force UAH to try to react to this. Doc finds unscrupulous immediately. The loss of your Nomad, always a troubling sight on an Oregon attack, and that is going to cause a lot more. They're sticking to their guns, and they're going to try to contest this from below. The one problem is we saw the Ying switched in for the Ace. If Ying goes down, that trade is effectively worthless. But look at Meat Grid. Just as he swings the corner, he nets the head of facing massive losses. This attack going much better in favor of Tulsa so far, with UAH really having not achieved much. They tried to address the Tulsa realm, but they never really got much off the back of that addressing.
Yeah, difficult position to be in. UAH, 2 players down in a 3v5 does not bode well, but they do still have nades. They've got 2 in the pocket of Taciturn, hoping to maybe be able to frag a player out. It was not a bad throw, but the player was a little bit more aggressive actually on the stairs themselves instead of sitting inside of doorway pocket, and they'll take damage instead. But a firefight now. JP's trying to make that impact, hoping that Ying choice will actually be enough to guarantee any level of success, but losing the initial fight against Meat Grid and Nitro Cell tossed out. This and a little bit too far finding Taciturn and bringing it to a 2v5. And with 36 seconds left on the clock, UAH are going to have a lot of prayers that need to be answered. JP finding Meat Grid, 2v4 brought through. Candy Cane finding Waffle and a nice shot connecting from game room as well, but turning to clear it out just the same. And here come the Candelas from JP to give them a safety net to step inward and possibly get positional advantage with the player below using the holes against them. It's Doc to find him, and Spaz cleans it up nonetheless against Candy Cane. Tulsa will find a round 2, and now we're going to see a whole new objective.
Well, a stark contrast from that first round, which was so closely fought. This one, it came down, fairly even towards the end. I like the way that we saw that attack. Just rappelling in from the window, your entry points are so limited that an off choice of just rappelling into games maybe works the benefit. And perhaps if the Ying hadn't died out at the big window, tussling with the vertical play below, looked a little bit different. The decision to remove the hard breach, I think, worked negatively. I think it removed some of the structure that was to UAH's benefit in the first round, which ultimately led to a much more chaotic attack and an execute that really lacked a lot of that rhyme down in the second. You don't have the Cali either, so your hard breaching options are none. You're going to have to attack this purely off the back of your entry fraggers, using maybe some of the King's Candelas to soften up the defensive targets. But otherwise, this attack, it's going to be another kind of chaotic showing. It's going to be UAH trying to strong-arm their way into the bottom floor objective.
Absolutely. You can already see a lot of answers problems that did get answered immediately back. UAH tried to do a completely different styled push. And while you love to see that, and you do like to see them attempt to do something new, Tulsa just was able to shut it down and play an entirely new game, play their own game, and UAH was caught off guard from it. The very beginning kind of does not bode well for you in the long run, but now heading down to this basement side, I talked about it previously in the break, it's going to be difficult for them to ultimately decide what the most optimal strategy to push in is going to be. And currently from this western side focus, it may be that security, and most likely it's going to be a pretty systematic clear of this second and first floor and then working their way downwards. But Big Tower might not be the way to go. Don't worry about it too much. They don't actually have the ability to completely deny out that hatch and E-box for meeting room, so that is also still a possible outcome. But with Meat Grid holding strong at freezer steps, they may not be anticipating this level of aggression, but UAH is doing a good job of droning out first before they go for the face swings, but they still go for the swing anyways, and Taciturn will face the wrath of Meat Grid and ultimately will be the first death in this round.
Here goes JP as he looks for the trade, swings the corner, and shuts down Meat Grid. The shotgun simply not having the react. Scrupulous will isolate Curious to earn the second frag for UAH as this round steps one more inch closer towards the realm of possibility. With Unscrupulous at the bottom of the laundry stairs, he proves to be quite some threat against Tulsa. You don't have the most. ADS is around the corner to neck Unscrupulous. Now as another will fall, Spaz continues to dominate against UAH, looking for his third as one approaches Schmitz, the bottom of the main stairs. Malusi still just waiting here inside Secret Box, but Candy Cane, his life is now lost, looking like Tulsa rearing up for their second round win. Schmitz has a lot to do and only about 65 seconds to make his play. An asphyxiating bolt is shot deep, but that's not really going to help him here in this moment as Tulsa continue to rest on their laurels.
Not really much that can happen. Rush does come straight out, and Spaz is able to clean it up quite quickly. And like you said, Spaz is playing in absolute spectacular fashion. UAH have push that was entirely determined by looking to the right, seeing the bolt still firing on the ground, and saying, you know what, it's time. I'll just rush up and find the kill. And Spaz, if I remember correctly, does not have a single death so far in this, looking absolutely phenomenal. But we are going to see the meeting home choice, so no dying this time around, none too shocking, especially maybe with the fact that Jaeger, a little bit weaker than they used to be with this new recoil pattern that has been brought through, may not be the best decision to play with for that long angle, maybe holding shower side of dining. So Meeting Hall, none too shocking. But what may be a little shocking was the Echo pick that was touched on for a second there by Waffle, but switched over now to the Frost. So worry your feet, UAH. Your rush strategy that you brought to the table in round 1 may end with a very trappy ending.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Things have had a really clear definition between the first round of attack for UAH, that was a very systematic push, and the second, which were comprised of more of kind of a... They really tried to be aggressive and use that Ying, but the Candelas didn't serve to credit enough advantage as maybe bringing the hard breaching equipment would have looked like. This lineup for UAH, however, seems like more of what we had in the first round, with hard breach brought with the Kali to try and... That shouldn't be too much of a trouble for UAH to deal with. They have the Dokkaebi, which is a bit more of an unorthodox operator. We don't see Dokkaebi very often. One small, minute change that does add to the comfortability that you can see with Dokkaebi is the fact that she received all of the various ranged optics, which, I mean, you could take that whatever way you like. I kind of prefer having more of the 2-time sight rather than the 3, which you're constantly, you've got a microscope at the end of your gun. It doesn't make some of the more close quarters gunfights that we often see on Oregon very easy to battle with.
Yeah, but, does get the 1.5, does have basically every scope available, so you get your dealer's choice with it, though I do agree, I think that for it, but it's kind of hard to find fans of Dokkaebi in this day and age anyways, but already starting off strong. Spaz finally facing their first death. They're 5-0 route so far, now designated to be 5-1. No kills available in this round, picked up and cleaned up, and now it's going individual player to get the job done, and UAH are probably feeling pretty hot after cleaning up the player that has been so detrimental against their side. They're taking full control of the second floor. They know where they need to clear. A little bit of a slow reaction with Screpulous to take the shot, but now both sides are aware of the position and are looking to possibly act off of it as well. If Dokkaebi still had nades, this would be the time to toss him over, but flashes are all that's available in the utility pocket, and they're still trying to completely gather information and clear, but the mute jammers, the enemies up top as well, and these ADSs to burn out Throne utility will make it even more difficult for UAH to be able to take this and find the picks up top to clear second floor and do it in any safe manner whatsoever.
Something less safe and more kind of off the cuff. UAH have had a bit of trouble taking control of the top floor. Now we'll have one move forward. Swings the corner. The Z-Ping is there, and wow! Schmidt's the immediate reaction to earn his third pick. The Jaeger just a little bit too slow and left his teammate prone on the floor, but JP to secure an immediate trade, leaving only Curious. With the AUG, he's had some clutch performances this season, but now hassled by bullets at the west end of Kitchen. He'll move forward, and the plant is now down. JP tries to swing around. He'll get immediately shut down, but Schmitz is there for the trade. An impressive performance from the Capital with a massive quad kill here in round number 4.
What a great way to show off here, Stick. I mean, when Spaz is popping off and finding rapid success, UAH kind of need their own person to turn around and do it as well, and they found just that. Capital is such a powerful force. I believe we actually saw it get banned out yesterday in that Akron-Purdue game on map 3. It was a bit of a blur for that game, but this one's looking to be back and forth action, so boding a lot more aggressively for both sides, boding well for both teams. But with getting so many kills all in that round, Schmitz is kind of showing up for themselves and letting UAH kind of take a bit of a rest. Kind of like some of these Tulsa players have done as Spaz has been able to pop off, but maybe this is how we see UAH win. They cut off that roaming, that offsite player of Spaz and remove them from their opposition, then they have a better chance of finishing off the round because they don't have to face that just absolute threat that is Spaz's aim, that is just pure technical ability and talent that he has. And I think that UAH, when they see that Spaz's name is on the right side of that kill feed, they're going to be, all right, now's our time.
So far, this game kind of giving us that back and forth action that we've looked like. I think UAH are going to kind of realize that playing this a little bit more structured is largely to their kind of more aggressive, more, I suppose you could call it more rank style, haven't worked whatsoever. Tulsa know how to shut down that style of siege, but are a little bit still lacking when it comes to a more kind of typical attacking archetype that UAH have shown us. That we saw, it was fairly similar to this lineup. From what I remember, it was the Cali and the Ace, sort of that main working force to get open the attic wall. They had the Nomad as well. The Ash was pivotal in that round, but I don't quite remember what much Schmitz had done. I think he was more focused towards the back line. Tulsa have got to have Spaz perform here in this round, because on the first round of Dorms, things did not go well for Spaz. He got shut down. This was just prior to the rehost that constituted his first death, but since that rehost, it's been a much better game. Let's see if Spaz has the right changes to play better here in round number 5.
We've noticed that when Spaz plays a little bit more passively and anchors on site, like we saw in that basement hold for round their favor, and UAH are probably dreading that, but we are seeing once again a very quick transition to take this big tower side, very much so using Cali to maximum potential. Taciturn has done a great job with that, maybe not finding kills, but definitely finding max utility usage for it, but they're still that bottom side of attic sitting down low. They know that they've got utility still being tossed out and relegated and trying to bait it out where applicable, but it's not really going to matter. The first pick doesn't happen on attic side. It'll happen from Candy Gain into Meat Grid, guaranteeing an early pick. Waffle Max taking a little bit of damage as well from that attic side. It looks to be 4 players for UAH on that north side, and only Candy Cane holding Big Window, which has been so fruitful for their side, which is an interesting thing because, like you said, Stick, big window pushes are not the most common in this day and age. They've kind of had a little bit of an influx of styles and strategies that have come through, but it's not been the most popular. It definitely hasn't been very popular in the past. It just wasn't deemed to be very applicable. Big window and clearing that floor behind bunk, it's pretty darn strong, but you don't have anyone on white stairs. That's Spaz, and that's the number 1 player you're looking out for.
Well, the one big benefit so far is that they had that opening pick, but Spaz comes alive with a kill on Unscrupulous, now shutting down. Try to leap in through the window, unsupported by her teammates. I was caught for a moment. We'll have to see that slowly as we approach down in the depths of this round. Curious just ripping through. UAH haven't been able to shut down the Maestro, and that's not going to help them here. Spaz to chip in as well, and Waffle Max from the monster door. Tulsa will dominate, shutting down Alabama-Huntzville in this attack, and a much better look now as they will secure their 3rd defensive success. It's looking like we might see an even half at round number 6.
Absolutely. I believe that we're going to have to see UAH change their entire strategy just from the ground up. We know how this last basement push went. It went side apart, not a chance. That's Rocket City, and they flew straight into the afterlife. No chance they could win that one out. And quite frankly, this might just go back in their favor. We could see this go to that 2-4 here, Stick, and while that may be a little disappointing for some UAH fans, ultimately in the end, they did a pretty comes how will they fare on the defensive side. I think they've got a good shot. We could see it go even, but they've got to change basically everything they tried before because they got shut down. The 2 early picks at the beginning getting taken out, and a chance as they attempted to step towards Freezer. Yeah, that player that wanted to go down Laundry steps, one dying immediately, and then of course you had Schmitz that got rushed through by Spaz and cleaned up in a spectacular fashion. UAH have a lot more things that need to get changed than they have that need to stay if they want this round to work in their favor whatsoever.
Kind of just mulling over the operator bans and what they mean at this point. The smoke ban, I feel like hasn't been as impactful maybe as UAH were bringing the smoke and introduce sort of the mix of Malusi and Goyo as the replacement, which is worked wonders so far. UAH, when they try to kind of up their speed, I feel like it's not as comfortable for them, and the same respect can sometimes be said for Spaz when he plays a little bit too passive. When he's in the positions to take gunfights, you know, for lack of a better word, he's not an anchor. Spaz is the one who you want taking the fights. You put him in the engagements, and he is going to do his job well. So now as we see UAH approach what looks to be more of a bunker take, where will Spaz be in the equation of things?
Well, I mean, We'll have to see how it pans out. We've seen him be so consistent so far, but when you see this barrel side push towards blue bunker, you're going to have to worry about that elbow as well. A lot of tossed utility has to come through. ADSs can burn those out so spectacularly. If Wamai was in play, then that could have been a possibility as well to get those magnets to really tear out and waste each play. Not going to be a thing, and Schmitz has the ability to really make it difficult for them to see as they cordon off that E-bunker wall, but JP finds the opening pick into Meat Grid. A nice Nitrocell toss from Wafflemex denied as Schmitz finds the kill. Doc in a taciturn. Doc finds the triple kill in the end, but refragged back by Unscrupulous, and now it's just a 1v right now as I sit inside of Laundry trying to wait and figure out what just went wrong. A curious problem, but I think Curious might have what it takes to fix it. That Alda can be an absolute menace to face off against, but you look at this UAH squad, they are hesitant to step towards this objective. They don't necessarily know what they need to do, and they're fearful of Curious's ability.
This moment, you kind of just need to have Inscrupulous drones in and get some intel. The worst mistake you can make against this Alda is not droning him out and allowing him to have the surprise factor. A drone will looky-loo around the corner just inside of elbow. Spots Curious. The information relayed now as UAH slowly work their way forward. To Unscrupulous, 2 flashbangs in pocket. The case, he's carrying it. Will this be enough to move forward now? It seems the drone has been jammed and the time slowly clicking down. Finally, one will go through. Unscrupulous sets it up for the swing. Still playing quite passive, and Curious does that he needs, and playing for the pixel angle. Curious will shut him down. What a performance by the Maestro.
That is just, by all accounts, phenomenal play from Curious. I said they were fearful of them, and if UAH wasn't, they sure as heck are now. I mean, that is exactly what we expected to see when an Alda is facing off in such a phenomenal pixel peak. The jiggles to go through and find the correct angle to take the shots, doing exactly what was necessary. We'll see UAH now down 2 rounds, a 2-4, as Tulsa has done a great job. The Golden Hurricanes, with a golden egg in this round, have managed to put themselves up on the high grounds. But this is game. UAH definitely do still have what it takes, and were this a month, maybe 2 months ago, I would dare say UAH winning 2 attacking rounds probably bodes well, and there's a really good chance they win this one out. But with the way that Ubisoft is, and having the ability to nerf and buff players in certain directions to maybe even it back across the board, it's still this return, but we've seen aggressive peaks from Tulsa, and I don't think we're going to see those stop. So if we can see Spaz on this Ash, which I have heard a plethora of things about of being a just threat to be reckoned with, it could be pretty interesting to see. But Curious on this Thermite, another person with a strong weapon, that 5.56 can really put some holes into the opposition. And a player like Curious, who's been doing so well with Maestro on the Alda with a 5.3-2 stat line, that may just be expedited, and we may actually see Curious come out with a pretty darn heavy and hectic scoreboard across.
Well, here at the turn of the first half, I'd like to just quickly give a bit of a reminder moving through. This is the first map of the Open League Finals Best of 5. UAH decided to go here to Oregon. Tulsa are up next with Cafe. Map 3 being Clubhouse. Tulsa with Villa following that, and Theme Park. The map that has been away from the comp pool in general for a long time, but still remains here as we're underway with season. Curious to see what that'll look like, and I have to hope in some respect that we will have all 5 maps to get a look at what that might be. Tulsa moving in here though, bit of a punch hole made in the wall, and Meatgrid, he won't leave anything up to chance for the spray fire, but Unscrupulous waiting around the corner. That Scorpion in close range can be quite some weapon.
Yeah, honestly, without the FO12, it can be a little bit difficult. Instead of dealing with a shotgun, you basically are dealing with a shotgun of just a hectic line of fire. But Scrupulous loses the fight to Meatgrid, who also finds a second into Taciturn. Schmitz does remove them out, saving their life. The rest of the team's life, it does seem like, with that nice Nitro Cell, but they're continuing out. It's now a 2v4, and Candy Cane and JP are left wondering what just went wrong. And quite frankly, I think it was probably just picking up the tertiary objective as your first objective choice. It's interesting to say the least, but Tulsa have kind of read it. They've stepped in. They're already inside and playing that quick game that we saw from UAH in round 2 and in round 5. working out in a lot better manner than it probably did for that UAH squad, but difficult positions to play in. JP inside a kitchen trying to get some floor hole shots to come through from below through that security side coming inside of that bunk bed room. It looks to be that we're going to have Tulsa opting to maybe play in and drop hatch of kitchen and plant in this side, but at this point in time, still anyone's game. Flink could come around through green hallway and catch them off guard.
It'll be a dining room execute, though first stalled now by JP as the proximity detector gives him the perfect intel to work off of. Now things effectively a 2-on-1. Spaz is shut down, leaving just WaffleMex busy typing away on have to come out, but now he'll swing the corner to find JP at the edge of the green hall and perfect intel on the mute waiting just behind the metal box. Candy Cane knows he's got the intel and he'll make the swing happen. Careful to check for the claymore, but around looking solid for Tulsa, quickly working the other way, much to the benefit of the play at the threshold of the green hall door.
I don't think either of us really anticipated UAH to somehow bring that round back around. I mean, they played spectacularly, finishing off in a 2v4. They did what they needed to do, and we saw it come down to that 1v1 at the end, and everyone's holding their breath. Whether you were a Tulsa or UAH fan, you were waiting with bated breath to wonder what the outcome could possibly be. But like you said, the intel favoring this UAH side, catching the Golden Hurricanes off guard, and they will be spirited away now to this 8th round, hoping that they can bring it up to that 5-3 split instead of seeing it be ultimately tied at 4-4 and seeing UAH come out with yet another objective of most teams, the second floor kids and dorm side. And I guess the question is going to be, we saw Tulsa step up with a level of aggression that was a little unprecedented, the speed at which they did it. We saw UAH do this multiple times for Big Tower. Will Tulsa attempt to replicate that, or are they going to play their own game? And another one I'm just personally curious about is going to be whether or not H2. If they do that, then I think UAH, who are well versed in pushing that and actually attacking it themselves, may be favored because they would know how to defend it just the same.
Well, I'm liking what I've seen in this strategy so far. You've got a real dedicated master bedroom hold, a bulletproof camera. It looks like ADS's mute jammers, reinforcements, castle barricades, really the whole works here. It's not going to be easy to approach this side of the map, though I'll say in UAH's attacks, they never really approached master bedroom and were still able to get a lot of success. Maybe not so in the later stages of the first half, but very much so in the first round of play. So if Tulsa you have to make the conscious decision here to not approach the master bedroom. There's simply too much utility for it to be worthwhile, but maybe Tulsa thinks about this differently. They have managed to get that immediate castle barricade cleared, but are now staring down the massive utility that stands just on the opposite side. Not to mention the fact that UAH have got defenders ready for the challenge. The angle, the bullet hole is being played, but oh no, Unscrupulous, he loses out on the opportunity, fails to catch Meatgrid by surprise, and in a rare turn of events, misses the shot. That's a rough one to be here. Candy Cane trying to play his angle from inside the walk-in closet, and a massive stack up of Tulsa members out here on the balcony. They somewhat have reached kind of an impartial point where they can't move past it at the minute.
This is a very aggressive section of angles being cordoned off here from UAH. Got a player behind a bedroom, inside walk-in closet, a long fire angle from Monster Wall. You've got so much that's being dedicated to just this one single doorway. Forward, I would rotate back around, go in through front door, come up that armory steps and attempt to play in that direction. But a lot of these angles are kind of being cordoned off. You've got Candy Cane still inside walk-in closet, lying down to find an angle. You've got an Afro 12 in the hand of Taciturn who can find a rapid level success. They attempt to go in from that white stairwell, but it'll be Candy who finds the first kill. Curious, left wondering what just happened, but in no position to find that initial pick. Will bring out the lifeline and attempt to concuss, but will be ADS'd out. Now forced to relegate a second as well. But the assistance from the team, if that rush does come through, might not bode well against them, but it will instead. Meatgrid finds Candy Cane, but JP took WaffleMex out at the same time. A 4v3 in play. UAH doing a good job still of maintaining that numerical advantage, but Tulsa are still trying to wrap things up and eventually get themselves stepped inwards. They find an early pick again. Meatgrid comes into JP as they swing in exceptionally quickly, but they'll be taken in return from Smits with the 416C as they frag back the other direction. And Scrupulous finds that long shot. They not pan out as Spaz is felled from the FO12 and Taciturn.
Well, for all of you coaches watching back this round, make sure to jot down that strategy. Really curious look at things from the UAH defense, and I'm personally a big fan of it. It did help the fact that UAH had good execution, Candy Cane working expert. Almost want to say that JP, when he tried to approach the wall, was thinking about reinforcing it, and that's what ultimately led to the Zofia gunning him down there, getting a little bit too eager to try and lock that one up, but the strategy working wonders. Now UAH have a great look on their defenses, eliminating Tulsa's advantage they held at the end of the half and putting us back at an equal game here on Oregon.
Difficult position. I mean, UAH kind of just put a lot of fear, I guess, in a lot of the Tulsa fans and Tulsa themselves around that kind of looked like it could go the other direction as we saw the swing come out from the balcony. But the long fire shot coming from Attic Monster Door and finding that kill, I mean, spectacular work from UAH. They did a great job of digesting the information quickly and acting off of it just as quick. And they're going to be able to replicate that same level of success. This is a difficult objective, and just basing off of what we can predict, considering they picked the usually tertiary objective, meeting hall in than likely don't prefer this basement objective, or maybe they were just trying to spice it up a little bit, but we can already tell they're not looking to put a player inside a blue bunker. It looks to be they're going to fully reinforce that bunker wall and play against by pillar, play against in laundry, and play against in freezer. Maybe the same level of aggressive angles, maybe hoping to catch a little bit too aggressive of a player off guard, but ultimately UAH is the only people at this point in time who actually know what they're looking for and how they're going to play it.
Well, here we go. We've got a clear idea of what this attack strat looks like. Come in full steam ahead. DBN out, but JP's got the res. Now is a massive amount of explosives. Harm, Waffle, and Spaz. The Iana does not check the back tower stage angle, and Sholby fell for it. As a result, this attack completely torn to the wayside, leaving only Doc and Curious to try to make wits of what has been a complete domination. UAH just totally to go in it quickly, but Tulsa really not living up to that Golden Hurricane name, as they were perfectly read through, and this is looking like the 5th round for UAH in their defensive storming back of this map. Things could still come out to their benefit, but it's going to have to be a clutch performance. There's no other way about it. You're going to have to get picks. Curious and Doc have had a decent performance so far this game. Not quite living up to the hype of Meat Grid or Spaz, but things are not going to get much easier from here on. Now as Curious is taken away, leaving only Doc, the Nomad.
Yeah, this might just be and will be a flawless round for you. Downed prior, but downed but not out, like we've talked about, and it is going to work in their favor. UAH take it in flawless fashion, and from the looks of it, it really did feel that way, because Tulsa attempted to go for that very swift angle. They looked a little bit more like a tornado. They came in and left just as sporadically as they came, and it was not their decision to do so. I know for a fact down south, we've had a couple was just a little bit prepared for that in their own fashion, but a great round to talk about, a great round to digest. Everything that Tulsa brought to the table for their speed was fizzled out because of picks that went against their favor. Despite UAH's complete lack of a hold for that blue bunker side and complete lack of hold of elbow, they still managed to deny any stepping in from that blue bunker. The push coming through as they attempted to take pillar because they did not clear that backstage stairwell does not work out. You saw the Iana player Kyan peek it. You saw the attempts from Waffle Mechs to come in quickly, and they checked it once, but they didn't check their list twice. UAH will put them on the naughty list and put them on a round loss list.
I have to say, I feel like that round was sort of lost when Tulsa didn't commit to the rush. They charged in so aggressive as at the first step, but then things kind of petered it out. It was like, you know, they went in, they got control of tarps, but they never really moved forward. I don't know if it was something that they found, but I don't know. That was just kind of a round that left me with more questions than answers. UAH now have managed to regain the lead, having held it only at the first round, and since then it has been a Tulsa game Things quickly changing up here in the second half. Oregon can be a fairly moody map when it comes to the side switch and what that means for the successive teams. The vertical extension is present here from UAH with a similar look of things that they had in their dorms defense and holding off the master bedroom presence, though not quite the castle barricades, mute jammers, and reinforcements set up, still having Mozzie.
I think this is a bit of a fear factor moment right here as you're attempting to step in once again towards that master bedroom side. We know just how dangerous that position has been and will continue to be. While this is not a second floor hold, it's still needing to be taken control of, and Spaz is coming quickly in towards White Stairs and is attempting to find the first and will do just that as Unscrupulous is taken out serendipitously, and a very have attempted to hold in the second floor. The long shot angle over from the children's room removed, and they only have one player sitting by bunk and one player sitting in bottom side of attic to try and hold this one out. A 4v5 is still absolutely doable, and it's pretty quickly getting close to a 4v4 as Doc is taking damage in the process, but Spaz is not going to let it go out without yet another fight. This one going in his favor again, as we're going to see Schmitz taken to the wayside. A 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5, because Candy Cane unfortunately being removed from the game. Meat finding a kill into Taciturn, and JP is the last person standing. And I'm not too sure what exactly has happened. Also clap right back with their own flawless round.
Sort of looks like the direction we're heading so far, leaving things up to just the UMP wielder of JP. I don't know what the odds are, but last time we were here on this tertiary objective, JP was a huge part of the reason that they won with his clutch performance. Tulsa were in a similar position with a JP gonna try to play and hide inside security, popping up now to spot the sledge. Wafflemex makes his entrance, but it's surely shut down. Meat Grid now simply just there at the peak. He'll get the kill, and things looking better here for Tulsa.
Yeah, difficult position to be in. You will see it finally be brought back again for that tie, and you're going to have to see how this one will pan out. Next one is going to be match point brought to the table for both sides, and UAH have done a good job of bringing themselves to this point and coming back, but Tulsa's clapping right back with their own in return. They didn't get the flawless round, a little bit spoiled from JP. Still a massive level of success as they were able to take it, maybe marred by the fact a player was unfortunately kicked or left, or a complication came through. That's what I'll say, as we don't necessarily know at this point in time, but they'll be able to rejoin, continue to play, and UAH will have that full 5-man roster to attempt to finish off the last 2 to maybe even 4 rounds. We could head all the way into overtime if it does come down to it.
Key difference between Tulsa and how they appear attacking meeting and kitchen compared to dorms and the basement site, which looked a little bit more troubling.
Tulsa's attack, that's what you're asking me to digest for that?
Yeah.
I mean, they are doing a much better job of clearing the floor when it comes to pushing out and against that tertiary objective. They did nothing of the sort when it came to pushing basement, and that ultimately was their downfall because they had to worry about backstage steps. They had to worry about meeting hall, but they did get one down. They weren't able to complete the kill, and ultimately that player did finish off the last player, so it came to bite them in the rear. Spectacular job at that, at doing so. They didn't lose a single person in the process. Even though UAH was aware of their positions and kind of knew to contest it, they lost the firefights, and Spaz kind of just led that Tulsa side to be able to do so. So that's what I'm considering the difference maker between that tertiary and basement side. But it's pretty different for this second floor side. They just couldn't push it the way they necessarily wanted to. They were set buying time for Spaz to go in big window, but there was no support on White Steps for that, and ultimately their attack fizzled out because any contestant going towards master bedroom was just slept on and taken care of by the stack that was UAH.
I feel like just setting Spaz out on this mission to come fly up the White Stairs is one of the better things that Tulsa can make happen. Spaz is a very spontaneous player. I feel like that's a good way to describe him. He can come in sudden in a moment and hit just nasty shots. I mean, how long did it take him to hit the Ella? It was just like the snap of your fingers. The Ella dropped dead, and Spaz is he's just moving on. He just keeps on chugging, and that is something Tulsa really could use to their advantage. Maybe it's not having everyone be sort of rising to Spaz's level of aggression, but setting him out as that key entry player that can come in and really attack UAH in an unexpected way that they aren't ready for.
I guess unexpected is kind of the name of the game right now. We've seen Tulsa play unexpected. They've gone for rushes. UAH has done the same thing. So I think being unexpected is kind of like the play style that they're anticipating for Oregon, which is interesting because maybe for casters, maybe for like you and me, Stick, we're used to seeing these types of strategies. We're used to seeing all the types of variations. So to us, Oregon is Borgen. It tends to be the same old things. There's not much variation towards it. I think some of the only variation I've necessarily seen has been big window being added in for that second floor push. That's really the only thing that's changed in terms of Oregon. But these teams are doing things and being unexpected in the process. They're not playing the same old style every single time, and instead they're changing it up and trying to. The difference between each round is pretty phenomenal. They're doing a good job of making it difficult for the opposing team to figure out just what will happen in the next round. And possibly for some of these rounds, I'm thinking they're probably still thinking what just happened to the round before. I mean, you've got to digest it. And that's just a thing that even pro players can sometimes struggle to do. That's why you've got coaches and people behind you that can say, okay, this is what happened. They've seen all the things. The players might not. I think that we're going to see them continue to just spice it up and play something different. Stick, I got to bring the question towards you, though. With the fact that JP was the last player standing in that last round and we've seen them be so eventful, do you think the Castle is going to work just as well for the second floor, or do you think maybe it would have been a better choice to play something else?
I feel like the castle worked fairly well last time we saw it. Kind of forces you to slow down. Had an experience in scrims recently, and a lot of times when you attack dorms on the second floor, the job is to get control of master and trophy. Sometimes what teams will do, and this is not really a strategy that I prefer, kind of just concede that to the attackers and allow them to move in. Other teams will approach it in a bit more of kind of a half and half way. Well, maybe you'll set a Goyo shield just behind the trophy door feeding into the master bedroom. It allows you to contest the attackers, and so you can't immediately get master control without being exposed there. Or you can do what UAH have done here, which is sort of the full breadth of the strategy with all contributing to the hold here. Tulsa, I think, are looking at this attack a bit differently. Not going to try to approach the master bedroom again. This is what I had suggested when we were coming into round number 8 on dorms. Sometimes it's better to ignore the defense and their setup rather than to attack it on its strongest point.
I gotta agree. Master Bedroom just didn't work. It's. I don't think no matter what they change, it's just not going to work again. UAH played against it so well, but we had noticed they put little to no defense necessarily towards Attic specifically. They had a player monster door that bottom side of Attic, but that seemed to a player sitting still bottom side of Attic, but behind the reinforced wall on that eastern side, and kind of were sitting pretty. Now they're lying down prone. They're playing a very cheeky position. They will be shot out, removing out the information possibility, but still lying low in quite a literal sense. They don't want to be spotted out. They don't want to give away the information, but that position is pretty easily snuffed out if you just put a player on that Attic side and go through that. You called it. JP can still find success as that castle, finding a pick, and they're going to be dragged right back in return, but already have set UAH up for a little bit of success, as it seems to be that entry fragger on that bedroom side has been removed, and now they're going to have to rely on almost just Spaz in terms of entry, maybe Waffle X as well, but they've lost the concussive blast and the impacts. I think they used all the impacts in the process. They're losing those concussive blasts and that utility that's in the pocket of Meat Grid.
Well, you can very clearly see that Tulsa have made a rotation, adapting their attack to be more of that sort of master bedroom push. Like, is there one player out at the big window? I'm not sure as of yet. It looks like it'll be Spaz who waits out there, but Candy Cane will now drop dead. Perfect timing for Schmitz to get a trade pick, though, as he'll pick off Doc, one of the key repelled players, and now Schmitz is kind of in a bit of a three-way crossfire. He can't back up to his right. The Ash still waits at the big for the repel in, but it'll be Waffle Max who collects the pick, now leaving things just up to the Ella and Malusi, with Curious now getting the case down. It'll be Taciturn who charges through the frag grenade, but instantly meets his demise. Curious and Spaz to file off the final 2 kills now as Tulsa move up to match point.
Difficult position to be in. I mean, a bit of a recontestant that had to go through. Tulsa were able to retake the objective and force UAH and Post play, not really. I mean, they had to fight their own objective. They basically had to be the attack, and they just were not able to do that. Match point could be a bit of a devastating point of contention for them. But UAH, they've done well. They have yet another player that has been disconnected, an unfortunate position nonetheless. But with the ability of UAH that we've seen prior from them, I think we have a very good chance to continue to see them maybe bring it into the overtime. It's still anyone's game. But I mean, Tulsa's looking hot after that last one.
Been possible so far, which was to approach around and look confident on a site that wasn't meeting in kitchen, and I think that gives them a lot more to work with. It's just going to have to be up to them if they want to close this out here and steal away for Tulsa to claim UAH's map pick. That would look really good going forward to Cafe, especially in a best of 5. However, it's 3 maps to win it, and so necessarily losing your first map doesn't always mean the end of things. Maybe Tulsa picked this one up, find success on their map choice, but then we see UAH on their second map selection come back and
We could see it. Yeah, I mean,
I would hope so.
I called it like first round of the second half, so round 7, right? I said like we could see, like 2 months ago, I would have said, okay, UAH probably going to win it because they got 2 rounds in the attack. Just how lopsided it kind of what tended to be at that point in time. Now it's different. Now it can be a little bit more even, can be a little bit more back and forth, and we're definitely seeing that. Tulsa now at match point, they were able to continue that lead, though they did have a few. They still ultimately are in a position of dominance, and it's just 1 round away from leading us into overtime, which at that point in time, it's still anyone's game. I mean, you can play this, and while I cast a bunch of other games that typically do have unlimited overtime, and you do deal with that, and the different leagues have different rules, but it can be a little lopsided. It just kind of comes down to you've got to be able to play in the long term and think the long term, and your map ban phase also plays that into account. So who won out, who felt they wins out if it does go to overtime, and ultimately will it turn out in that same direction?
As we said, it's Tulsa who have picked up 2 rounds in a row, answered to a 3 streak that was accumulated by UAH, meaning that the last 2 rounds were attacker wins. That leaves all 4 Oregon sites completely up to chance. We'll see Basement brought out here by UAH, kind of running the rotation, running the gauntlet. The Basement site has only been seen once so far in the second half. It had 2 interpretations coming down in the final moments. Round number 6 was a pretty big clutch. I'm sure you'll remember that, with the Maestro just filing away with any attacker that sought to peek him. I'm certainly hoping that we can have the final round of regulation live up to that same hype. But the onus, it's really on UAH. If they want to keep fighting and drive us to overtime on their map selection of Oregon, it's the here and now of round number 12.
Here and now, and basically this entire map one on the line. Match point for Tulsa does not bode well for UAH, but they've probably been in worse situations. A larger deficit than being down only 1, and quite frankly, UAH were on a bit of a snowball position. And the last time we saw this is where we saw UAH get a flawless victory against Tulsa's squad, because Tulsa attempted that Gone 6 rush leading inside from barrel side and coming into blue bunker, and it just didn't work out. We're seeing that double reinforcement once again, and the Kaid Electro Claws being brought out once again for UAH. And claws can be, they're so aggravating to deal with, especially when you don't have a Maverick to kind of contest with it. UAH kind of played their own game with it and said, okay, well, we don't have a Maverick, but we can bring out the Callie, and she can kind of fulfill to a certain degree that same role. But that's not what we're seeing. Instead, we're seeing them have to bring out Sledge, the breaching rounds, hoping that they can get an above position, play into their own game, but they still got to clear out the second floor, and we are seeing a lot of UAH congestion on this second floor. 1 inside of Armory. Spaz has been so good about these 50-50 engagements, but really game set and done for UAH, be able to contest it, but information obviously favoring this Tulsa side.
We'll talk about information. It's clearly here for Tulsa as they constrict their forces. Schmidt's trying to wait, but he's flashed out. Not a chance in the world for the Malusi as Doc will swing the corner, and it'll be the shots, I believe, from Spaz, maybe through the wall, that ultimately are the done deal, losing out on. But for a Basement defense, we've had a lot of action away from the bomb site itself. Many members still embroiled in the process of taking top control. And though we have seen Alabama-Huntzville lose Schmitz, things could still work out, but the problem is what happens in the rotation. Are they going to be able to persevere heading back to the site, or are they going to get cut down in the meanwhile? It seems like we might see more of the former as Candy Cane and JP come alive, but Spaz suddenly appearing at the back of the big tower. They'll find one, and now it'll be a rotation staircase, though met with the castle barricade blocking their path they'll have to deal with. 1:05, the man count equal. Numerical advantage held for neither team. 60 seconds on the clock. It's up to Tulsa to make this one happen.
So unfortunate to tear down your dead teammate's utility to get to the side. A little bit of a waste, but ultimately doesn't seem to necessarily matter. Spaz is on a 3K, on a tear, a rampage, so to say, since now it's just Unscrupulous and Candy Cane left in this 2v3. That numerical advantage now favoring Tulsa. They attempt to rush inward. Spaz takes a little bit of damage in the firefight, but it doesn't seem to necessarily bode against them that well. Now only at about 73 to 74 HP. Still looking hot. A Nitrocell tossed, ripped and dipped maybe a little too early. And now E-Box is a little bit cleared. Spaz cleans up for the 4K. Could possibly hunt for the ace, but Meat Grid will take it away. And Tulsa will take map 1 away. They'll take round 12, denying UAH's attempts of that resurgence. Two fares out for them. This one was the UAH pick, and it doesn't work out for them.
Tulsa are going to stop the train here in its tracks at the final round of regulation, guaranteeing that UAH don't have a shot to fight this one into overtime. Strong performance from Spaz on the map, living up to his expectations, and Maigret had a few strong rounds as well for the 7-5 Alabama-Huntzville map. It was a little bit back and forth. Sometimes they had a great attack strategy. Other times it was a little bit more lacking. Coming into the second map with Cathay ahead of us, things have got to be a little bit more defined. Certainly that's what I'm hoping for. You can't see UAH constantly flip-flop between attacking play styles because that doesn't allow your players time to set in and really get used to things.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Now we're going to have to see how this second map, Tulsa's map, pans out. But we'll have to see how that one goes. We're going to jump it right over to our desks so they can analyze, digest. So, Chief, take us away.
All 12 rounds were needed by Tulsa. Great first start for them. And Alabama-Huntzville, they made a few mistakes on their own map pick. Now, this is exactly what we expect in Collegiate. After all, this is the Collegiate Special where you win somebody else's map pick. Once again, our lovely analyst desk is back. Corbeck, Finn, good to see you. Now, Corbeck, let's something a little bit different. We saw Smoke wander his way through the ban phase.
Yeah, it was a weird one, and I mean, we were trying to puzzle it out, kind of sitting behind the scenes exactly why it could be. I feel like it's a very collegiate ban, right? Like we're straying into high chaos territory when you take a Smoke off the field, and certainly it was understandable from the perspective of taking out that 90-degree hold that so many people like to do on basement. I think that there were multiple times in this round where we also, or across the game, where we felt the lack of the Smoke during certain rounds, the inability to have those toxic babe canisters. Operator lineups that when you ban him out, you're kind of pushing yourself inadvertently onto playing some different and kind of weird things, and I think we saw that pretty well illustrated across those rounds.
We always know those toxic babe 30 seconds of time denial is an asset that no defender can overlook. Now, Son of Finn, you're talking about how to expedite, attacking rounds, particularly on dorms. Can you walk me through a traditional IGL step-by-step?
Whenever I see that the site is dorms, my first thought in my mind is that how are these defenders holding it? Are they playing aggressively in trophy? Are they holding attic hard and trying to rotate that utility and see where their weak point is? I would most likely prefer attacking through master. There's a lot of good crossfires that you can have inside of there. So you take armory control, you take master control, you get the wall open, you blow up the utility from underneath with either a Zofia or Ash. You have a Zofia playing inside a trophy. You have Nomad watching that entire time. You also have somebody set on big window. So that player is the main linchpin in the entire operation. So that player is able to watch the white rotate, and also he's able to hop in the window at any moment at whenever he chooses to. So whenever the execute happens, you have somebody inside a trophy, somebody outside big window, a guy planting, and then somebody inside of the closet. Having that insane crossfire setup, and you can get a simple plant down, and that's normally how I would
Parallel that a bit more. Corbeck, you had some very unique words going to that Alabama-Huntzville defense. Upstairs in dorms, they had a walk-in closet expansion. That was a strategy we saw in professional play at the start of Oregon. Why is it here and now in collegiate?
Uh, I mean, it's a very bold strategy, right? You're depending a lot on your gunner being able to get the kills coming out of closet, but just genuinely, I just don't like it. It's too easy to defeat. The only it would have been so much easier for them to drone out just beneath the master closet floor. It is all destructible. You have your Zofia standing up there on the door to master bedroom, firing, lifelines into an ADS. Just pop her below, have her blow out the floor, completely remove that position and force them back. There's like no justifiable reason that should have worked so well. And I think maybe it does speak back to this kind of IGL communication, tactical flexibility issue that we've seen these teams kind of have. I'm happy to see that work, but I also kind of hate it. I'm a little of both.
Sometimes in Rainbow Six Siege, your strategies, you can love it, you can hate it, but as long as they work, that's really the whole idea behind it. When you're in a live match, if it gets you a round win, that's the most important thing. Now, Finn, both these rosters kind of found themselves in the pitfall of bad droning, making identification errors, going into Cafe. How can they start to rectify that?
So what I want to see more of going into Cafe is more pre-placed drones. I've seen requires more work for your supports to help out the drone work. So having more of those cutoff drones, having your drone economy better. Your supports drone out first, then once they're out of drones, then you flip around to your entry, start droning in, checking out the site and things like that. The entry should be setting up flank drones as well. So I want to see more overall flank drones and also pre-round drone work in order to help speed up some of these attacks that have been a little slow.
So in that exact same vein, we saw Capital and both of these rosters. Corbin, if you were an IGL, which one of those would you choose, and why would a team have such a drastic operator lineup?
I mean, the Iana makes a lot of sense, I think, right? She's risen in prominence throughout kind of every level of competition in Siege. You'll see her in T3, T2, you even see her up at T1, right? And I think we'll see a lot of her at SI as well, because she fills an interesting niche. She has great kind of throwables. She's got good intel gathering utility that really can help a team. It also baits out some shots. I mean, it's good. She's a good too, so it makes a lot of sense to have her in the lineup. I didn't like the Capital choice as much just because I felt like we never really saw them get too much advantage off of it. I can understand it. He's a niche operator, but he can be played well in his niche. But I really do like Iana. I think she has a good place in the meta, and she deserves to be in a lot of attacking lineups.
I love both those operators. It comes down to the opportunity cost of utility. Now, before we can get ready for Cafe, we're going to step back and look at Oregon one more time, showing plays of map 1. Welcome back to our Open Division Grand Finals here in CR6. Currently, it is Tulsa winning this series by just one. They're ending up taking Alabama's map pick, and exactly what we want to see. Now we're going over to Cafe. Sonafin, what do we expect from this map?
So when starting off this map, I'm expecting a heavily defender-sided map. So in that previous map, the defense seemed to be favored. These guys are well evenly matched, so expect 4-2 splits on both sides. I'm expecting this map to go into overtime. Also on the attack, expect a lot of window play. The team I believe that will win this game will have the better window play and the better utility clear. So be on the lookout for both of those things in this game.
I love just... But our casters will tell us exactly what will be. We're going to send it back over to Scott and Reese. Have fun in this map.
All right, well, thank you, Chief. Thank you to the analyst desk as we get ready for Cafe, the second map here in the Open League Finals. The first one, Oregon, not quite the overtime that I might have hoped for, but sending us through all 12 rounds of regulation. Scott, I mean, we talked about, the analyst did speak about more of that vertical play, more of that win on Cafe. Is there anything else that you're prepared for here?
I mean, Skylight, it seems that the collegiate level puts such a centralized focus on that third floor, which is pretty standard for a defensive hold for Cafe. That Skylight, not only can it be a devastator if you're not careful for your position and safety net, those windows towards C2 and C3 can also be a massive difficulty. So they're correct. Windows, our stats desk, they get it right. They digested it perfectly. Windows are such a massive focus, but nades, anything tossed in, the ability could be a massive, massive influx of potential kills and frags that can come through. But the two bans that drop off immediately, UAH taking Thatcher out, no shock, and then Jackal being removed out on Cafe, could leave some questions to be answered. Maybe a target pick, maybe Tulsa just happen to know something that I don't.
Yeah, Jackal is a bit of a weird one. I can't remember any Cafe cast that I've had recently where there's a big focus on the Jackal being your roam. It's more kind of structured extensions, not somebody hiding in a corner or lurking around. You're going to have reinforcements, you're going to have castle barricades and everything else. You're going to know there's a roamer, so there's not really this game of hunting them down. You can very well accomplish that on Oregon just by using your drones, because there's only so many corners that roamers can hide on, Scott. The map is fairly large vertically, but breaking it down horizontally on each floor at max,
You're absolutely right, Reese. And one of the big things that having a Valkyrie ban come through is just denial of information that the defenders can have. Because defense, there's not many rooms to hide in, like you've talked about. There's only a few cubbies to situate yourself into. And once you burn ADSs that kind of defend you, once those are out, you have to move. You absolutely have to get away, because neither of these teams are going to fail to cook a nade. We saw a nasty nade that was cooked previously by UAH as it was tossed below of White Stairs. It actually almost did. But because Meat Grid was not inside of the doorway of White Stairs on second floor, they were on the stairs themselves. They managed to survive because of it. But that just goes to show, despite the kill not happening, that UAH has good positioning for nades, knows how to throw them, and knows how to use them. Tulsa's got to be the exact same way at this level. These teams are going to play their minds out, and they're going to play so hard and so well for themselves that you got to be fearful of utility dropped inside, and they've got so much utility to burn ADSs. ADSs, flash grenades, smokes as well, so much that can come through with it, that Doc's nades are going to be that much more impactful.
definitely so. One thing I've noticed is the fact that the Ola has been brought once again. A lot of Ela play on Oregon, though, maybe not the biggest expectation. There was the smoke ban, which I think did contribute a little bit more. You don't sort of have that one pick always being there of smoke, and that allows you to come up with something a little bit more creative. The Mira and the Valkyrie being taken away, two of those mainstay operators, though the Valk I think a little bit more so. Taciturn, he's got a shield, the only deployable that we've got in the composition here from UAH, so having that, also having the Gersmont mines, which do act as a little bit of an intel source. We saw especially on Oregon, JP's clutches the castle and that proximity detector inside of Kitchen coming in clutch, and perhaps the Gersmonts amounting to a similar level of effectiveness. You've got the early entrance, Tulsa seemingly in control of the top of the map, but look at this, Taciturn has kind of appeared out of nowhere inside of the bar, waiting at default. The Zofia out on the Hell balcony. This could be a bit of a problem. Seems like she's gone mostly unnoticed. Oh no, Waffle, he's caught with the air jab, but lucky. Meatgrid is there for the immediate trade and the sudden realization that the defense isn't just waiting on the bottom floor.
Pretty eventful. Bit of a fun fact there. It was the sisters killing the sisters, obviously. Taciturn was felled by Meatgrid, which does put that up for it. But at this point in time, Meatgrid still has all utility of that lifeline, still has all the capability to deal with it. And while you have lost those air jabs of Waffle Mechs, at the same time, you have the capability to clear floor. You still have Doc with a sledgehammer. You've still got breaching rounds of Spaz. You've still got the impacts of Meatgrid in that lifeline. You've still got exothermic charges on Cure. That UAH, despite having lost basically just a frag-centric operator, they still have to deal with basically the most important utility for any centralized push into this Kitchen objective, because they can cut off the flank as much as you want, but I don't think too much of UAH is off-site. Schmitz, that is nasty sitting inside. Nothing they can do. A second falls as well as Spaz has succumbed. A third could come through as well. Schmitz is finding so much impact. Curious out for the count, and not only is this diffuser down, but now Doc is left to have to pick cook done deal. This bakery side is getting absolutely overcooked for this TU side.
Well, Schmitz is just showing off at this point, popping up, heading for the shots, and Doc might be thinking about running for the hills. Only 5 seconds remaining. Schmitz denied the final kill onto Doc, it seems, but showing us that he is in control of that 416's new recoil pattern, leading UAH to success in the first round of Cafe. Fact that you lose your Ela on the top floor in that 1-to-1, Tulsa could never get control of Bakery.
I want to bring this question to you, Stick, because in all honesty, I haven't played since that nerf came through on that new 416C. I mean, I was there for the first one, and this next one I haven't really felt the impact of just yet because I haven't played him since then. What's it like? Have you touched it? Have you brought it up? All I know is most of Twitter for R6 is pretty unilaterally in favor of removing that nerf and really adjusting it because it's a little bit overtuned. It's faster.
Oh, the recoil is ugly. I'm not really the Jaeger player on my team, but I'm not playing Jaeger for that with the recoil that he's got. Ugh, I mean, I don't even want to play it in a casual match. The recoil is that bad. It's just atrocious. I'll leave my fraggers to play the Jaeger. They can deal with the new recoil. I don't quite have a Schmitz on my team, but the 416, man, that thing is unwieldy.
What's its like middle ground? Like as bad as the Scorpion after its original nerf, or like
no,
where is it on the SMG11? Like
I heard the analogy made the other day that it's somewhere in between Maverick's M4 and Buck's C8. That's kind of about closer towards the M4.
Closer towards the M4. So still, I would be completely incapable of recoil control for it. I mean, to be fair, I have a better recoil control with the SMG12 than I do with the SMG11. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. It's kind of strange. I have a very strange, stay pretty much religiously to the same operators. I do not step away from them, but already getting back into the round. It's interesting to hear what you have to digest since you play yourself, and of course we're casting and have that experience to see, but that's exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Skylight used for that, but we're seeing it be done instead through that hatch of Stairwell, and it's going to be curious and Spaz taken out. That Candy Cane Nitro Cell is probably one of the most disgusting ones I've ever seen. The only time I've seen one more disgusting is Yokai Joan come up through Skylight, spot them out, and then they toss it. They didn't even need that. UAH, absolutely nasty.
Candy is just smoking the Tulsa pack at this point. That was a real nitro. You got to be prepared for that on game day. Rappelling up to the northwest corner, always a problem. And Candy Cane, he just made quick work. Also left the diffuser, as our wonderful observer Henry highlighted, way down at the bottom of the building. They had to go down there and relinquish it, which caused even more time waste. Now you've lost Meat Grid because Candy Cane floor holes. I don't think they were totally prepared for that, and Meat Grid is caught completely off guard as this round has gone well awry for Tulsa, and they don't quite know how to get it back on the rails.
This does not bode well. We could see the only other secondary flawless round. UAH could pick 2 of them up. They did one in Oregon, now could do one here. It's a good start, good chance to do so at this point in time. Waffle Mix using that Skylight I've talked about. It's a little bit less centralized focus in comparison to the windows that have been highlighted to see it find impact, but it's less likely to find at this point in time. Nade being cooked up from Doc. I think this is actually going to do just that. It does damage Smiths, but it doesn't seem to matter because JP finds the gun to Waffle Mix elsewhere. Doc will find one pick, denying the flawless round opportunity as JP is felled out. That refrag does eventually come through, maybe avenging, but in all honesty here, Stick, I think this might just be a consolation kill.
Yeah, that's really about it. I would be unearthed if Doc can get the ace clutch to come back in this round with less one in their pocket. They've got a setup at top red that's going to fairly well deny Doc from doing anything. I think at this point you kind of are just going to save the KD or maybe drop the Skylight. There's nothing you can do, and it seems like UAH have got the realization that he's down here. Look at this double peek. Tries to challenge for it, but faces unscrupulous down at the landing at the bottom of the stairs, and UAH will pick away their second round in a row as Tulsa do not look like themselves. I mean, this attack performance.
Yeah, this does not necessarily look that great. Now, Stick, I absolutely despise Cafe. I'm just going to blatantly say it. I say it all the time when I'm casting elsewhere. I do not like Cafe. It is my least favorite map in the pool. That goes beyond basically everything else, even Consulate and Coastline. And it's just Cafe is just, it's so centralized, the same strategy over and over again. I think it's more boring than Borrigan. And we're actually seeing UAH to a point that I'm even looking at this saying, okay, they're doing things completely differently. The fact that you've got that cigar wall connecting towards Stairwell, only one reinforced, otherwise they're spicing that up. It's pretty rare to see that play come through. UAH is doing a phenomenal job of keeping things interesting to me, and that's pretty difficult to do for a Cafe map, so full props to them. But I don't think it really matters how they make me feel. Right now, they're making Tulsa feel very, very small right now. They're making them feel like they're not making any impact whatsoever. This is a new UAH we're seeing right now in defense. Pretty reminiscent of that 3-round spree they went on previously in Oregon, but I think UAH is because they are coming out swinging and really punishing any mistakes that Tulsa is bringing to the table.
Well, here's something to gnaw on. We've had 2 rounds played, 2 UAH round wins, and 2 total kills on behalf of Tulsa.
Well,
it has been kind of awkward game so far. To only have 2 kills at this point, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you've got to kind of take a step back and fix this one up a little bit more so. This would be the turning point here for Tulsa. It's not the end of the world to be 2-0 at the start of your attacks. It can be a bit difficult, especially if you haven't watched any VODs on UAH on this map before. If you haven't played them especially, you're not going to be totally prepared to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, preparation is key. Right? I mean, you've got to be able to prepare. That's why you've got coaches. That's why you've got time to practice. That's why you got a lot of preparation to come through with it. And this UH squad has been doing a lot of that, but we're not seeing as much of an impact for Cafe from Tulsa, despite it being their pick. But we are seeing the straight rush. Smits finds 2, though, denying any chance. A third has been downed, but it's not going to matter. Taciturn finds Waffle Mix instead, finishes off the opposing player, Meat Grid, and now Spaz, who's the only player still alive who was able to find Candy Cane in that fight as they had stepped in for mining instead. They're left standing, and it looks to be that UAH is left laughing as they're trying to contest this one off. And Scrupulous with the Vector trying to get some damage off. Spaz is in a bad position to fight this one off. Long shot angles coming out from that reading room far door towards the northeast side. But this engagement, Spaz is going to have to pull off a miracle play, but if there's any one player you're expected to be able to do that on Tulsa, it is going to be him, but none will be had. And Scarpalis will finish that one off with that Vector, not removing themselves from that initial fighting position, and Spaz just was not expecting it.
I mean, that's got to be one of the worst times to call the rush strategy like that. I can sometimes see it if you're, swapping over from the first half and you're trying to quickly capitalize on your round lead. You don't call it when you're down by 2. You've got to introduce some more structure here because you're just feeding you. If Tulsa were looking to close this one out rather quickly, that's just not going to happen because you've lost already 2 rounds that were fairly decisive, and now you've lost one that was very decisive, but it wasn't even really your opponent's fault. It's not like that was just shut down because UAH have a superior strategy. No, it was Tulsa that ran in buck wild into reading, tried to go for the rush strategy, but were met by a very effective duo of Candy Cane and Schmitz, who stopped that round before it could even progress onwards.
Attackers need to locate.
You have to stop everything before it can even get set up, right? UAH have done a pretty good job of finding early picks. I think the biggest we can account for is the picks with the Nitro Cell, obviously from up top, the great throw from Candy Cane, and then the great denial from both Candy Cane and Taciturn, well, not Candy Cane, sorry, from both Schmitz and Taciturn when it came to actually denying that reading room push. I love that strategy. I really liked seeing Tulsa do it. It's so reminiscent. I haven't seen that. Last time I saw it was in Collegiate, and it was a while back. The teams that did it, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. It's very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday from Purdue as they attempted to rush through Consulate, and they just wanted to rush straight down Spiral Staircase into the basement side and try to push that split objective and go inside a server, but it didn't work out. Akron did a good job of denying it, and UAH does the exact same thing. They're just better prepared for that. They were aware of that type of strategy. I think UAH might have done a little bit more VOD review than Tulsa was initially anticipating, and their own pick might just work against them.
Well, we had Chief during the analyst segment after Map 1 bring up the idea of the so-called Collegiate Special, a term that was coined by Jay-Z, in which you will trade out your opponent's map pick. Typically, it'll happen in a best of 3. I don't think I've ever seen it happen in a best of 5. I've casted maybe 2 or 3 Collegiate best of 5s. Really never see that. Generally, it comes down to sort of that idea you mentioned of the VOD review, how prepared you might be on your opponent's pick compared to. But so far, Tulsa do not look very prepared on this map. After an initial poor start and maybe their more typical default performance, they try to completely change gears, go very aggressive, and it just didn't work. Flat out failure, and it sort of reminds me, bringing us back to, we had an attempted rush by Tulsa on Oregon. It was right at the start of the second half. They tried to charge in from the bunker area on a basement attack, and they just kind of petered out. The round was another loss, and luckily for Tulsa, after that, they managed to come back, but they'll have to do the very same here and now in round 4.
Yeah, difficult position. UAH are aware of this. They've defended it once before, and while you did lose Waffle Mex the last time in that engagement up top as it was traded out by Taciturn, beyond that, there's not that much variation that could come through. It's still a 5v5. It's still anyone's game at this time, but I think UAH just have the advantage because they've been on that snowball. They've kind of had the, and Tulsa is still trying to switch things up to find a different outcome than what was prior had, but with little to no time left, we're in the last 60 seconds, 50 seconds on the clock for this round. UAH have done a good job of stopping Tulsa's attempts to make it to the bottom floor, but Tulsa cannot be stopped for long, or if they can be stopped, UAH actually needs to get the kills to do so. Doc's in a firefight, long shots do go out, Meat Grid tags Taciturn, but Taciturn narrowly escapes. Their rear takes a hellfire of bullets in the process, but this is that reminiscent Schmitz play inside a bakery. Could be a complete denial once again. Tulsa's side have to step through here if they want to have that assistance. Spaz going to take a complete step away, now going to the opposing side, but in this last 20 seconds, this fight has to get started.
And you can't hesitate here in this moment, because this is exactly what will happen. Schmitz will begin to file away at your advantage now, losing meat grid, leaving things just up to Doc and Curious. And one shot will connect for Curious, picks up Schmitz to trading back to what could be a winnable position, but Thermite is Alabama-Huntzville now collect their 4th unanswered defense win on Cafe.
Man, Cafe is really boding up well for UAH, and this is a not too shocking to say, I guess, in a minor part, because UH did have a pretty good Oregon game, but the difficulty is the fact that we're seeing a 4-0. I don't think we've seen 4 rounds go back-to-back yet in this matchup. I think we saw was UAH's 3 that they had returned. I think we had seen sporadic UAH wins in terms of Tulsa's first half, but 4 uncontested, unreturned, completely unsubstantiated. I mean, Tulsa is kind of just a fish out of water right now, which is a strange sentence to say considering how much and how heavily I enjoyed their last map of Oregon and how much they outplayed UAH in a lot of aspects. I was not anticipating this outcome so far. It's absolutely reversible by Tulsa. They can absolutely continue to do so. But at this current moment, they're going to, I'm going to go ahead and say it. They have not had success. To see them put some smokes down, drop some smoke canisters, and cut off sight lines, and then just drop Skylight to go for a quick plant. Go for a cheeky switch. Go for that aggressive style, because every time we've seen these two teams switch it up and completely change the pacing of their strategy, it worked on Oregon, and nothing has worked here. Why not just throw caution to the wind and try something completely unprecedented to maybe catch UAH off guard?
I feel like that's kind of the difficulty here, because are you going to make that decision to attempt more of a kind of off-the-wall strat, or are you going to play something that you're more familiar with? At this point, there's got to be something for Tulsa. I mean, you have nothing to lose so far. You've already lost 4 attacks, and you need to get something on the board. I'm sure for all of the UAH fans at home, they are, reeling with excitement, because Tulsa just stormed
Windows are a massive thing, which we just haven't seen enough of, in my opinion. I'm sure our booth will definitely agree with that as well. Not any in terms of that, and it's kind of sad to see. I think that might be where Tulsa is kind of getting caught off guard for. They just don't have the style of play that they need to win this map. They were trying to do something, and UAH, I guess, knows their VOD review, did their work, and is kind of just catching them off guard entirely. But I want to see more Skylight presence, but it is second, always second, takes a back door, takes a back seat to taking window presence, because this is Cafe. There is a ton of windows. Only Consulate really comes anywhere close to window presence, and we're just not seeing any real substantiated pressure from Tulsa to guarantee it. But first pick will, in fact, go in favor of them. They'll find Inscriptless out as Meat Grid. It does clean up the kill, but just one pick doesn't necessarily mean anything, because UAH have the advantage of being able to anchor up and play their own game.
Yeah, I think that's the one big benefit that a lot of sort of that late round play, losing the smoke.
Oh. You frozen here? I think we're broken here on our end. I think the round ended as well. Unfortunately, we do not know the outcome as our thing. Unfortunate.
Attackers have located a bomb. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Apologies, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us in the space of a brief interruption. As you can see, look at that, Infernosis. Tulsa have found their way onto the board in the meanwhile. Maybe it was us casters cursing their performance, but a win is a win nonetheless, and that's definitely going to bring some confidence to their ranks. Hopefully enough to move forward now as we step into round number 6. I believe we'll be looking at reading and dining defense, so more of that same tertiary presence. Last time we went here, we didn't really get to see how this site played out because Tulsa rushed right in and denied us that very opportunity.
Yeah, that stops that snowball that UAH is bringing to the table. Behind them, they lacked that. It was very obvious that they lacked that. They were just not getting anything underneath them, and they were struggling to get any amount of success, let alone a round victory. So coming off strong now, a 1-round win. It is still a 4-1, and it is that last halftime switch, but they're already starting off on the wrong foot again. Candy Cane with a nitro cell into Doc, removing out any nades that were in the hands of Tulsa, and that might just spell disaster. We've seen them attempt some very hot shot nades. That'll make it difficult as well for them to actually push this 90-pixel doorway. They have cleared out the player behind shield. They have been able to get control of it, and they're going to have to contest it in the process. This is a player below inside a train museum, but there's the flank from Inscrupulous, finding it in return to meet Grid. Spaz does find one as they're already in the back of back store. This freezer side, they'll clean up JP. No Toxic Babes left. UAH in a man advantage, but still only a 4v3.
Boy, and that's all you have to do as another making the performance for his team, changing the course of this round now as Wafflemex will inch his way forward. They aren't really totally full focused on the white stairs here. There was a player sort of lurking around, but now Candy Cane actually backing off and playing for the distance. No remaining nitro as he had already expended his initially to get the kill onto Doc. That is going to be a bit of a problem. You're not going to so easily deny Wafflemex from holding at the top of the stairs and cutting off any rotation between the sites. An exothermic used, I believe, now on the laundry hatch. It's going to allow you to force your way in a little bit further, but Spaz does not check the angle and falls victim to Taciturn playing on the vertical. It seems the time could be up for Tulsa here in the first half as Alabama-Huntzville have got everything lined up, and now Curious taken away. It's a 5-1 first split scoreline.
I love to see the Commando. I'm just saying it right here, Stick. Commando taking command of that last few segments of that round. Their control, and UAH kept that entire flawless half, and it is exceptionally so in UAH's favor. They only need to win 2 on this half for the attack to be able to win this map, Tulsa's map, and be able to take it like Jay-Z has coined, if I remember correctly, Jay-Z has coined, it's going to be that collegiate special where they take the opposing side, and that is pretty common. That's why we've got a name for it. It's the same way we call it the T4 special for that map pool, right? We call it the same way because it is common. It's labeled that and named that for a reason, and it's such an interesting factoid to talk about, but it's weird to see it in such a lopsided manner right now. UAH up 5-1. They've got wiggle room to make mistakes. They've got the ability to punish, and they can make small micro mistakes, and they can add up to a round loss, but right now, Tulsa, they only need a few small mistakes to add up to a complete map loss, while UAH has massive wiggle room, and JP disconnecting kind of removes a loss.
Yeah. As everything gets back and ready, UAH have a commanding position so far. 4-round deficit in behalf of Tulsa. It's going to put us in a bit of an odd position. So far, Tulsa have got a lot to work back from, and this is gonna, this game could really go one of two ways. This could be a very quick closeout, or we could see a comeback dream. Certainly, I'm hoping for that second option. You always love to see kind of that storming back energy, and I was sort of ready for this to be kind of Tulsa open it up, go 2-0, and then we have that reverse sweep coming from Alabama-Huntzville.
Yeah, last night wasn't necessarily the best bet for the underdog for that reverse sweep of any aspect, as we had all hoped. Or I think it was like 4 out of the 5 of the desks, maybe 3 out of the 5 of the desks, all stated that we wanted Purdue to be an an underdog. No, it's not what's up, dog. Be an underdog and make that return, but it didn't happen. That said Purdue. So what I had expected and what I had was a complete lopsided affair in favor of Akron instead. But UAH are kind of underdogging this map too. They lost map 1. It's kind of a semi-underdog, but now you're rooting for an even smaller underdog because Tulsa has been made to feel small. They've been made to feel like a chihuahua against the Great Dane that is UAH, which is interesting because UAH is a horse, the Chargers. So, I mean, it really does feel more like a chihuahua versus a giant horse. They have to kind of face off against this insurmountable wall, a David and Goliath story from this massive 5-1 scoreline. Tulsa have a lot they've got to make up, and they have very few rounds to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different ways that you could cut this looking forward. It's hard to kind of break down the reason why Tulsa lost. Some rounds it came down to the fact that they didn't try their hardest, and there was a lot of weird sort of rushing off the fly strategies. We had this dynamic earlier on with a lot of structure, and then other times they sort of let themselves go. The case here for Tulsa, they had that one round where they were deciding to go aggressive. It didn't work, and so they kind of played more towards that structure. And it's hard to anticipate where this one is going to go now because it's Tulsa who are picking up the defense. That changes things. Cafe can be kind of conventionally more of a defender-oriented map, but I don't think that's enough to allow us to look past the fact that there's only 2 steps away for UAH to completely close this one out.
Yeah, that is just, it doesn't band well. I'm completely honest here. I mean, we didn't see Tulsa play Windows. That's kind of been the name of the game. We haven't seen them really put enough of a focus towards Windows, and it's really bit them in the rear, and that's a really unfortunate aspect. I mean, it does genuinely feel like UAH could have been countered by that window play, like our desk has called out. I absolutely trust them so much about that aspect because I agree with them. And I agree with them. I'll trust them even if I don't agree with them. But, I mean, window play is so heavily, strong. Don't see that. It really does not bode well, and the scoreline just does everything to prove that point. UAH in a 5-1. If they play Windows, Tulsa is going to have their work cut out for them. And from the looks of it, UAH did mad VOD review, and Tulsa was not prepared for that. I think UAH could probably close this out in the next 2 to 3 rounds.
All right, well, let's see if they can live up to this position. It's going to be kind of a game of inches for Tulsa, slowly working their way back into this. I think one thing we've got to talk about is Tulsa have this highlight player of Spaz, who has not had a crazy game so far. He was decent on Oregon. I think he went like 14-7 or 14-8, but he has been kind of off the high horse for Cafe. I feel like he's never really in a position where he can excel to the utmost, and so that is kind of behind. The one thing I'll say, even though Spaz is a good player, you can't rest on the fact that you have a good player. There's got to be sort of that extra level of execution behind him because Spaz cannot be a one-man army.
I mean, yeah. Spaz really cannot backpack this Tulsa side. We did see the rest of Tulsa pick up the pace and really bring themselves to a round victory, and it was not just because Spaz backpacked, but there just becomes a point where the straps wear out. Everyone's had that backpack that they loved and adored, and just it wears with time, and the straps break, the little brackets on them break, whatever happens to it, it just cannot hold up for too long. There is like weight limits for backpacks. There are weight limits for a lot of things, and right now, I think that we've seen Tulsa hit the weight limit of this backpack. Spaz is just succumbing under the weight of that team and also succumbing under the weight of a very phenomenal kill from Inscrupulous as they were able to take that long shot with that gridlock. And I actually...
The preference of say Spaz cannot be spawn peeking at this point. You can't take that risk. I'm sorry. That's not okay. Your team is down and out, and an aggressive move like that only further serves to drive more and more nails into the coffin. Spaz has been the player that we need to show up and help his team rise to the occasion, but now that you've lost him, that pressure rises more and more. Players like Meat Grid and Doc have to step up in a way that just might simply not be possible here, Scott.
I absolutely agree. There's just not much to work with here, Reese. It is not boding well. When you've lost Spaz early on, you've really lost most of contestant towards this 90. You can hold Pixel and you can kind of contest it, but you're not behind Shield. You're too unsafe to be behind Shield. And the last time we did see this, it didn't work well for Tulsa, but as of this current moment, a player has been downed, and Tulsa does have the advantage in terms of, numerically speaking, to be rest, and will be doing just that, being supported, brought back to the fight. Well, they're going to have to contest in a dangerous position. Windows are being played for UAH. I repeat that windows are being played for some very nice crossfire angles to help and assist, and this might just spell disaster for this Tulsa side.
And now Taciturn with the Replicator slowly earning more and more intel on the innards of our objective. Losing Spaz at entry death has not been refragged, though JP is on considerably low HP. We've all seen what the AK-12 can make happen. The time rather low, and WaffleMex still has 2 toxic babes as his third will exude inside a bar back store. Unscrupulously, it looks like the execute play could be soon on the horizon as the gridlock waits at the ready outside of the heaven window. WaffleMex will take a tiny sliver of chip damage as JP isolates off the angle, trying to see if he can inch his but the execute somewhat has been stopped. A mistimed swing will come out. Meat Grid is down, and the final kill to sail across the skyline as UAH have secured round number 7, now moving up to match point.
Not a pretty picture to look at if you're a Tulsa fan. To say the least, losing Spaz at the beginning, like you said, there is no precedent to be able to spawn peek at this point in time. It's too far gone. You can't play that. You can get greedy, but there is such thing as being too greedy. Eventually, it will bite back. You have tested the limits of your luck. You have tested the limits of UAH in that last map. It's not going to happen here. And if it does, then in all honesty, it's not going to work a second, maybe even a third time. It's just Tulsa have kind of tapped that mine dry, and they cannot continue to go for it. They have to play their own game. They have to play and rely on anchoring, and they're going to be heading back to that third floor bar and cocktail in hopes that they can change things up enough to guarantee it. Utility and potential, they can clear Cigar Lounge so easily. They only lost one player, and that was a down to take that out. Didn't even lose the player ultimately before they won it out. UAH have set themselves up for a large amount of success. We may see this go 7-1 in such a completely jarring result from what we were anticipating after the last map.
And I just want to, again, speak about the spawn kill attempt. I have to say, I do identify with Spaz. I see why he did it, but at that point, you really just can't do that. You can't afford to put yourselves in that position to be the opening death and get nothing off the back of it. You didn't roam, you didn't waste time, you never had an opportunity to use your nitro cell or, stall the attackers and shoot drones. You died off the back of a spawn peek, and it's such a desperation move. I get there's this idea that Spaz has got such a huge reputation, and so maybe he feels like if he's not stepping up, he's got to kind of step outside of his bounds. But a spawn peek is not the way to kind of change gears here. You've got to play to your strengths, and getting an opening pick like that is just going to further add to his level of uncertainty, uncomfortability, and frankly, what might be a sense of disappointment.
I agree, and I wanted you to take a look at the scoreboard right now. I mean, Spaz 0-1. I mean, just hasn't been here the one round. I mean, there has been a Rio, so we obviously don't have the stats available, but it hasn't necessarily been, we haven't seen Spaz be the player that's showing out. We've seen multiple rounds now where Spaz is the last person standing for their attack, and it just fizzled out. They attempted to step in that one time towards mining. They'd gotten inwards, but their entire team was felled as they attempted to take reading and fireplace. It just didn't work, and UAH have been able to capitalize off of that and put themselves in a position of dominance, and there's no other words for it. They have been dominating, taking control, and there's nothing that this Tulsa side has done that's been able to give themselves any leniency or any wiggle room to work with, but we can see that Tulsa's getting aggressive. player of Wobblmix holding out a new balcony, taking the nice angle around, catching JP off guard because there was just no assistance from the team in terms of watching that direction, no flank watch towards that side, and ultimately Tulsa will take the first pick because of it, but I don't necessarily know if it's going to matter because UAH has that destructive utility still to clear out this pocket. They have wasted almost all of Zophia's lifeline utility, but you still have nades, 2 in the hands of Yanni. Still got smoke. She can burn it as well. I could even, warrant burning out some of these track stingers if necessary.
Mikrit is going to collect another kill as the Nitro finds Schmitz. This round is just completely off track, and UAH, I don't think are going to have their opportunity to close it out as a 7-1, as it's only Taciturn who's left standing. Last time we did have a Tulsa win, it was off the back of this opening pick, but Taciturn bounces freely from angle to angle, shutting down both Euromai and Smoke. But with the all cocktail, this one starting to get a little bit closer. 35 seconds to go. Taciturn begins to inch his way forward. Could this clutch mate happen? It would be jaw-dropping for Taciturn, and I just hope that we could see this and be just allowed to view it, because this would be something completely different. Doc will go undrone. Maestro makes his attempt to shoot it as Taciturn cooks a frag grenade and tosses it deep. Now to challenge forward, leaping inside of the freezer. Time is brutally low, and Curious will deny it. Taciturn, not for a lack of trying, as he made his best effort and nearly worked that one back into one of the best clutches Collegiate has ever seen.
Really good close opportunity to come through to fight back to that point. I want to give a nice prop to Curious right there. Knows they got spotted out in that position, takes the rotation hole and just picks a new position that's unexpected. They weren't looking and they paid the price accordingly. A great UAH in a nigh attempt to be able to bring that one back to their hands. It just doesn't work out, but they've still got 4 rounds of wiggle room. They've got the space. They can make small mistakes. They can take a round like that every once in a while. They just need 1 round to go their way, 1 single mistake for Tulsa to really add up and really expedite the end of this map, and it's kind of just been the story of it so far. We've seen that last round we had seen Spaz attempt to go for the spawn peak. That was really what set in motion that entire round to go in favor of UAH. They just completely didn't have to worry about that extra player on the field, or what it feels like, as Spaz seems to fill 3 different players' roles. They're just that technically talented, and they didn't have to worry about that anymore because of the early kill, and UAH were able to bring themselves success. But now, after that last round, Tulsa got one in the pocket. Last time they did that, couldn't find the second back-to-back, but this may be a chance of resurgency for Tulsa, and I think they're kind of hoping for it, because if they don't, this map's over in just 1.
Really a turning point here for Tulsa. There is the game of inches, and Tulsa have accumulated 1 round. They would need 4 more. It's going to have to be their own efforts. They kind of have to play for themselves. I like the way that they kind of played more together in that previous round. They had sort of this dual setup of Meatgrid and Spaz at the Pixel Shield, and UAH really struggled in quite an unusual way to clear that. I have to wonder what it would have looked like a bit differently if you had somebody playing on the white stairs rappel. Perhaps that would have been a different look. Another chance for Unscrupulous to shut down a rather aggressive Spaz as he tried to peek the small bakery angle. Things in this round, though, could look like more of a freezer take, which is a strategy I haven't had a huge chance to look at in recent memory. It's a lot of bakery and a lot of vertical presence.
I think a lot of this comes down to maybe fear for UAH. They still fear Tulsa, for good reason. Tulsa's a good team, and they definitely made their money's worth and put their money where their mouth was in the last round. Long shot to JP, but they're fearful to try and clear out that second floor. They think if they just push Freezer, then they can maybe find a little bit of success. But Candy Cane finds the pick to Doc, crossfire angle. You do see Meatgrid is now rotated a different direction. Could be a bit of a dangerous position as well. And Scrupulous is still attempting to fight, still thinks Spaz is in that exact position, but it's just not exactly where it is. And Meatgrid has a very long shot angle towards this main staircase and right next to Coach Check-In. It could be a bit of a firefight situation if Schmitz is just not ready for that engagement, but Taciturn has given the information and Meatgrid has their work cut out for them.
Be a difficult one to clear. Meatgrid will hop up and secure the shot onto Inscrupulous. Now Schmitz is looking to get aggressive. You kind of just have to commit to one of these paddles, and the Cali with the rifle from way on deep will get the down, but no confirm in sight. This Taciturn is going to lock off the rotation and deny the opportunity to get the res. Changing point. Schmitz is going to go for the drone, but in the meanwhile, Spaz has found out Candy Cane just close on the opposite end of the whiskey wall. Schmitz will confirm the earlier down, but still has to address the difficulty of the shield that waits for him inside Bakery. Gonna have to make a decision on the push. Less than a minute remaining. You're facing a man disadvantage, and not to mention, you've also got Waffle Mechs wafting the toxic canisters around, and Curious, who does not really lose those situations with the Aldo. Spaz will make his presence known. The clock slowly inching its way downwards here. Gonna have to be up to the UAH members if they want to clutch this one out. The final toxic canister is set and detonated, blocking the space at the door. The Malusi just waiting on the opposite side, inside of no man's land. Taciturn will get ripped apart, leaving only Schmitz. An aggressive play by Spaz, hungry for the kill. Waffle holding back, but there's the swing. It's shut down by the shotgun as Tulsa will accumulate their second defensive win in this battle of 1,000 paper cuts.
And now we're heading to that tertiary objective choice. This might just be where UAH is to clean it up, and that could be exactly what happens. This is a difficult one to go through. Tulsa themselves attempted to go for that rush strategy going in from that eastern side reading room doorway from that main corridor, and it didn't work out for them. Completely denied, as they were able to stop the rush and place two inside of reading and just make it so that Tulsa's push fizzled out as quickly as it started, which is to say something at the least, because it was a very quick start as they had engaged forward. We have seen Tulsa do rush strats like that twice now, one for the basement side as they attempted to go for the Gone 6 rush from Barrel Room of Oregon. Fizzled out as quickly as it started and was actually a flawless round for UAH, and we almost called that last round as a flawless round as well for UAH in terms of then fizzling it out in the other direction, but it didn't happen to be so. But UAH still ultimately and pretty quickly and cleanly finishes it off. But the question remains, can UAH do that same thing, but now they're on the attack? They've had a good a very aerial design to come through with it, can lob those nades in from above. That depth from above potential is definitely there for UAH, but it is a hard fight to gain substantial control of this of this third floor, to actually get into position to show that. I don't think Tulsa's going to give it up, and I definitely don't think Spaz is going to let them step onto the third floor without a fight.
At this point, no. Spaz has had a major change in his performance. Him and Meatgrid, and of the primary players securing picks, especially through the mid-round, I've noticed Spaz kind of shuts down the UAH ability to take good field positioning, which is something that's very valuable for him to be able to pretty much assimilate so far. Going towards the tertiary objective, I have to feel there isn't so much the story of kind of what we had on Oregon, where you're pretty much, the difficulty is in securing the tertiary side. I feel like Bar, Kitchen, really close in terms of their defensibility. Maybe we'll have some stats brought up afterwards to figure that one out, but Meatgrid is taken away. I think that was maybe at the pillar area, just through the rat corner window. Inscrupulous, a great opening pick. Doesn't even have to the building to find Meatgrid.
Not a good start for Tulsa. Small mistakes add up to the one big one. UAH capitalizing on that mistake, the possible overextension, greediness, out of position. I mean, UAH, whatever it does come down to that caused that player Meatgrid to be in that position at that time, it adds up. And it's looking like UAH have put themselves to start and finish this round off and possibly finish the map. It's still anyone's game. We've seen UAH attempt to come back before. They were 3 down at one point and yet brought it to 1v2 at the end. It's definitely possible for Tulsa to do it, and in fact, it's still likely because they are defending and have that anchor potential, but Tulsa has given up this third floor. They do not have anyone actually defending this off, and the way that Taciturn's playing with these Gemini, possible for Tulsa to even bait out and kind of, I guess, trick UAH into thinking they're still holding third floor, because Obviously, they're not, and that Gemini Joan is able to confirm that, and now Death will in fact be able to be rained from above, but it's also being rained from below. A Nitro is going to be able to down JP. Taciturn shot through as well. 2 players down for UAH. Not a good position to be in, but support has come, and the revive will come through. It's just a matter of contention. Curious attempting to get it, but also takes damage in the process.
Under a minute remaining in quite a pivotal round. UAH have suffered heavy losses in terms of the health pool, though no opening. Death now Unscrupulous to secure his second. Great play just up above, holding it down with the M249 and slowly eliminating Tulsa members on the site. The time getting rather low at this point, and it's going to be up to UAH. They've got to charge their way in. Spaz is still lingering right at the edge, the frontier of their control is the white stairs. UAH are going to have to attempt a rather bold plant, and now WaffleMex presents himself from up above. Curious holding away. They're going to have to line up this shot. Diash, she won't be able to get it, but Schmitz is there for the coverage. WaffleMex does not have the sight line to deny this plant. UAH with it all on the line, and now Schmitz is shut down. WaffleMex for his 4th kill, and Candy Cane is sent for the search. WaffleMex trying to prepare for this one, but the time is so rather low and slowly counting downwards. WaffleMex will begin the counter defuse, but the vertical angle is there. Will Candy Cane be able to find it? No, WaffleMex bails off, and possibly his only opportunity to get the counter defuse. Now leaving it up to Candy Cane. There's nothing WaffleMex can do. A frag grenade cooked, sending WaffleMex away and sending Tulsa's chance of a win in map number 2 off into the horizon.
Not gonna happen. Time, it's just so close, but Candy Cane swings it around like Candy Canes have the curve around and expedite UAH into the next map. And this is a spectacular map for them. I mean, they took this one phenomenally. A 7-3 ending, completely different from what we saw on map 1, where Tulsa was able to secure it in a neck-to-neck victory. It's still absolutely anyone's game, but it's going to be nigh impossible to forget the spectacular showmanship we saw from UAH in this one. And Scrupulous for that secondary half of the attack was pretty much the standout victor, the person backpacking UAH. We saw it so many times, the early picks from window peaks, the constant ability to go to windows and actually contest towards Pixel. They just did a better job than Tulsa did on the attack, and it just goes to show, like our desk talked about, going to windows is just the better option. But we'll let them dive into that instead. We'll let them talk about it. So Chief, take us away.
Coming out by Alabama-Huntzville. Such a strong map for them. And again, the Collegiate Special is going to able to win their maps. I guess that's just college students doing their best. Analyst Desk is back. My name is Chief Cass. Corbeck, Finn, nice to see you again. Now, Corbeck, we had a few things. We talked about multiple things throughout that broadcast, but we're talking about that that kitchen defense where you expand out into Big Bakery. Why do we see one roster going that way and the other one doing the exact opposite?
I mean, a part of it is just a preference thing. We had the discussion ourselves behind the scenes about whether or not we liked it. I like that extension with the castle. You push out into Bakery and you set up one of your gunners in there and you just see how much damage they can do before they get pressed out. But on the other side of the ball, it is an easy comp to overcome if you have coordination. It really thrives on the other team not being able to pivot into an effective means of removing that player who is holding in Bakery or cutting off support that comes to them. And I think we saw that perfectly illustrated by Schmitz there, who was just holed up in the Bakery. They just funneled into him. He got the kills. It went exactly how they planned. Necessarily engage in that if they felt their opponents were coordinated enough to really force that player out and get the kill.
And to parallel that, we saw some different defenses also upstairs and bar. The extension into Cigar Shop, also known as CS. Finn, why are we seeing so many castle barricades up there? And more importantly, how is an IGL? How do you break that strategy down?
Sorry about that. My mic was muted. But going into that, um, so whenever you are attacking that cigar hold, the biggest thing that you need to do is figure out where you want to put your utility. So You need to analyze where the ADSs are, and then how you're going to eliminate them and burn them so that you can clear out the players inside of that shop. So we saw the Nomad use her flashbangs from the rooftop into the cigar, and they clear out where those ADSs are. Also, what you'd also want to do is page window and open up that castle barricade so that you expose the player inside of that cigar shop. So slowly picking away at the defense and exposing that Ella inside of that cigar shop would probably be the best way to counter that defense.
I'm so glad you're highlighting that vertical aspect, particularly that window play. Corbeck, why didn't we see enough of that in map 2? Where was it? Why wasn't it a factor?
Yeah, we've kind of seen this problem from these teams across Oregon and now Cafe as well. They do sort of lack the verticality. We finally saw it played actually really well there in the last round, right? Candy Cane was really trying hard to use the verticality to deny. But in general, neither of these teams have shown a particular desire to really make a lot of work off of those vertical angles. And I think it is hurting them. You see them go through the motions, right? You see them take, for example, train, they start opening up the floor, but the actual play that's coming off of it feels very minimal, and I think that they're a little bit more vertically. They probably are going to get some kills, open up some angles that they wouldn't previously have seen, and I think it would be beneficial for both teams.
Now, we've seen players change up their strategies, and something that was unique to all of us, we saw a double stack in Pixel. Finn, was that just a knee-jerk reaction to trying to make Piano no man's land, or was that just, a byproduct of the attackers just being so oppressive?
Well, I think that that play came out because they were just trying to swing for kills. They realized that they needed to slow down the attacker. So in the previous rounds, they basically gave the attackers every single thing that they wanted. So they had the heaven control, they had the piano control. So they stacked up players toward the front so that they didn't, so that the attackers couldn't even get an inch into the building. So I think that's probably why they did it, and I'm glad it worked out for them.
So we all love history lessons here. Our next map, well, it's going to be Clubhouse. But before we can even get to that point, we have some replays to show you our favorite. We have returned once again. Our series is all tied up, and the CR6 Open Bracket Grand Finals, Tulsa versus Alabama. These two Titans are going at each other right now. Our next map, that's going to be Clubhouse. Corbeck, what can we expect?
I mean, Clubhouse is pretty tried and true, right? Even at the collegiate level, we should expect the standard, I think, plays coming out of both of these teams. They have showed us some weird stuff, right? But not a ton of kind of tactical ingenuity or changes to the standard lineup. I think continue to see very horizontally oriented pushes and very traditional pushes across the board. Maybe not with traditional operator setups, but very traditional in terms of their attempted executions.
Now, Corbeck was just highlighting their different operator lineups. Finn, can we expect something different? Maybe, Maverick, more Callies?
So the for maybe even a Maverick ban. So some teams are so used to practicing without Thatcher and relying on the Maverick that they don't actually know how to play with Thatcher very well, because it negates the power of a Cade Claw as well. So that's probably the biggest thing I'd be on the lookout for that surprise ban.
Perfect. Well, no surprises in our lobby. We know where we're going. We're going to send it back over to our beautiful casters. Sticula, take us away.
All right,
Well,
everyone
I
else
guess
is-
I'm not Sticula, but I'll take us away nonetheless. Thank you once again, Chief, for thanking away the desk. Thank you very much, Finn, and of course, Corbeck as well. Appreciate it as always. But jumping straight into map 3 here, Reese, what is your predicted outcome as we try and finish this one off and see who's going to take that map lead heading into map 3?
Now, this is a tough one. I feel like there's sort of two questions that you have to ask here. Tulsa, have they mentally reset? Are they going to be able to kind of storm their way back into this one? And have they kind of cleared the air? Or is there going to be sort of still that lingering effect happened earlier on Cafe? Alabama-Huntzville look really good on Oregon in a lot of their attacks. Some of them were kind of more half and half, and some were really confident. Coming into Clubhouse, they begin on the defense, so we'll have to wait 6 rounds before we see what their attacks are going to look like. But Tulsa have had a few issues. I'll say Clubhouse has got to be a completely different story when it looks at this map.
Clubhouse is a completely different map. It really does feel like in a lot of aspects. A lot of focus does come to that kitchen hatch to defending that basement side, and Habana being banned out is a big notifier for that, as well as having Kaid be banned makes it also pretty difficult to try and defend that with any sort of electroclaws and any way to electrocute and deny it. So instead, you're having to be forced to impact trick it out. You know you got to impact trick it. You don't have Habana, so make it a little bit easier for yourself and a little bit more difficult for the opponent, but it also works the other direction. You also have to deal with your own bans, but ultimately finishing that one off, Thatcher, Habana, Valkyrie, a go-to ban we've seen. They are just going to be some pretty standard bans to come through, but we are going to be able to see Maverick come out. We'll also be able to see the possibilities of that eastern subroof towards that CCTV side on that hold. That eastern subroof is going to be very important to keep a Maverick alive and actually get that Maverick trick going. But until then, it's probably going to be a Maverick attempting to get the hatches inside bar and also breaching their way into tunnel. But at this point in time, it's still anyone's game.
All about how Tulsa are going to set the pace here on their attacks as we step into round number 1. No lack of the hard breach. You've got your Therm and your Ace, the typical combo, because Clubhouse so frequently sees our Thatcher and Habana removed. This is going to make life a little bit easier. Depends on what kind of push they're going to go for. Are we going to see more of kind of that hatch focus and then a late push down from main? Or is it going to be more of a kitchen dirt take? Having the Ace and the Thermite can help there. However, you always have to work the kitchen have to stop you from being able to execute this, because in total, the fact that Habana is not here is going to leave you with only 5 sets of hard breaching equipment. So if Inscrupulous and Taciturn are in position, theoretically, they should be able to deny a large part of that hard breach tooling. The thing you have to worry about, though, is what flashbangs and what frag grenades are going to be sent below by Tulsa. They only have the frags on behalf of Doc. Curious has made the conscious decision to bring in the smokes, the newest addition to Thermite's kit.
Absolutely, and that can be pretty detrimental, but nonetheless, we're going to see how much this side of Tulsa can change up from what they had previously on Cafe. Can they replicate the same level of success they had prior, or are they going to be unable to do so? And I think it's still up in the air. Obviously, round one, there's a lot to work with and go on. You can see Waffle just taking Eastern Subroof, holding down and repelling. Doc's doing the same thing on Central, trying to make sure there's no chance of them being able to still have players inside of Cash. Typically, you see this extension of holding Cash when you're worried about defending the tertiary objective of Gym and Bedroom, but looks to be that UAH is going to go for the room as well, despite defending the basement objective. So a very long distance heavy, off-site heavy presence for UAH. And this, even if UAH loses these operators at this point in time, they're still putting such a heavy focus of time being wasted for Tulsa that there's not much Tulsa can do besides risk taking the desk early on in these 50-50 gunfights and really just have their own time get wasted otherwise. So UAH, I like the strategy. I respect it. Doing a good job of keeping them scared. A minute and a half, and Tulsa hasn't even been able to step into the building with any safe net.
Yeah, I have to say, Scott, that's really unacceptable. You can't have been this slow in the first entry. You've got to be in the building at the 2-minute mark, and that's just simply not happened. The roam isn't even really that substantial. You don't have a vigil in play. It was just Candy Cane, and I think it's more the utility that UAH had that's outline of her either inside Cash or further at the top of the red stairs area, but I don't like the way that Tulsa have attacked this. I think it's too slow. I think the way that they've entried is a bit of a, it's just not what I would have chosen. Now you've got Spaz who TK's Doc on the drop down the hatch. I'm not sure if that was the skin or what, but I mean, this attack really has just gone completely in a way that is, I mean, this should be fixed in scrims. Let's be honest here. You shouldn't be wasting so much time. There's 30 seconds. Tulsa now have to rush down to the objective and a severe man disadvantage.
Not a good position. Only 25 seconds left. UAH in a massive two-man lead. Firefight goes through as Waffle is attempting to head down towards blue inside Secret. A player coming from behind as well. They're removed as Walvamex connects into JP, but a player close. They hear the audio cue, but didn't have the ammo to fight it off, and Scrupulous is able to find the kill instead. Pistols out. Schmitz finds Meat Grid as they attempted to step through. It's not going to matter. Curious gets one, but they'll be downed and killed by the evil eye of Taciturn. Substantial round one win, and I think you can agree with me here, Reese. That was a pretty poor performance from this Tulsa side, and having their time get wasted so thoroughly. UAH just outplayed them in its entirety. They just had what they needed to do and couldn't get it done fast enough.
I think poor is the perfect way to put it. That was just ill-prepared. Looking back, I'll say this is UAH's map selection. I wanted to kind of reference the statistics of Clubhouse because I'm going to say that looks like a team that hasn't scrimmed Club. The way that they entrance that, like a jacuzzi push, when you're trying to confront a vertical extension, you want to get solidly into the building first to confront it. If you've got people that are playing like a one-man stack on a Cash side, really what you want to do is drone in, get all the intel, and then make the play. And I'll give some credit here to Tulsa at the end of the round. I think things looked up. They didn't get completely shut out when they made their entrance. There was a good reaction shot hit down towards oil. Imagine how things would have looked if they were able to kind of slow themselves down and approach that with a bit more of a reasonable pace. Clubhouse is a map where the timing is really everything. The way that I used to describe it is just sort of this min-maxing effort. You have to be really drilled in the way that you approach Clubhouse because the attacks, they don't change terribly too often. There's a lot of the same thing that you're going to see. And so approaching that in a comfortable way is all about what pre-placed drones you have, the intel that you need, and how you act off the back of that.
You've got to act the right direction here, Stick, and I think it does come down. It does look like Tulsa didn't necessarily scrim that, like you said, turning and getting the shot towards Sewer. I mean, it just doesn't necessarily bode well. They get one. They also stepped inside to Mim. They were able to find another. It just, Church is not the play that you want to go through. And the fact that one of your only picks was stepping into Church and immediately were taken out in return by an Evil Eye, that's a demoralizer at the very least here. It just is going to happen, and oh, no way. Meat Grid has an angle for that. JP is on a cam and had no clue. I don't know if they'll have time to clean it up, though, because they were able to crawl away because of the reload. Just pull out the pistol. Unfortunate, but I think UAH will be very thankful for that instead. My reaction exactly, Reese. Huh?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Spaz is just completely off the wall at this point. Going crazy, shutting down any presence inside lounge, and UAH, this is a really weird start to a CCTV defense.
A very, very strange start, to say the least. It's unfortunate all around, but at this point in time, UAH in a two-man deficit for an important objective like CCTV cash room is, they do still have control of garage. Can just have some assistance from a teammate to burn out the ADSs that will be supported, and then a nade could come through and completely tag out Taciturn. Taciturn's also just going to stand up, giving the kill to Doc. An absolute rollover there, and now just JP and Candy Cane are the last two standing. JP holding this red stairwell, just trying their best to hold long, throwing those toxic babes, but Candy Cane's getting tagged from below. He's going to drop down hatch and maybe try to contest out stock. Can play below as well to contest the actual plant. Has the nitro to defend against it, but Curious has already started to plant it down. Defense comes through from Meat Grid, assisting out where necessary, and JP will take the L, and it's just Candy Cane from below. A devastating point of contention as it's a 1v5, and it's not going to matter. A flawless round. Tulsa's first, and Spaz will clean up spectacularly.
Oh, I feel so bad for Candy Cane there. He had to punch his own barricade. The sound call was perfectly heard, and there is just no way that goes anywhere opposite. Such a weird deficit, but Tulsa don't know how to start. The second, Alabama-Huntzville just don't know how to respond there. Just, I mean, what? I'm just so confused. Maybe the first round was a fluke and Tulsa just had the wrong call, or I'm not sure.
I got no clue either. I'm still kind of hung up on the fact that they got the shot through the drone hole and then didn't complete it. I'm still hung up on that. So the beginning of that last round. So I'm still trying to digest a lot of what happened there. But Tulsa, just spectacular finish. They did a good job. It's strange to think that putting Spaz in a position down below where they're less likely to go for gun engagements and letting their team do it instead. That's a strange thought. But putting your Ash down there is a good decision to clear at the floor. It worked out. It cuts off positions. It makes it nigh impossible to defend. And while you don't ever really see stock in the first place, just because you never see bar stock as the objective, it's still nice to see stock utilized and actually. While we had UAH spectacularly just thrashed Tulsa in the first round, Tulsa collapsed back with their own in a flawless victory. So arguably even better, which is definitely strange. This is going to be a very nice matchup. We can tell already from round two that this is still anyone's game, and it's not going to end with just UAH kind of walking through like we anticipated after Tulsa's poor performance in round one.
I gotta say, that's the perfect way to whip things around, to go from weird, just ill-prepared first attack, and then a complete turnaround, flawless attack in perfect form. Tulsa have started to find their way into the map. We'll go again to CCTV and see what changes are made. Ooh, trying to see if they can get that angle again onto the player hiding just deep on the opposite side of the CCTV. Well, Mute Jammer, I think, blocking the progress here, needing for your Zofia or Ash to come in from below. Shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe they'll even have Doc toss a frag grenade over to the other side of the CC breach. And a good drone here as well from Meat Grid. This could be really on the bottom floor, and you have perfect intel to now entry off the back of.
Intel is everything. That's why you see Valkyrie's banned. That's why you see information utility defenders taken away from you, and you kind of are forced to supplement that. And so you're seeing UAH bring out Candy Cane and Mozzie. You're seeing an Evil Eye for Taciturn. You're seeing information denial from its Scrupulous on Mute. There's so much potential here for UAH to deny information. It just seemingly isn't enough, because you're seeing Tulsa get the information still. They're not able to fully deny. They're not able to contest it enough, and Tulsa has free reign of gathering all of that intel they need, but at this point in time, they haven't been able to gather the kills that they need. They're trapped up. Spaz is worried about these bullet holes, these leg holes that are placed in between stock and bar, and is so worried about this, can't actually assist from below of stock. And this CCTV breach has been opened up as the repel comes on this Kennel side, and it's not going to be able to contest with a kill just yet, but UAH will have to go for contesting the actual plant that will go down. Garage has the holes made, just can't get the kill up on top of rafters.
I think the Mozzie actually took a moment to get on his cabs, really just styling on Tulsa at this point. Gotta always check the angle down in the bottom of Oil Pit. Finally, we'll see shots connected, and Scrupulous and Candy Cane are both put to the dirt. Tulsa claim man advantage here. The timing could certainly be better. So will the 4-on-3 be enough to get the plant down and get the push moving forward? Seems curious. I think a bit worried about maybe any latent bits of intel, but there's no Valkyrie in play, so I don't really know what he might have been looking for there. Now JP's smoke canisters to come to effect. The first plant started. Gas canister goes on through, and Curious is quick to get off of it, but as he runs forward, he's now being pestered by the Evil Eye. So frustrating. Taciturn causing a lot of problems, and Curious manages to just barely avoid death by the toxic canister. He walks now into the sight line, and the gunfire of Schmitz. Man advantage, it's no more. The time gonna be something. The Zofia knows she's got to make the plant. They're gonna go for kills, and Zoe will travel into the other room. Perfect decision. Look at this. Taciturn on the complete opposite end to try and work his way back forward, trying to get the shots onto the ace, but with the plant down, now it's all up to Tulsa, and they'll get the final kill. I mean, what was that by the Maestro? Tried to play for the cam. Gotta give credit to Zoe for managing to know where she wouldn't have been covered.
Absolutely. I think a good job to actually play so far off, though, for a Maestro. Typically, you just see them sitting in cash room, and if they die, then those cams can't do anything. And they did a good job of actually stopping Curious from getting the plant down because of it. The Toxic Babe comboed with the Evil Eyes was very effective, but it just ultimately wasn't enough. And because of the large distance that they were away from the objective, Tulsa comes in and finds the win because of it, and we're just able to contest from construction side without any chance for UAH to get back, defend it, and it just was not a very winnable situation. But round 4, able to replayed. We're no longer going to see that CCTV and cash room objective of choice, at least not in this round, and I hopefully don't think we see it again because it hasn't worked for UAH. I really don't want to see them try it again. Just go to your tertiary choice of bedroom and gym. It's just smarter to play something that may work instead of something you know won't work. And unfortunately, UAH taking 2 rounds back-to-back when it could have just been 1 and then an attempt and an unknown status of that next round, but Tulsa has shown us a completely new team between round 1 and round 2, and continuing that presence in round 3. UAH down 1 round in this 1-2 matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Bit of a lead building for Tulsa. Heading down to the basement. We know how this one works, so let's watch and keep a keen eye on how Tulsa prepare themselves jumping into the round. The thing that I would hope for here is more of a garage entrance, and then maybe have your sledge player come in from the CCTV platform. Looks like Mikra will be that chief player, completely line, making sure that no one from UAH gets a little bit too happy to move into the CCTV space. The drones here are something also to worry about. Have they got cutoff drones waiting at the staircases, or are they actually going to go active drone the entirety of the top floor? The intel we have, it looks like it's mainly a stack up on the bottom floor. A 4-man turtle. Can't quite spot out where that 5th is. Could be on the side or lingering just at the perimeter. JP goes aggressive at the start. Where is his shield? Has it already been cleared? I'm kind of confused by this. I guess you're not playing a shield for the smoke. Maybe it's better needed elsewhere, but that is a bit surprising to me, Scott.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, actually. I'm actually in total shock and awe. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. This is strange. We do see the shield isn't placed in main hall, but why not in dirt? Why not in tunnel? Why are you not placing a shield? You're just kind of making it really unsafe for you to contest. Spaz is holding an apex position, trying to take a step forward. JP's lying down. Could be a shotgun situation. JP a second, gets shot from a long distance fire and gets swung again as Spaz with a pistol, the 5.7 to secure it. Has gotten apparently enough of those kills to get the golden camo for it as well, but now a 4v4, and already the secret has been completely compromised. Meatgrid is stepping up, and we may have to worry about UAH once again having a player down inside of oil pits, but from the looks of it right now, I would still be more worried about the actual site in terms of these 2 players. Now 3 players all peeking this angle, and that's exactly what happened. And Scrupulous finding Meatgrid in a 4v3 underway.
Bad droning on behalf of Tulsa. They didn't even check for the smoke, and I think that's really just a perfect play by Schmitz. He was sort of the distraction, constantly firing his gun as the round has kind of wound down here. Double swing, Curious having difficulty threading the needle, but finally secures the kill onto the Legion. Oh, an ugly one. Schmitz tries to charge back in, but it'll be Taciturn for the final 2 kills as he steals away the life of be the bottom floor. The CCTV defense looked a bit awkward. Maybe the gym side coming up next here in the UAH rotation.
Please, Reese, I'm begging them. Please do not go back to CCTV. Okay, they've opted for gym and bedroom. Thank you. As anyone that's watching this, and especially people like casters that hate to see the same objective play twice, especially when you lose back-to-back, do not go back to it. Do not. Whatever you do, please avoid it like the plague. It is not what you want to head back to. So gym and bedroom is your go-to choice. And I like this very collegiate-esque style, this older style of defending this, of having a castle and actually barricading up gym. You could see Tulsa go for that rush if they want to play highway and run inside. In all honesty, I think that it's a possibility, because we did see that before in Reading Room and Fireplace on Cafe, but I don't think it's necessarily likely. I think that we're more than likely going to see them do a slow methodical push, maybe Jacuzzi like they attempted in round 1, where they were just slowed down to the point of no contention from UAH. Whatever they decide that UAH likes to hold in even extended ropes from the basement, and they're also going to have to find a way to actually get into a site. Reese, do you know the statistics in terms of which site is planted on the most?
I don't know. Is it Jim?
I don't
Do you
know.
know Infernosis?
I don't know. It's a genuine question. What do you feel like it is? How about that? I don't want to drop you on the spot.
Probably CCTV, just because like the ease of access. I mean, we've had 2 plants so far. I know one of them was guaranteed in CCTV. The second, thinking back, wasn't basement. We got basement first. Maybe it was both of the CCTV rounds.
Yeah.
I actually don't have notes on that.
Yeah, absolutely for Clubhouse. I'm not shocked at CT. I meant for like this tertiary objective. Sorry if that wasn't made clear.
Well, it's not bar stock.
Of course, but I'm saying, do you think master bedroom is the go-to plant position or gym? Because it's unsafe to plant gym in a lot of ways, but if you can secure a quick rush in to choice, it just requires a jacuzzi push 9 times out of 10 to actually get it off.
Yeah, the only time that I would see something be a little bit different than a gym plant would be if you can, if you're going for like the defeat of the extension and then you get control of logistics. That could make a TV corner plant, which is on the opposite side of small stash in logistics, that could make it possible, just because getting gym is kind of an afterthought at that point. You're going to have people in bathroom. It's going to make it difficult to plant there. So far, Tulsa have expressed what looks like a willingness to go for more of a split take. The bandit battery a little bit late there for Schmitz. He had put it on the opposite side of the wall. Maybe just a failure of the communication. The good thing here is it's not the end of the world that the jacuzzi breach has been open. You've got mirror windows on the opposite side. So really, until you defeat the windows and have to rotate the ace, it's not going to be much benefit off the back of that. That is saying, unless we see UAH troll and peek too aggressively, they will peek aggressively, but it looks like it'll be fairly successful here.
Yeah, but that Ash breaching round does remove any opportunity. Do see the opportunity. Oh my goodness, we did not just get to witness that. Spaz steps up, and shockingly, Inscripulous, who rushed for the kill, loses the knife fight, but Taciturn is pretty quickly there to return it back. I think that's the second pistol kill we've seen, and are we really seeing an M870 as well from Taciturn? This round is a large part due of some strings coalescing together, but obviously, this highway side, you're going to have to worry about a very high congestion. JP is in a long shot angle, able to secure from garage. That is a nasty shot angle to go through, and that's going to be with some assistance from that super shorty in the pocket of a castle, but already another kill does through. JP is felled quickly afterwards. They got their one, not able to clean up and get their second, but Curious will find it, and now it's just Curious and Waffle Mex, the last 2 standing. Waffle Mex taking a lick of damage on top of it. Does not bode well, and they've now been down. It's just Curious, and he's left thinking, what just happened? UAH take round 5.
Gotta say, the tertiary site, compared to CCTV, is a defender's success. So we've got what you asked for here. It's just going to move into the advantage at 3-2.
Stock. Go stock. Just do something different, please, UAH. Do not go back, CCTV and cash. I would go stock over this at this point, because Tulsa has, in all honesty, shredded you on this objective.
Have you ever casted a bar stock defense?
I have. And you want to know what it
You
looked
have?
like, Stick? You want to know what it looked like? It looks
Let's
like
hear.
them saying, let's go pistol round, pistol only. They chose bar stock, and then it was an entire pistol round where it ended with a knife fight as well. So it was not a serious round, to say the least. So, no, in any serious capacity, I've never seen a bar in stock.
I have seen, I think, 2 or 3 legitimate bar stock strats. I used to cast a T4 team way back in the day that played like a really aggressive LATAM style of siege, and so they would just kind of play for frags, and that's what happened. Kind of forced the attackers to try to plant and then take those aim duels. The one see, basically you set yourself up to kind of hold inside stage. You bring the lineup, I'd say, is fairly flexible. Just the main crux is to deny the attackers to get a plant inside a bar. Because when you play bar stock, a lot of teams are going to think about where is the easiest place to plant it. And so the first would probably come to mind, just walk in the K9 door and plant inside stock. But from my experience, I've actually seen that getting bar control and then covering from like inside a billiards can be more successful. But let's talk about what we've actually got on our hands. CCTV, the third look we've had at it. The main change that I would say needs to happen, it's kind of hard to pinpoint it. I think Tulsa attacked Rafters kind of meh last time they went about it. They got the kills in the end, which is ultimately the goal of a Garage Rafters take, but I think there could have been room for UAH to be more successful.
Absolutely. I think right now, but at the same time, it's also a mix of not being ironic, because this objective has left so much desire for me to not ever see it again from UAH. And I think most UAH fans kind of agree at this point. And I think it's kind of standard for, I guess, Clubhouse in general right now. It's really feeling like CCTV and Cash Room is becoming more and more attacker-sided. You typically will see attackers win that. So it was questionable for me to see UAH take it twice back-to-back, but they have to come to it this time around or face off against one of the worst objective choices of all time. But it's Scrupulous in a firefight facing off against Meat Grid as they stepped in through Secret. Not gonna go for very long as Scrupulous finds the kill instead. And Spaz is getting shot out in stock, now sitting below at about 40-ish plus HP. But Unscrupulous has been finished off from his about 20 as Waffle Next will secure the kill. A 4v4, but only a minute and a half left in this one. UAH have done a better job of staying alive, but Tulsa does a great job of securing kills and punishing any and all mistakes UAH will make. I think UAH have to change basically.
Thing to definitely count on is the fact that you've damaged Spaz early and now taken him off. JP just rattles off with that UMP through the floor, taking away and blunting one of your key entry points. You're going to have somebody else step up. Doc is out of frag grenades. The fact that you haven't cleared out Raptors presents a bit of a difficulty, but Taciturn continues to expose himself. Oh, and that's a way to expose yourself as he hops up and pops the head of Doc. Now Taciturn continues to file away with this round. The final to jump in, and he's at the ready with the... UAH, just... What a round. Tulsa just walked into him.
No words. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't. I spent the last few rounds just completely smack-talking UAH's defense for that. So, like, I feel like if I say anything now, then it kind of just doesn't bode well. But genuinely, that was not the Tulsa we've seen the last two times we've seen that objective. 100% completely different squad. That was way more reminiscent of round one Tulsa than anything else. I mean, they took way longer to get to that point. They lost the firefights they initiated for 50-50. And the ones they didn't lose, they still didn't get the kills to secure, which meant that they technically lost because they took damage and they don't have the advantage of anchoring. So they've got to recontest a new spot that they don't know. Well, the defense can go, okay, well, they've got to peek this door. It's a guaranteed position. So CCTV and Cash Room, again, this time Tulsa can defend it. Can UAH win this one? I mean, they can come 2 rounds back-to-back. They can make up here, Reese, the 2 rounds they lost prior in CCTV and go back-to-back 2 rounds winning on CCTV. This may just be what happens.
Maybe finally setting the record straight here and how you're going to defend or attack, just generally play around CCTV. Tulsa don't have anything terribly shocking in their setup here. I think the one weird point is the fact that you've got your bandit in play. So sight of a main breach bandit trick is really rare at this point. Maybe you'll see it. WaffleMax is thinking about it, but the problem is you have so much to face off against. You don't have a Thatcher, which is, I mean, that's one thing. That's kind of cool. The Maverick is not brought, but UAH have got a Cali, they've got Ace and Thermite, so you have two different ways to attack that. And the kind of X factor is Schmitz is playing on the Zoe, and he could concussion through the drone hole, which is going to make getting that wall bandit trick nearly impossible.
I really like seeing UAH once again bring out the Cali. They've done it a lot already. We saw it occasionally for their cafe. It's not like they had many rounds to work with, but we saw it a ton, and it technically, I guess, didn't work out. But I really liked what I saw. Did they accidentally ping Doc? Like, did they real life ping Doc instead of just Z-pinging? Is that why they saw that? I mean, why? I'm really confused. Though I like to see Zero, especially in collegiate play, because so at this point in time, UAH, no picks have been gathered, but Tulsa is still trying to bandit trick this wall, and they're going for it consistently. Cali is doing such a good job being able to contest that. It'll just take one more, and they only need to get one of them because they can't bandit trick both.
Yeah, the key factor is that Zoe I talked about, but you've got the barricade placed down, which is going to make the lifeline not explode immediately on proximity, pretty much rendering that useless. Already one exothermic has been waste, so that's fairly decent benefit. I'd say the bandit has done his job. Candy Cane has still got his 3 Selmas in pocket for late use on the construction wall, so you're going to be able to get that open at least eventually. The other question is JP going to be able to do it over here on the main breach? I think the answer, probably no, not immediately, unless it happens very, very late in the round. The bandit needs to be distracted. I don't think Schmitz has come in from below yet with his lifelines, and, well, he has come in from below, not necessarily at the main, below the A chassis, firing off against Meat Grid, taking advantage for UAH as we step under 1 minute remaining. The Maestro now found out as well. That's going to really leave Schmitz hungry in the water. Exothermic to go down. WaffleMax out of luck. No more bandit batteries, and the Exothermic successful in the final moments.
Now you got a position. Well, Tulsa does have one man down, but look at Curious's angle right here. Lying down, cheeky angle. Very difficult position to try and contest against. I mean, they're trying to burn out the rest of these ADSs and keep themselves secure, but at this point in time, UAH have to push. 20 seconds of the clock, falling into this last 30-second meta that Collegiate's oh-so favors, and they're stepping straight into the line of fire of Curious. Candy Cane does get a refrag, but Spaz found Smith elsewhere, and WaffleMax is also able to take out Candy Cane. Doc has been down from JP outside of that window, and Tasseron's able to step up. Now can contest, has to step all the way through. The audio cues have come through, but apparently not turning. Still finds the hipfire kill nonetheless. Spaz is the last man standing, detonates Nitro, but a team kills Doc. Not enough to stop JP. Time is up. Now down, JP taking a lick of damage, Spaz having to pull out the pistol and hoping for the best, but it does not bode well. Turning in every single direction. You need a 200 hertz monitor to even understand what's happening half the time right now, just to get the information into your eyes. But Spaz is trying their best to win this one out. It does not look very possible for them. One behind green box, and there it is. Taciturn can in fact aim down sights with the SPS and will do just that to win this round.
CCTV, there we go, Alabama-Huntzville. They set the record straight, and they figure it out in round number 7, putting themselves up and into the lead 5-2. This clubhouse starting to get away from Tulsa a little bit, looking like UAH are raring and ready to go after initial struggles on their map choice of Oregon and a blazing comeback through Cafe. Now here on Club, that round really came down to the end. The TK with the Nitro cell, removing the human drone would have been able to operate as, and I think UAH played that expertly. The Cali continued to kind of occupy the Malusi's time. It allowed the Thermite to rotate up on the roof. If you're in a 1-on-2, very less a 1-on-1 with a player up on the rooftop and the plant down, you're not going to win. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance for Spaz, of all people, to try and do it. And it would take a miracle. It would be a miraculous play. That would be a play that I want to see 4 or 5 times on our replay after the map. I think you could agree
Right.
with me on that one. I mean, that's a play that single-handedly we need to replay Booth to go into and Chief to talk over it just to digest it. And it's just one of those situations that it can happen. 99% not going to happen, 100% right. It's just not gonna be a thing. Spaz is doing the backwards moonwalk, really pulling out the Jackson Michael here, is really reversing that in play. Any moment now, they'll either take a step forward and then stop, and that notice that they're back, or they're just going saying rehost. Not too shocking. Spaz out for the count. You don't want that.
Yep, we'll have the call made for the rehost. It's confirmed, so we'll take a bit of a step back as round 8 has been delayed in some regards. We want to have that thrilling conclusion, and this kind of brings me back to where we were on Cafe earlier. At the end of the first half with a 5-1 position, this is a little bit closer, but still looking like UAH are large and in charge to try and move forward and close this map out, which would put us at 2-1. And hey, there's some room there for an opportunity to close it out. Or we could have kind of the back and forth action that we've been hoping for so long.
I think it's been a pretty good game so far. Map 1 was obviously the closest one we had, and Map 3 faring up to be the same way. I think you could agree after the first 3 rounds where we did see Tulsa actually take it positive, but UAH just kind of just walked away with the second portion, right? They won basement again. They won their go-to objective that they had won in round 1, and their tertiary objective of bedroom and gym, which may now be their go-to objective because CCTV and cash kind of sucked for them, but they did win the next one at CCTV and cash. They did manage to find that, give that cat as many pats as possible, and they put themselves in a position to find success, and they did just that. And I really like to see that from UAH, and they've been able to kind of replicate that again. They won CCTV. That's 2 back-to-back. I did call it. They were able to make the return after losing the 2 back-to-back prior in round 2 and round 3. But now they're going to have to continue that. And Tulsa have to throw some wrenches into UAH. If they're unable to throw wrenches into UAH, then UAH is going to toss a brick at them. I mean, there's tons of things you can throw right back at them. And if you can't dodge a wrench, you can't dodge a ball. That's a great reference. I bet Chief will get that because it's a Boomer reference. So, I mean...
I'm only just joining the ranks of the Boomers, just graduating high school last week. So, I've yet to get my my introduction yet, but we're working on that in the. What do you think Tulsa really has to swap up here? Because CCTV, I mean, kind of a bit of an awkward one. I feel like they tried to play it close at the end, and Spaz, I don't know. Spaz has not really had that level of performance that you would expect him to, like the crazy every round is a highlight play. But I also do see the fact that you can't constantly expect that out of a player. Everyone has bad games. You know what? I kind of have more bad games than good ones, but Spaz, he can't he can't always be playing at his best.
Yeah, I mean, I called it earlier in Cafe. Like, Spaz can do everything, but there does become a point in time where it is just going to lag behind. You can't rely on one player to do it. The backpack will fall through, and it does definitely seem like that is exactly what's happening. Just the straps have come undone. They're going to have to retie them up, maybe do what I did back in Boy Scouts, because I was that weird kid, where, no offense to Boy Scouts, but where your backpack would break, painter it up to just try and fix it up for the rest of the hike, which stunk, by the way. But ultimately, you'll get through it, but I don't think they're going to get through it with a win if they continue to play like this. You got to let other people for this Tulsa side come up, because it's really just feeling like we're seeing that one player do everything, and they've kind of fell short of it. Spaz can't get everything done themselves, and UAH is just saying, yeah, we got a whole team to follow suit with it.
Well, we can step away from what's on paper and now actually move into the action. UAH have got an opportunity to seize the moment and move up to match point. Otherwise, Tulsa are going to be back on that comeback road that they were feeling on Cafe. And it came awfully close, really off the back of playing together. That's something Tulsa have lacked in some regards. I feel like the attacks, it was hard to kind of figure that out because we were more focused on the UAH game and how they were kind of playing in reaction to Tulsa. But now as we get over on the defense, we can see a little bit more how they play together. Who is going to be holding inside Raptor? box player doing to try and alleviate some of that pressure coming in from the main breach? And also, what do you have in offside pressure? Because I feel like UAH in their defenses invested a lot to trying to play more vertically, trying to hold downstairs, castle barricades, really the whole works.
I think you need the whole works to get anything done. Let's be honest here. You need everything, right, to piece together. And that was kind of what we were saying fail on Cafe for Tulsa. They just weren't fitting all their puzzle pieces together. What was it, like what Mr. Beast pieced together a puzzle that like doesn't have any ends together and it comes out to like a QR code or something like that, where it's like a difficult puzzle because the pieces aren't meant to like actually mesh together. That's what Tulsa's trying to do, but for some reason, UAH's puzzle pieces, they received a different puzzle set. Their puzzle set's coming together nicely, and they're completing the picture, and they know what it is ahead of time. They're using the box. They're doing all the pro strategies for puzzle building. Theirs is looking more like a 100-piece puzzle, while Tulsa's is looking like a 1,000-piece puzzle, and they gave it to a bunch of toddlers, and the toddlers try and figure out what goes where.
Yeah, that's one way to explain this one. Looks like you've got the bandit trick in play again. I'm not sure why Taciturn chose to toss one of his lances through the drone hole. Okay, I bet it was to clear one of the mute jammers. That makes a little bit more sense. The bandit's now distracted, and look at this. Oh, I thought JP had actually chose to put the exothermic down while the bandit was distracted, because that almost would have worked. But now you're going to rely on Schmitz to come in from below. And speaking of that, where is Schmitz? Is he nearby? Is he getting ready to play for the vertical below, or is he kind of off participating in an extracurricular? Here we are again. The failed exothermic and the bandit in the way.
Not good. I mean, you've got a Cali for this, right? Like, you can just play this. It just takes a little bit of coordinated timing. You can kind of get it to work out, but I kind of like what Candy Cane is doing. They didn't reinforce this wall of construction leading outside, and now there's a pretty quick entry off of. And I guess the question remains that if you enter this short and you don't enter from Jacuzzi, then you kind of worry about getting killed off early. But there's Schmitz. There you go, Reese. It's Spaz. He finds the kill, and that guarantees a one-man disadvantage now for UAH. They're going to play a numerical disadvantage going forward. Spaz attempting to find back their Thunder, as we apparently haven't been hyping him up enough after Map 1 and Map 2, and now is feeling the weight on his shoulders. But I still think UAH have a pretty good chance to contest this. You're finally seeing some support come through from this western side of Jacuzzi on Central Stairs. Watching that flank watch, putting contesting two, I might add, of those traps set up, and could really be a big thorn in the side. But now the Cali is going to be shot through on the construction side. It looks to be UAH wanting to enter from the west and not the east.
Well, this inability to open up the main breach, not really going to accelerate the push any further. Going to leave things up to your main defensive component here by the cache side. Doc provides some support. Just completely ripping Waffle apart. Headshot, line him up. Now with the bandit off the board, things are back at equal for Alabama-Huntzville. Under 15 seconds, the push is to be an explosive one. Ready to charge in, but a bit of the hard wall still in the way. And it looks like UAH are falling by the wayside, leaving only your Cali misses the shot onto the Jaeger, and time will run out. Tulsa gonna pick it up on the CCTV defense, and what a spectacular round.
Finishing off exactly where they needed to. Tulsa maybe just needed that short break. Maybe that's all they needed. I mean, if you attribute it to, maybe it was Spaz unplugging their Ethernet cord and then plugging it back in, trying to do the old Taken King strategy. I think it was Taken King from Destiny, where like if you just unplugged it and plugged it back in, then you could cheese the raid boss, right? Maybe that's what they needed. They just needed a tactical timeout, icing the kicker. I don't know. It was a connection problem, and it happens. But sometimes when these things can happen, you get a little bit of a breather. You get a little bit of a break. I mean, it happens all the time in basically any sport. You can really just, and it really puts yourself in a position to kind of figure out what goes on. It's like a tactical timeout. You know you lose the round. Just let your last person sit outside for 2.5 minutes and talk about what you need to do. Talk about it. Digest what's going on. You don't have to devote your entire attention to rejoining the match. Try and talk about what's not working for you and what is going to work. But we've only seen CCTV for this Tulsa side, so we have no idea how these other objectives are going to pan out. And I think that UAH, after what we saw in round 1 of their attack, they could get some pretty good plays coming in. I think they need to put a little bit more focus towards dirt than maybe Tulsa did themselves.
A lot of ifs in round number 9. An important transitional position for Tulsa to shorten the lead to just a hair's length of 1 round, or for UAH to expand it and put themselves on match point here in map number 3 of the Open League best of 5 for CollegiateR6. Bit of a different setup inside of the dirt tunnel. You've got 2 Goyo Vulcans dedicated to try and stop the attacker push. Last time we had a memorable dirt push, it was the one where the drone had not fully checked the position of, I want to say it was maybe it was Candy Cane, I think, just hiding around one of the bends. You've got to really be consistent with the intel. It's a tedious process, but once you take control of dirt, it's kind of done for you. You don't usually end up having to retake it, and that's one of the main crucial pillars of a successful attack on this site. Meat grid for the Nitro from up above, but UAH keeping themselves scarce. Seems like the impact trick mainly failing, and Spaz almost able to get the shot. The impact will be sent up above, but it does not deny the Selma, the hatch in kitchen, now open.
Not boding well. I think UAH was really wary initially about the impact trick to come through, and now they're capitalizing off of that. They capitalize now off of Tulsa failing to get the impact trick, and it's because they didn't need to necessarily rely on a close hard breacher to breach that out. They just rely on Selmas, and it gets the job done, and you didn't see Spaz have enough time to contest it out. So that was 2 impacts that didn't do the job that was necessary, and then another 2 in Curious's pocket that are left sitting there, leaving him curious as to what he's supposed to do with it. So honestly, in all accounts and purposes, UAH have taken a W in the mind game, and I guess statistical or tactical game that is going on at the beginning of each round. They've set themselves up for success by taking kitchen. They still need to clear this shield inside of dirt. They've been able to get it out now with a nade to be tossed, remember correctly. Could have been gone, in fact. But it's Waffle Mex with a shotgun that could be able to down. If they lose Waffle Mex here, though, that's Toxic Babes tossed at the wrong time. How do you not find that? It was a Gemini. Never mind. I'm so dumb. I was like, you can't do this to me.
Oh, I was feeling it for a moment there, too. I thought that was going to be the end of Waffle Mex and the end of this dirt hold. They'll be able to hang on a little bit longer despite the heart palpitations of the sudden appearance of Taciturn's Replicator. Another one will be sent in, trying to double down on this effect, but seems the realization is there, and the Vulcan is still definitely here. Another gas canister tossed out. This is so much time wasted. A perfect play by Waffle, aware of the fact that there is very little intel, gonna have to depend on the drone. It'll go through again, but Waffle's still at the ready. The 5.56 to try to crest the angle, but shut down. Waffle Mex for 2. This round completely falls apart, and the final word, Tulsa, it's a flawless one.
Nasty. I mean, isn't that Tulsa's second flawless round in this map?
Sheesh.
If you're gonna do it, Stick. Come on, full sheesh, ice in the veins, go for it. Like, don't cop out halfway. Come on. No, I mean that deserves 2 sheeshus out of the casters, 100%. Like, that is insane. Tulsa, in what started off as one of the worst rounds of Clubhouse I've ever seen of round 1, right, is now ending in them making a resurgence and looking pretty dang hot, and UAH is left wondering, what do we do now? Like, I mean, really and truly, it just doesn't bode well. Now UAH are gonna have to play against Gym and Bedroom, which they won on, so maybe they know how to defend it against, but they won it on a kind of a weird situation where you had an M870 in play, and you kind of rushed, and you filled a Maverick trick, and Spaz just kind of ran in and knifed you, and you had to use a 5.7 to kill him. Like, it's just a weird. We called that the weird round. I think we even were like, what is going on here? Like, this objective is just strange. So it's still anyone's round, but I think UAH have a good chance here since they know how to defend it at least.
VMix. All right. What I was saying though, I have seen the M870 come through a couple of times. Rarely. Usually, I feel like it's more of a bandit pick. Like, he'll play bandit with nitro, and then have the shotgun play like a smoke or a mute position. Usually. But yeah, I don't know. It's fairly rare. I like the way that Doc's got the pistol out though. Scotty's kind of like keeping us uncertain. That's sort of like the thing you do with Ellis, and the attackers don't know. No shotgun.
No shotgun. No shotgun. Okay, we've seen the shotgun before, right? We know that it's... I'm really confused right now, Stick. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. My brain's still comprehending off of you sheeshing, and that was like still a shocker to me. But this CCTV breach, 100% taken out. UH doing a great job of clearing this very quickly. Of course, they don't have to worry about bandit tricking on it, I guess. But at the same time, they still have to worry about a positional disadvantage that they face because they need to clear out cash. And you've got Spaz basically next to or at least inside of construction. You probably have players sitting inside Logi. Spaz is impact tricking out this cash room wall connected to CCTV. UAH, they have to clear this out. You might just have to monkey swing it around and I guess play the curve and try to find the pick. You know they're more than likely either behind green box or the other box, or maybe they're sitting up on table. Go below to stock. Find an answer, but you got to do it quickly because now you're at 1:45 seconds left in the round, and all you've had done is lose your breaches and also take damage on JP. Not the best situation to sit in, but they still have a pretty good chance because they've taken control of this sub roof, this highway side, and they've got massive standards for taking long shot fire. Any person sitting in bathroom will have to watch their rear, and that's exactly what we see. Waffle Max down from its Scrimpulus, who's dropped into Logi Hatch, and now that construction side player has been removed and out for the count, and it's just Spaz as far as I'm aware inside cash. Doc is going to be able to rotate over as well, but I think UAH is mostly
Yeah, that's honestly what this looks like. They've just kind of ignored it at this point, given it up and kind of forced their way through in another area. It looked really good all of a sudden as UAH charge up by a man count, leaving only Doc, and now as he tries to engage with the player in cash, his position fully exposed, and Candy Cane with the pile driver. UAH are going to charge their way up to match point 6-3, leaving Tulsa behind in the dust with a very successful attack on the gym site. They realized trying to attack that extension was not going to be easy with the council barricade isolating the Zulu Hall, so to help with the cash push, let's look at this from a different angle.
Wow. I mean, they're going to have to do cash push again, though, right, Stick? Like, they're going to have to do it again because we're going to see CCTV in cash room. And UAH just won this once. They won that 2 back-to-back, but now it's match point. UAH just get 1 round to win this off. Last time we saw match point, UAH 6-2 at that time. They had tons of wiggle room. Now they've only got 2 rounds. Technically, they've only got 1 round of wiggle room before it goes to overtime. Not exactly the same sitting pretty position they had prior where they wanted to be, but they still have the advantage. We could see this go and end off right here. It just kind of depends on if they win that bandit tricking fight. Waffle Max, the player that is getting a lot of love right now, I guess you could say, is doing a phenomenal job of getting rid and denying any chance. A great job of playing with and just, I guess, denying, bandit tricking every single opportunity. The batteries get placed, and they're not AAAs, they're big double Ds. They're doing exactly what you need to do, and Waffle Max is making the team look good by doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare that you see a player have this level of success with the bandit batteries, though I think I can say here, Alabama-Huntzville haven't gone below many times, which is really weird. Like, that is the key way. Sophia, go in from below. I think there's 3 ways that you do it. You can go in through stock. That's like the most common way. Then a little bit more unusual is you go into blue, and then the most exotic way that you clear the bandits is prone at the wolf door that feeds out kind of into like the bikes area, sort of on the west side. You can go prone there. I think it's easier with the ash round because there's less drop, but it's just weird that we haven't seen that attempted so far because the bandit has been very successful. But look at this. Now you've got a Maverick. You're not tricking it anymore. UAH say, hey, you're done with this. It's over. Put the bandit batteries away. Put your nightcap on and say good night.
Oh, I mean, oh, that is nasty. That is closing the lid on the waffle maker. That is Waffle Max. That one is not opening back up. The batter has been burnt, and that is going to be a very quick relegated out for the count. I mean, no chance for the bandit trick. Such a great call out there, Reese. I mean, that was a really nice pick onto Doc as they attempt to play the roam around as they stepped in from that parking side and through that main door. A 5v3, UAH are coming out not just swinging, but also to the point of devastating out Tulsa. They have 3 players left standing. Spaz is still up for the count, but it's really been Curious that's been playing it out on all cylinders for this defensive half. And right now they're playing toxic bay wielding smoke, trying to hold this red stairwell, trying to make sure they can't step in through CCTV breach. But I don't know if it's necessarily going to be enough to guarantee that, because UAH have just taken a massive step towards this objective and really made it so nigh impossible for Tulsa to play safe in any position, because UAH has information, they have utility, and they have the kills.
This one is really about to boil over. It's going to be on the power players of Tulsa. Spaz has got to come alive in this round, needing to be that electrifying force if Tulsa want to keep fighting here on Clubhouse and give us chance. Curious, wow. Completely drops Taciturn, now meat grid filled with bullets, filled with lead, and Curious to respond on a JP. A double kill for the smoke players this round, teetering on the edge. Alabama-Huntzville just simply not playing together and feeling the effects in this one. The time is low, and that's when the shotgun becomes most important, but shot down by Schmitz. Now a one-on-one for Spaz to try and hold this round out. Could be the res. Schmitz, what will he do? What is the advantage, and what is he going to try to make out of this play? Is it going to be a UAH closeout or Spaz to come up? Impact is sent through. Candy Cane into the fight. The case, possession, the swing, the defuse. It's out of hand, but Candy Cane will do it for UAH in round number 11 as this one is over. Clubhouse for Alabama-Huntzville. We are going to map 4.
I mean, that is a great in that one off, is it not, Reese? I mean, what a spectacular way to go through. You would not have won it without the revive. You would not have been able to get anywhere close to the way I'm ever taking a chance to 1v1 Spaz. I will do everything I can to bring my teammate back, and they did that, and it leads to the victory. How often can you see that, where the revive is literally the difference maker of winning an entire map in a best-of-5 grand finals? I mean, it's not very often. So that is a very impactful round. And you saw us over the impacts to maybe try and re-guarantee the kill, but too far to the side, not enough to get it done. Reese, that was just a great map through and through.
Oh yeah, really left us with our hearts in our throats, thinking about what's left in the series. Now as UAH are going to go ahead and pick up 2 in a row. What will they be able to make happen on the next map and more? We've got the analyst desk coming in to break down everything that we saw on Clubhouse. Chief, take it away.
What an incredible map. Not going all the way to 12 rounds, but still just as good as our previous rounds. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Now, Corbeck, we noticed some interesting stats here on House. Being percent of the time. Why on earth would they bring it out in a grand final?
Oh, I was muted on my mic, not on. All right, it's gonna be something, isn't it? No, it's actually a really good question there, to be honest. I think it has something to do with the fact that you're in a grand final situation. If you're on the side of, I think, at UAH, right, you want to kind of push this one forward. You want to try, you're a competent squad, everybody is kind of on a good level. And if there's a map where you can kind of come in and play well, it is probably Clubhouse, because it is played so much everywhere else. Just because you didn't play it particularly well, or you didn't play it a particularly large amount in this situation, doesn't mean that you can't come in and play it particularly well. And I think that's what we saw here. It's just kind of an ace card, right? We haven't played it a lot, but everybody knows it, and we know that we can play it to a high level.
Now, we were talking throughout that while we were off air. What is the best way of executing downstairs in the basement on that kitchen bomb site? Finn, I know you're mentioning that. Can you walk me through how an IGL would execute on that bomb site?
So whenever I look at that downstairs bomb site, the biggest thing that comes to my mind is the kitchen dirt push. I mean, it's one of the biggest staples of this map, and it's one of the best attacks on this map. I mean, the defenders know that it's coming, but it's really reliant on that smoke player inside of dirt to clutch up, which during one of the rounds he did, and it was an insane dirt hold with the Goyo shields and the smoke canisters. But as an IGL, what I want to do is I want to get the kitchen hatch open. So normally take an Ace or a Habano, whoever's in play, and then also have a sledge blowing up above the site so that they cannot impact trick. And then as that's going on, the people get control of dirt. Then we just drop the hatch, we cover all the angles, we push into sight, and then basically just execute from there.
I love that imagery, but there are more bomb sites. Why are the attackers just so good on CCTV, Corbeck? We've seen both these defending rosters just struggle on those defensive holds.
I think part of it Clubhouse, right? Familiarity, right? Familiarity breeds contempt. It also breeds ease to a certain extent. People just know how to attack it now. And I think we saw some very good pushes from both those teams, kind of your standard pushing up through Garage, take control of Garage, and then you just move on. Of all the bomb sites in Siege, I feel like it's one of the ones that has the most kind of just step-by-step checklist of this is how you take CCTV as an attacker. And everybody kind of knows that checklist. So when it comes to the actual execution, especially for teams that may not be as experienced or are looking to go back to more of a rote form of play, it is one of those bomb sites as an attacker that you can just kind of check those boxes and get the cap.
Now, one of those checklists for me is my operator selection. We only saw Maverick once. That was in the final round. Finn, why on earth was Callie being played over Mav?
Yeah, I have no idea. With the bandit tricking going on and all that, I'm shocked that neither team really chose to adapt quicker. As we saw in the later rounds, you just open up a hole in the wall, just nade, put themselves through the struggle of trying to juke out the bandits. So I would have liked to see a earlier adaptation, and hopefully going into Villa, we'll see more of those earlier adaptations from both of the teams.
So we have exactly that. One of the highlights for us was that round 5 where we saw no Maverick whatsoever. We saw Callie attempting to open up that spa wall and it never really came together. Now, before we actually show that replay, is there something that was really a roadblock for you, Corbeck, or was it just, bad strategy from the get-go?
I genuinely, I think it's just bad strategy from the get go. The lack of the Maverick is not quite criminal, but it's getting close, right? And it's something that a lot of these teams do. Like it reminds me of my favorite quote that applies to Siege from Sun Tzu: "All men see the tactics by which I conquer, but not all men understand the strategy behind them." And I think that was kind of what that was, right? Like you see the tactic, in theory it works, but is the strategy really there? At the end of the day, no, it just wasn't. It was just poor yourself.
Now, Finn, you were one of the ones that said, "What on earth is going on?" So start me through this failed attacking execute.
Okay, so basically, the thermite gets the wall open, and they're met with a double mirror inside of the bathroom. So a great way to counter this mirror is you can actually go underneath it and blow up the floor. Most people do not know that the floor inside of that bathroom is soft, so you can send a Zofia or an Ash to just blow it up and then get rid of that mirror effectively. The Sledge decides to wide swing, and then he gets killed by the mirror. So moving on from there, these guys they blow up the mirror on the soft wall, so now they're just dealt with the mirror on the hard wall. Ash is gonna jiggle back and forth, and they drawn out that the mirror's in there, and Ash decides to sprint in. Mira sprints out at Ash, and then Ash gets a melee kill. I don't really know what that play was. And then Jaeger retakes the spot with an M870. Like, I don't know what just happened in that round. Mira's sprinting, Jaeger's running a shotgun. Like, I'm just at a loss for words. But overall, it was just a very funny round to look at, and well played, well played by UAH.
It's the understanding of how to execute on Jim. It is absolutely imperative, as you said, to push from underneath, going in through billiards, sending one of your explosive charges sky high. That way, Mira doesn't have a safe hold. And we're also highlighting that strong angle all around. So, Corbeck, if you were to say, go back in time, bring a time machine, if you had to pick like one adaptation, just a change, what would it be?
I think I probably would have changed it up so you put a little bit more pressure in towards construction or come from Logi. You just try and establish a little bit of pinch and push in. Also, if I can just say, like, you guys are very big, wrinkly brain, and I am much more smooth brain in the world of Siege. I think what the idea for Scrupulous there is, what he ran out was he didn't think there was anybody else on the jacuzzi balcony, and he was going to come up behind him and kill him. Like I'd kill the Ash in the hallway. I think that was the idea. That's just my like smooth brain. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I think I can kill someone here. Take on that, but that's what I would have changed. I would have just applied a little bit more pinch on that particular. The pinch was more present. We saw some great play out of logistics, for example. I think that makes all the difference on that particular site. You just can't put all your eggs on one basket. I mean, really, truly in one.
Well, we're going to put all of our eggs in one basket. That's going to be the replay basket. We're going to go back in time, enjoy Clubhouse and all of its brilliant plays. Don't go anywhere, and make sure you enjoy these replays.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around. This
this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care. You're
CR6 in the open bracket. The hurricane is continuing, but will Alabama-Huntzville be able to shut it down? Because Alabama is still winning this series. They find themselves going into map 4 with the advantage. If Alabama-Huntzville takes this victory, they'll be crowned the champions. Before we can do that, we need to talk about Villa. Now, Finn, as that IGL, what are your steps to executing on this map? Because this map is designed to test IGLs.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. So basically, whenever I'm IGLing for any single site, you want to have a checklist. So you want to have your primary goal, so get into the building. Then you want to have your secondary goal of what kind of control do we want for the execute. And then your third step will actually be your execute. So identifying those 3 steps and then actually applying them in game will be the best way to go about that.
Perfect. It always starts with getting in the building. And that means we have to open the doors to our casters. Reese, take us away.
Chief, we have had quite the game tonight in a best of 5 for the Open League Finals. And this one is really living up to the anticipation. We've managed to so far exceed the length that we had yesterday with the Akron versus Purdue game, stepping into the space of a 4th map with Villa on the horizon and a potential theme park after that. Scott, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, if you're a UIH fan, obviously you're not wanting to see theme park. I mean, don't want to see it decide. You want to see it get finished off here on Villa. UAH has done a great job. I talked a little bit with some of the desk people at the end of the last one, and they said they think there's a pretty good chance that we might not see theme park. UAH have shown us a completely different squad than we saw in map 1. They took map 2 spectacularly. Map 3, they struggled a little bit more, but still a pretty devastating finish to go off of. And in all honesty, I think that what we're seeing right now from UAH will be enough to finish this off and not let Tulsa have it, especially with the fact that UAH is starting a very good chance they just complete a trifecta, go 5-1 again, maybe 4-2, and then just whittle their way on the attack against Tulsa and just finish us off strong.
Well, the Ash ban might leave some of you gobstopped, but I've got an easy explanation for that one. It is going to be a target ban. You don't get much better with the target bans than Ash, and well, we've had one player who likes to step onto that Ash role a little bit more than others, don't we, Scott?
Yeah, I think we do. This is actually a really, really rude ban. I think I would say this is a very, very rude ban. I do not think they want Spaz to be allowed to play the game. I think that's what it comes down to. And knowing that they have defense first, they can take that ban and not have to worry about it for the next 6 rounds. And then that might just be enough to guarantee them that Matt, come on. That is just, this is cyberbullying to Spaz specifically right now. I mean, this is targeted just so mad. Be just a kick in the gut.
I'm surprised there's no commentary in chat from Spaz delivering any response. No, none. He's going to have to step onto a different operator, though. I will say the IQ G8 is still about as ferocious a weapon as the R4C. Some say even more so. The Amaru is the chief operator, will have the G8 brought on just because of the fact that you can bring more of a ranged optic. The 2.5, the ACOG on the G8A1, that thing is just a monster. It's literally, it should be banned in the Geneva Convention. That weapon is so demonstrable. Step into this one. Of course, you mentioned we have the defense first here for Alabama-Huntzville. So they're going to be able to hold on for a little bit longer.
Did I just hear the words Geneva Convention come out of the Reese's mouth? Like, I mean, goodness gracious, man. You're stepping out of your shell in this last one. You said sheesh last map. You're bringing out some more you know what? I'm liking it. But you know what I'm really liking? In basically all of Siege. I mean, the only one that comes close is Oregon Dining Kitchen, and they have the same name, so it kind of works out, I guess. But I love this one. It's so reminiscent of older style maps, pre-rework, Season 1, Season 2 maps. You're gonna see castles, you're gonna see nitro cells, just aplenty. We don't actually see that for UAH right now, though. Very, what I would classify as some selfish picks I mean, and Ella is considered a selfish person. I think most people would agree with. Legion recently has kind of become that and be forced into that role because it's just kind of being outclassed by other people who do the same job. I'm shocked we don't see a Vigil of all things as well if they're going to go ahead and bring out the selfish picks, but I think the actual shock that I'm receiving here is the fact that there is no Nitrocell besides Candy Canes and there's no Pulse to gather the information. UAH are bringing some interesting things out, and I'm not sure how it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, lack of nitros. This is a really unorthodox strategy that we have here. Just the single one from Candy Cane. Usually you're kind of going for more of a carpet bombing approach. Deny the vertical play for Tulsa or any attack team in general here on Villa. The Legion is one that leaves me a little bit boggled. I'm not sure exactly what the decision-making process is to bring a Legion. Yeah, I mean, he's got a bulletproof camera, but Jaeger's got one as well, and that's available despite the target ban onto the Ash. Jaeger is still up, and I think Jaeger probably would be a little bit of a better operator to bring here, especially given Waffle's got those frag grenades. One will be set, cooked down to the red hall, just barely misses Unscrupulous as he was on his cams. That could have been a free kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very close position, and right now, this Astronomy CP misses the opportunity for that pick, swings out to find an X, and actually does trade Spaz, and that's huge. You have Spaz come through, and that's going to be a very, very eventful kill. You trade JP for Spaz. You maybe not like that because JP had a spectacular map 2 and a pretty darn good map 3, and now Spaz, who was that standout player for Tulsa, is out for the count. So you in map 1, if UAH can kill Spaz, they feel like they've won that engagement, even if they have to sacrifice 2 to do so. It's just how much Spaz has been able to pop off. But Taciturn taking a lot of damage here, now sitting at about 8 HP, if even that. And the side of Tulsa is having to do so much to make their way back towards and contest. So much of this first floor is just a powerhouse of deadly presences for this UAH side. Tulsa just have no real clue how to step inwards, but the kill from Doc and the Schmitz will guarantee themselves at least a level of security, make that a second from Meat Grid into Unscrupulous, as that will be cleaned up from previously Taciturn, who is extremely low, in Candy Cane are the last 2 standing. And will this be a bittersweet ending, or will the sugary sweet Candy Cane be able to take this one back into their own side? Players seemingly spotted out. Waffle Max is attempting to step inward at this point in time. Kitchen is being held pretty well from Candy Cane, but needs some assistance as 2 players are wanting to come inside of this stock room. It's going to be difficult for Candy Cane to hold this alone. Explosives going on, steps in and doesn't have the gun up and ready. Turn left standing, and it's not going to be for long at this rate. Has the Alda and can play with it, but there's not much beyond it they can do. They try to peek each angle, and there goes Doc to find the kill. Not much left, and Taciturn was not able to finish that one off. UAH not able to win it out in round 1.
Did the Nomad air off the memorial door in the final seconds? Just adding insult to injury. I saw the unusual impact. Just tossing him, locking him up, and keeping him stuck. Tulsa going to open up Villa, an initial attack win, showing us that the Ash ban doesn't mean everything in impacting their attacking performance. An immediate repeat. Oh, actually, no, it's not an immediate repeat. I misread that. We're heading to Living Room Library. Across on the horizontal floor, the presence of a second tertiary site in the opening rotation, confusing even me.
Well, you know, doesn't take much here, Grace. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna give you this round because I don't want to talk about it. If I can be honest here, you don't see this. You don't. This is as rare as bar and stock, really, for Clubhouse.
I have to disagree with you, Scott. I think Living Room Library is a little bit more defensible.
It's more defensible, but it's just as rare.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty rare.
It's definitely defensible.
I have seen this site in collegiate play. We had it like 3 or 4 times in the last major collegiate event I casted, the Face It in their R6 championship here. And it was actually, I think it was like 100% defensive win rate. We had it like 3 times in the season, and every time that we broadcasted it, it was a defender win. A lot of what goes into this site is how you play above, how you defend it vertically. If you lose control of the vertical play, a lot of the question there is about how much time That's really the short and long of it. You have to be able to play from up above, because holding it just like default on the site very rarely works.
Yeah, I think that in all aspects, this is a much more defendable objective from stock, because you can play vertically, and it can be really substantial to do so. But I think UAH is just trying to be weird. Just trying to be different. They're just built different right now. They're really just trying to come out and say that. And it's showing, and unfortunately, all attempts from JP to take Spaz out don't work. But Candy Cane is just up above, just same as well in games. Does find Spaz on the refrag, and JP, who was not able to trade the Spaz kill this time around, still ends up with it. A second kill now dropping for UAH, and Scrapulous takes Meat Grid out for the count. The meaty body will then flop to the floor, and it's just 3 players left for Tulsa. They're trying to get some long shots through these floorboards, hoping for a pick, but it'll be Candy Cane once again. That's Diffuser in their sightlines, curious, left questioning what's going on. Doc and Waffle, they have to clear this second floor. Where it's going to, but it's not going anywhere, and Scrupulous finds a nice shot into Waffle Mechs, and it's just a 4v1. Doc is left to question, what's up, Doc? And it doesn't seem to be much for it. Roger Rabbit coming in a back seat. Doc finding it Scrupulous, a 3v1, and it does not bode well.
Final attacker left to try and hang on with the Diffuser still within Candy Cane's sightline. That'll be all she wrote for round number 2, as Candy Cane does not fail on that vertical angle, one that was sorely neglected by the Alabama-Huntzville attack. They should have just been ready for it, but that presence from up above, I mean, just shut down perfectly. It looked like UAH had everything to play for. The attackers never even really challenged it. They didn't open up the game's wall. They didn't try to come in from the classical hallway corridor. They didn't really try to attack the vertical game at all. The vertical game, which we hyped up so much, earned them 3 kills and lock the Diffuser in a place that the attackers had.
I mean, when you get that kill from above, which Candy Cane was doing such a good job of doing, it locks Diffuser down. Like you said, there's no chance of that moving away. It's in sightlines. You know where it is. The only places I can think of that are as dangerous as that one, and this is a really weird long shot, Consulate. When you try to enter through garage on Consulate and you step forward and you've got a player up above that's sitting next to Piano and has cleared the floor and they kill you stepping inward, that's over. That Diffuser's not moving. There is a 9 out of 10 chance that you will lose before and die before being able to grab that Diffuser, because they just have sightlines on that garage entry. And that's what it felt like. UAH did a great job of just taking massive control. I would not be shocked to see UAH on their attack replicate that same level of verticality. I want to see UAH do one of the best plays I've seen in a long time in terms of Villa Siege, planting in statuary behind statue itself, and then playing vertically, clearing the floor below the Diffuser, and then just playing inside of dining and shooting from below. I mean, it works. It's a bit dangerous to play in, but ultimately it makes it nigh impossible to actually counter diffuse, and I think that would be something that a team like UAH could do and could bring to the table.
Well, if you didn't know better, I wouldn't totally blame you for mistakes set up as a dining and kitchen defense. There is so much entrenched below here for UAH's hold. They had castle barricades, reinforcements, and I believe maybe even a couple mute jammers thrown here or there. That's going to allow them to really play on the vertical game. And Scrupulous gets droned out for a brief moment, though manages to dodge past the bathroom. But Spaz with quite an entry as he'll hop in the jail window and take the cardiac sensor out of the question. A very important kill, probably the best one you could have asked for. With no smoke in this lineup, your late play operator to go down. The big lack of that intel is not going to help UAH in any way. A Nitro is launched out, but it does not net the kill. Waffle Mechs was yet to even have rappelled up to the window. A little bit miss. Have to be up to UAH if they want to split the difference. Spaz kind of just hopped in, got his kill, and jumped right back out, keeping himself away from the firefight and allowing him to hold on for a little while longer. Tulsa might soon recognize the weakness that is Astro here, with only Unscrupulous waiting down at the bottom of the stairs. A quick frag grenade from Waffle, or maybe even some of the concussion lifelines, could mean the end of our mute player and total control of Astro. But Unscrupulous, he'll find the kill, peeking up, docked around the corner, and the headshot is immediate, but the Jaeger to swing out manages to so closely evade Waffle. But the soft wall there Inside trophy is not going to help him much. Candy Cane flirting with Doom.
Oh my goodness, we did not just see that prone angle come through. Quick factoid here, Spaz has killed JP for their only 3 kills in the last 3 rounds. So an interesting tidbit to go through. JP really does not like Spaz right now, probably the person who opted to go for those target bans, but a 2v2, last minute remaining, Candy Rush. And now Diffuse on the opposing side. Waffle Max faced off against Taciturn and Candy Cane does not bode well. Shots do take a little bit, tagging Waffle Max as they try to stay safe, but behind a soft wall could not bode well for them. They're getting some shots towards Trophy's side, connecting, worried now. Taciturn has to take a step back, but Candy Cane, who's, I think that's their 3rd kill for that round, completes the trifecta and brings UAH into a narrow victory. But goodness gracious, that was an interesting start, and Spaz really needs to let off of JP, I think.
Yeah, he's not really making this one terribly easy for JP and has kind of started to step into his own element with a different energy than we've seen so far this series. 2-1 defensive performance so far. You got to give some credit to UAH, who recovered what looked like kind of a distant performance at the cusp of moving into Astra for the attackers. I feel like they were almost able to kind of overpower them, but Candy Cane hit 2 very crucial shots. Not only the final one to close down that spotted as he peeked through the split door from inside of Statue. That round might not have gone his team's way without those 2 picks and could have given Tulsa an opportunity to get 2 attack wins here on the board. Now finally, to Aviator and Games. 4 rounds in, and this is the first site. Really had an unusual rotation so far tonight on Villa.
Unusual has kind of been the name of the game right now. I mean, UAH has touched every objective, right? And that's weird to say for a map. Reese, how many maps can you name where you're actually expected to see most, if not all, of the objectives, right? I mean, in all seriousness, where all 4 can be legitimately viable and usually are legitimately viable. I mean, it's rare.
I think it's like Oregon and Theme Park are the 2 that come to mind. And that's pretty much it. Villa's not usually one, though. I like Living Room and Library. I think teams just don't know how to defend it, and Tulsa really didn't know how to attack it. That's where the problems went wrong with that.
I think that's it up, changing things out. When you've seen UAH, where they lose dining and kitchen, but yet they still manage to win library. What is the expected result? I mean, it's strange. It's not okay. Well, to be fair, they did bring only 1 nitro cell to kitchen and dining, and they didn't bring a pulse to kitchen and dining. It's strange by all accounts, but Spaz, I've never seen a player hold shift and W more often in my life. Already finding a pick, and it's scrupulous. This man is an absolute monster. Now looking to peek once again. Information being gathered out with some assistance from, I believe, Curious to try and tag them up. And they're looking to maybe contest even further. Lots of impacts going through. A lot of damage being done to Taciturn, as that lifeline damage did do a lot. And Spaz is able to finish off the kill. A double kill available, and Spaz is trying to bring the backpack back into this one, and the straps are tightened on.
Spaz has got all the right ingredients for this recipe as he assumes control of the objective. Now Meat Grid will put down JP, leaving Candy King and Schmitz on their lonesome. Almost able to deny the plant, but Spaz steps UAH as they try to reclaim in control of the objective. Schmitz is so precarious at the top of the stairs. Waffle Max is going to shut him down, leading to Tulsa's first flawless round here on Villa, off solely the back of the IQ's wild charge into the middle of the site.
What's going on, Reese? I mean, a genuine befuddlement, bafflement. I mean, really and truly, I don't have words to describe what I'm seeing here, but we're heading back to Living Room and Library, and this may be a consolation round for UAH because Tulsa just didn't know how to attack it. Like we talked about, they just didn't know. But if they can't kill Spaz early on enough, it's over. Because Spaz has not stopped holding shift and W and has not stopped just absolutely ruining UAH's day. There's a reason why you see UAH doing those target bans, and it's still not enough to stop Spaz. We were warned beforehand of this game that Spaz is a player that you have to look out for. Not that you want to look out for to be wary of. You have to. If you out. And that right there is confirmation of that. Spaz, even if you ban their go-to operators, they'll still find a way to make you hurt.
And it seems like the IQ is working even better than the Ash was for Spaz so far. Has been hitting the entry kills. I didn't manage to catch in round number 4 if it was JP that he had gunned down. I was sort of hoping that streak would continue as kind of a little rivalry beginning to build here. But look where we are, heading back to Living Room Library yet again. For this to have been played twice on a Villa game, and only the first half is about as rare as things come for what we see on Villa games. I have to say, though, I feel like Tulsa know what went wrong in the first round. They're not a team that kind of let mistakes slip by them, and they're going to recognize how things can be ran differently, what maybe needs to happen here on the second floor. The hard breach component, a little bit limited. I feel like maybe you would have worked out better if you could put Curious on the Ace. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but having Ace to open up lines and then saving that final Selma for the entrance into Library below could be more valuable.
I swear, when I see players like play when it's not me, I have no idea how they're moving so fast. I swear it's like they're different. Like I have no clue how they manage to do the same thing, and Spaz just befuddles me every single time. But obviously they've taken pretty good control. They've got a Claymore set up to be able to cut off any attempted flanks to try and run around. Doc's trying to contest over towards Split. It doesn't necessarily tend to work out because Schmitz isn't giving up too much of an opportunity and does tag the other direction. But JP is trapped now inside of games. They managed to down Spaz. They're tossing a toxic babe to get it done, and JP, after the round 1, it took him 4 more rounds to do it, but they'll also find the kill to Spaz in return. But Schmitz is paying the price accordingly. Now JP and Schmitz combined can't even reach 50 HP. They're not looking very well right now, but UAH has bought so much time, only a minute and a half left. JP down at this point, cleaned up, and Curious takes him out. Waffle Max finds Schmitz, a 3v, and it seems to be all she wrote.
Oh, this is a real ugly one. Candy's trapped behind the games bar, and the attacker's bearing down on him. The first sight of a Nomad air jab. The yellow laser goes overhead, and Candy Cane appropriately reacts by now jumping up and finding the Nomad. Taciturn, he's got an attacker in his sights, shutting down Meatcrit. Another to drop down, and the ult just keeps on giving. Oh, Taciturn completely strikes this round, turning it completely upside down, leaving now only Curious in what looked like a surefire death for Candy Cane. This round has spiraled out of control, leaving the Thermite 100 health to his name. The 5.56 in his hands, the smoke canister goes out to obscure the sightline. Curious, case in pocket, he could try to force the plant, force the issue, and make sure that UAH have to rotate, but look at this, it's already happened. The Maestro's already waiting by the sight lines as a 3-ping will go out, and Taciturn, he's here for it at the ready. Curious doesn't quite know what he has to do. Another smoke is tossed. He'll go for the peak, but hiding close at the corner. He even predicts it, but Candy Cane's not going to lose that one with the SMG-11 in hand, and the UAH to put another round on the board.
Did I say that seems to be all she wrote? I say UAH is going to write a new story, a new ending. I apologize. I mean, what to the moon, straight and beyond. They are Rocket City. UAH is attempting to take this to a whole new level. So, goodness gracious. I mean, that should have been all she wrote. Reese, I'm sure you agree with me on this. This isn't just me trying to save my rear. Candy Cane was in a fruitless situation, winning a gunfight against Doc as they attempted vault. It should have been the other 2 players for Tulsa to just swing in and find the kill. But because they don't do that, they ultimately lose the round. They could have faced it as Taciturn after that 2v1 they played, Taciturn winning both. But they could have had a 2v1 on Taciturn in return and just both swung it with a crossfire. The ult is good, but I don't think it's that. Miracle rounds, that one's a little bit stranger even than the melee round we had last time on Gym and Bedroom. Genuinely, this is a new game and a new strategy that's coming through. UAH, I don't have words, Reese. I mean...
Well, I'm going to let you know how you shut down Candy Cane in that position, and don't play it like Doc did. First step, you're going to drone him. You realize at the time was fine. I think there was like 90 or maybe a minute and 45 at that point to work with. So the time is not the end of the world. You know, it's not like 60 seconds where you kind of have to make a play towards the site. You have a little bit to work with, so you send a drone in. You recognize he's behind the bar. I think that was already known for UAH. And then you're going to have somebody close at the bookshelf at top of the study staircase just bang him through the soft wall. He has no reinforcement there. You want a surefire kill in that scenario, you can't leave it up to chance because, Scott, look at Candy Cane. He's 8-2. He's the kind of player that's going to get a frag in a position where you shouldn't be able to.
When you have 70 seconds left in time to try and push behind bar, which it came out to, I think, 73 seconds total for the push them out, you got so much time to drone out and also pick that information. You really and truly, Collegiate, you're expected to do the last 30-second meta. 30-second meta is fine as long as it's not the last, typically speaking, but in Collegiate, you're going to see teams fall into that last 30-second meta. And I really like our Observer automatically knowing to go straight onto Spaz whenever an entry comes through into the round. And JP as well could be another contestant, but Candy Cane finds the entry instead. A Nitro Cell into Doc. They'll be saying goodbye. Spaz is attempting to continue to gather intel with that IQ. Waffle Max is somehow getting killed off by Inscrupulous in the other direction. JP is aware of Spaz's position, didn't win that initial engagement. A cross does come through, JP giving away the position. But UAH is already up 5 versus 3, and they're in a good position to sit pretty, but Spaz is still alive, and it's dangerous to play against that. They don't have the cardiac sensor because they seemingly are aware that an IQ is going to find one into Meat Grid, a 5v2. Spaz does get into Candy Cane, now turning around towards Trophy. Could be a bad situation. He pre-fires the laying down prone player because information is on their side. JP waves goodbye.
Curious just waiting. I thought for a moment there maybe he had tried to plant thinking that the site was statue, but we'll have to be asking that later on. Spaz has made something out of this round that surely should have been nothing, but spoils his advantage. I'm not sure where the barricade went down, whether on the far side or the close, but that's not really what matters. Spaz hopes to make a play, but it'll meet no success as he leaps right over the edge of the balcony into his demise, and now Curious, filled with lead right through the wall in living room. The Thermite is not given many options in this round to fight back of. It's a familiar position. Curious in the clutch just as he was in the round prior, but now facing even more difficult odds as he's got to attack his way into a site that has not been properly set up for the execute against more to fight away in the previous round. Not to mention a whole other bastion of things, the Alda, the Scorpion, just among them, and Curious's health not as high as you would want it. Not the 100 HP he had last time, even less so. Fighting his way through to Memorial, still worrying about the various different angles. He turns his back to Tetris, and that will be that, as UAH managed to pick up round number 6, establishing a 4-2 first split.
Among them, huh? Dangerously close game you're playing. Dangerously close game. Listen, space is kind of being the go-to thing right now. I mean, UAH, Rocket City, home of NASA, right? I mean, they're definitely flying away right now. They're up there. But only a 4-2 split. We saw this right on last map, correct? On Clubhouse. That's what we saw. But can they maintain that? They only have a few rounds of wiggle room. Now they've got to defend a completely different style as we had seen previously. And the big thing that I want to than we have to see previously, it's just a big difference, and Spaz is picking up Mozzie, so it's another person that I argue probably has a better gun. The Roni I would take over the MP5, but that's because I'm bad. So I'm scared of Spaz. If they bring the Commando, then I'm even more scared because you have to know what you're doing to bring the Commando on Mozzie. It's my preferred weapon, but you really have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, the only time I really like the MP5 is on Malusi, and that's when it had the angled grip. Now that the angled is gone, I can't really use that as like my crutch anymore. Because that gun, I mean, it just pre-fires for miles. The attackers can't walk into it, otherwise things become problematic. For them, 4-2, this is the round to really determine where things are going, and it reminds me kind of what we had earlier on Oregon, where the half went 4-2, and then immediately, I think it was... I'm really diving back here. I'd have to go look at it after the fact, but there was a 2-round comeback where it was kind of a miracle. Like the same here.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
You can't rely on miracles every time. Kind of like you can't rely on Spaz usually to be that backpack. We've seen that time and time again. Spaz was able to carry through into map 1 with some great assistance from the rest of the Tulsa players. They did a great job of helping out, but UAH was able to overcome those odds and really bring out the shears or the clippers to cut the strap off of Spaz's attempts. But Spaz is contesting. It is the commando in play. Spaz, this is the exact person I would anticipate to bring it as well. Gracious, I would fear that at every point. I hear that gun go off, and not in my favor whatsoever. But a 5v5 in play. They're hard reaching out the wall. Doc just watching Candy Cane walk into master bathroom. They'll find a second as well into Schmitz, but finally shut down from JP. But that's going to remove a lot of your supporting player entries off the board. And now you've got a sniper, a flank watch, and a hard breach to do the job of Mini.
That's sort of one of those positions where Candy Cane gets... Where did I die from? And then Schmitz doesn't hear the call out, and so he's still, kind of locked up on the drone. Doc Swing can almost, by chance, hit the third. Finally, he's traded out, but that's the kind of play you need. You need somebody in the rack corner. It's not quite the spawn peek attempt that Spaz attempted in desperation on Cafe, but it works great to the benefit of Doc. Just hiding away, and a failure in full drone clearage is going to mean that he gets 2 kills. He really had no business doing so. UAH still, they've got a few things working for them. They should be able to do some hard breaching, perhaps on the gun vault wall, but another problem, you got to think about what has Tulsa got on the roam. They have Spaz waiting below. I remind you, Nitro in pocket.
It's definitely a threat to be watchful for. They could be a bit of a devastator, and Scapula is taking a lot of damage. Even at this point, I'm not sure where it's coming from. Seemingly meat grid as they were trying to shoot through from this 90 classical hall hold. It works out to deal a lot of damage off, but it doesn't escape with their life. Now Taciturn's holding that angle, but I don't think they're going to re-peek it. And Spaz from below just needs the call from the teammate to just toss it up and devastate that side. Scarpulus on this outside terrace window, looking to maybe cause some damage as well, but a great job from Tulsa, in my opinion, to not give them anything. They're not letting any angles be held. They'll gladly give up a couple of feet on that angle just so they don't have to contest it. They're putting themselves in a position to show dominant reigns without having to give too much up in the other direction. Nitro still in pocket for Spaz. They've got to go for a plant position. The question is, what position will they go for the plant in? And if it's not in the position expected, they may be able to survive against it, but air jabs knocking out the attempted utility from Cali. Nitro's being popped. Spaz still has theirs there. Meat Grid finds JP and Scrapulus. A 1v4. Taciturn does get their feet blown up, but it wasn't enough from Spaz, and Waffle Max will clean it off in the end. Tulsa with a very dominant round for their first defensive round.
Well, that's a much-needed win. It's going to shorten the lead to just a single. Not necessarily the end. We've seen some impressive comebacks on Villa defense. That's just the way that you want to begin things there. UAH didn't do their due diligence, as Chief likes to say. A failure in the drone and an unexpected Doc hiding on the kitchen sink, or rather the bathroom sink, leaping around the corner and really making that one a struggle from the very beginning. Moving next, with Aviator done and dusted, we'll have to see the rotation. It'll be Trophy Room and Statue. Tulsa's site split, looking a lot different from the more unorthodox one we had earlier in this game from UAH, not getting us the treat of seeing what a living room library from their team looks like just yet here on the map.
Difficult positions. UAH really got dismantled pretty aggressively. A Boomer Mind host here, Chief, likes to call it the apex position. And I kind of agree with it to an extent. It's a cheeky angle. That's usually what I call it. Cheeky position. You can play an aggressive angle. You can play aspect, sitting up on a countertop for the sink and finding the first 2 picks really just set Tulsa up to just slide straight through the round. It's not exactly what you're anticipating when you're UAH attacking, and it goes to show you have to expect everything. Expect the unexpected here, Reese, and that's exactly what has happened. UAH, they've got to pick something up after the last round. I'm just going to say it. Every time you don't kill Spaz, UAH tend to lose the round. I don't think Spaz was the maker of that round in any way whatsoever, but it's a good humor bit to go with it off of. But a 4-3 scoreline. UAH are still up 1, but they've lost that wiggle room they had, and it might be a dire straits moment because attack on this map can be pretty darn difficult to try and go up against.
Yeah, we had sort of this discussion between us casters and the analysis desk about what the virtue of beginning this map on the defense would look like, and that's largely because in collegiate play, the defense turns out a little bit better. Depends. Sometimes teams that are higher up in the meta tend to play better across both sides of the half, and that's just kind of the way that Siege goes. Attacking is not so easy for teams that are at a more kind of amateur entry level, so as you get better, generally your attack win percentage goes alongside that. No opening death so far. There isn't a pulse. We have that weird extension strategy holding below in some of the previous statue defenses. This one looks a little bit different. Gonna be a hard breaching attempt, ADS burn, and a frag grenade to be sent as well. It'll go over, but fails to clear the Electroclaw, which I imagine is actually up above, kind of the more common position to see it. And another frag is sent on through, but the Electroclaw will still persevere. The far side has been open, and Scrupulous gets a pick to kind of mitigate the damage that the frag grenade's failure to clear the north side Electroclaw has caused. But I'm not sure if that's really going to be enough to mount over this one. The problem with only having this left side open is that you can't get in so comfortably. You're going to be challenged from split and even deeper. Not as aggressive, not as the operator you would expect to be playing aggressive, but Spaz can really be a jack of all trades. Oh, meat grid. Bullet of the Cali sniper rifle whizzes past him, but no dice for Taciturn. He's gonna have to fight another day, but Schmitz, oh, there's an important kill. You might just be able to secure Astro control, and Scrupulous works his way forward, but fails to check the close corner. Another one for the Cade now, as he'll collect his double, taken within an inch of his life. Lamazi for the wide swing. Taciturn misses the reaction. 45 seconds, the time rather low, and the Cali to dive on through, but only met with the whistling barrel of Cade and his AUG.
What are you going to do, Reese? I mean, Spaz is just put you in the dirt every time. I mean, that round was all Spaz, right? We can say that, right? I mean, Meat did their work. I mean, you definitely saw Meat Grid find a kill cross long angle from Trophy side and get the kill. But you also saw Spaz take a position of dominance inside of Astronomy, swinging 2 inside a bathroom, and then possible for UAH to recover. You find those 2 when your UAH is only up by 1, and then at the same time Meat Grid finds 1, that round's basically over, especially when it's Taciturn who's using a Cali. Really and truly, you can hope for that first shot, which I think Taciturn is capable of doing so, but it's not a guarantor, which you absolutely have to have, and the SPS isn't going to get it done either. I mean, in all honesty, UAH have to change everything if they want a chance. You do see Taciturn. They're picking up Fuse. Not a bad decision, but a Pulse is brought to the table, and they didn't bring an IQ like Tulsa did. Instead, they have no real way to be able to tag out Curious, and these Nitro Cells from Tulsa, which they have 4 in pocket, in Tulsa for a team that has great communication, any bit of information that can be given off will be immediately acted upon, and it's going to punish UAH even more if they make the slightest microaggression in the wrong direction.
You're not really going to manage to get one past Curious, and I doubt we're going to see detonated, whether that's decision-making for Taciturn or something else completely. Moving into this round, Tulsa have done what we spoke about. They managed to get the 2 first defenses in their favor and brought this back to an equal game. We're heading down a really similar road that we saw on Oregon, where things are looking equal, and we have that neck-and-neck performance where neither team manages to immediately jet ahead of one another and keeps themselves at even odds. But Schmitz with the kill on the dock. The aggressive play from the bathroom side will not work twofold as he's shut down on the opening death, giving UAH a lot of room to work with in round 9.
You need the room as well. You got to get the position of advantage. You've got to be able to act off of it as well. Getting an early pick, pretty important, but take a look at the right side of your screen. That's not an operator that has a Nitro Cell. Candy Cane escaping with just a little bit of their sugar gumdrops left of their toes. I mean, in all honesty, that should have been a Nitro Cell kill. Insanely low. That was pre-fire. They knew exactly what they needed to do, but Spaz, unfortunately, in the middle of the round, DCs and leaves the game. And now UAH in a 5 versus 3. That is not what you want to see for competitive integrity, to have a round that could have gone either way still. With Spaz out for the count, it's pretty favored towards UAH. They just got to get these last 3, but I know Tulsa's not going to let it happen without a fight. Still trying to use these pulse cardiac sensors to their advantage. They have positions. They're pinging. Nades are being dropped from Candy Cane. They have one more left in the pocket. They could catch one player off if necessary, but UAH is taking their time. They're sitting carefully. They're not letting themselves overextend. They're still scared, despite the fact that Spaz is not in anymore. They're still scared of Tulsa for good reason. There's a reason the game is tied to this point, and it's a big worrisome problem. Fuse grenades do go off. It does tag Curious. That was insanely close. What a 10,000 IQ moment to take that stock side and then also go to the backside of Kitchen. Unprecedented.
A great sense of timing for Taciturn. Fuse charge to go down, and the health in response. Meatgrid will get 2 as he suddenly appears unbeknownst to even our observer inside of Trophy. Candy Cane with the trade, but that kill, 2 in fact. The Goyo might have just made this round winnable with Candy Cane on considerably low health. It's only going to take 1 or 2 bullets from either of our 2 remaining defenders. Candy Cane going to have to be sent to the back line. Still hoping to operate from up above on the vertical game, clearing many of the angles. The time is low. The biggest thing benefiting the defs in this situation, JP has got a drone moving in. Control of Kitchen will be assumed by the attackers, but WaffleMex comes through and Curious didn't get drone, leaving only JP a round that they should have won by default. Curious comes through in the end, and Tulsa, I just don't believe it.
I mean, apparently the rocket that Huntsville took off in earlier, we're not seeing UAH. We're not seeing the same squad. It just doesn't feel like they're the same people. They toyed around in their first half. They want to go to map 5, apparently. Maybe they're just like, oh, well, we don't get to see theme park often, so we want to go to it. UAH is just saying, map 5, here we come. It does absolutely feel that way, and now with a full Tulsa squad, Spaz in as well, it could easily reach match point at the end of this round. A 4-5 differential. UAH, who had the lead by 2, now behind by 1. This is difficult. Aviation in games is the objective of choice, and UAH got thrashed. 2 early kills that came through. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was Curious who had played inside of... Right? Was it Curious who had sat inside bathroom and then found the 2 kills on UAH? Am I wrong there?
I believe that was Doc.
Was it Doc? It was somebody. 2 early picks that really just put UAH in the grave early on. UAH's chances of winning Villa.
Oh, this one is just, I mean, that last round was supposed to be like the breath of life into UAH. Just got thrashed on both Statue and Aviator. I mean, what? This game just keeps on going. Tulsa had a man disconnect already after an opening death. But, I mean, Meatgrid did Meatgrid things. He flanked up. I think he even still got air jab, but the air jab was in the wrong position, you see. It was advanced. It was placed on the threshold of the door from the inside of Statue. So that didn't deny the Goyo's angle, and he managed to completely fire off against UAH. You take that and you combine it with the sense of urgency when they pushed in, and the low time, that just adds up for a devastating reaction. This is a different round, though. 4-5. It's not a guaranteed Tulsa victory if they can close this one out. Still one inevitable goal. Personally, I have to help, but I have to root for Tulsa here because I, as a caster, want to see map 5 and have this one go the distance, but UAH aren't going to let this one go quietly into the night, as we'll see one move up, but just a little bit too slow by Candy Cane. And the peek at the corner, WaffleMex makes the wrong decision. His aggression will cost him a severe penalty to Tulsa, who now lose out on their 2 big names, Meatgrid and WaffleMex, off the board, leaving only Curious, Doc, and Spaz in another man disadvantage.
Not a position you necessarily want to be in, but still an absolutely winnable one nonetheless. I mean, we still won a 2v4 last round, so obviously still absolutely
Nitro.
winner for Tulsa, but comes through, calling it. Reese is an absolute mega mind. Spaz finds JP. Not a chance. That one's going to be left undone. Nice brain you got right there, Reese. But a trade does come through. Schmitz finds Curious as Curious finds Schmitz, and a 2v2 in play. Spaz is trying Study, I think, in the backside. One planting now inside of Games. A nade has been tossed by Candy Cane as Taciturn does get the diffuser planted down. Candy Cane peeks the wrong way at the last second, and Spaz finds it instead. Now Taciturn left with an SPS to play against it. Pre-places the Claymore, not a terrible decision. Fights behind the pool table, does down the player. Now needs to play against Spaz, jumps over to try and escape. Somehow playing this mind game does finish off Doc, but it's a 1v1, and Spaz is left trying to play this. They shoot out the Claymore. They know just as much as Reese knows, and they're gonna hop onto it as well. What can they do at this point in time? Spaz does not stick it. Pros can in fact fake, and Spaz will get a 3K to finish off and save yet another Tulsa round.
There we have it. Tulsa marching their way back in. A bit of a difficulty on the beginning. Their attacks not going according to plan. But now 4 uninterrupted defense wins are going to put Tulsa on the brink of sending us to theme park in what has been a little bit on the secret there, Infernosis, of how I predicted the Nitro. There was a Z-ping, I think it was onto the Ace inside statue, or rather in study, and then the Mozzie hit the rotation. He ran down the red stairs, and from there on, it was just Spaz doing Spaz things to launch that one high.
You can just say you're psychic. I'll believe you. Like, you don't gotta like you can just say like it was Megamind. Like, I'm not gonna question you. It's like you nailed that. Right? Just say you're psychic, Reese. Come on, take ownership for it.
All right,
where do I go for
right.
a tarot card reading for you? Like, where do I gotta meet you? Like, what's going on here? What's in my future?
You gotta email and send some cash to my assistant.
Oh, who's the assistant chief? It sure feels like it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he is the resident collegiate financial advisor.
Oh my goodness. UAH though, if you need to make a comeback, if you wanted to make it interesting, you've done it, right? You've done it. You got to win the next 2, and then it's going to overtime if you can even manage that. But I think Tulsa can just finish this off here because UAH scrounging. They turned from big pack rats that just strided right in and found so much success to tiny little hamsters. They are stuck spinning in circles on that wheel. The only exercise they seem to be getting is running in and then falling short of where they want to end up, and they're spinning off of that wheel. And it's not working, and UAH have just nothing working. I can't know how many times I can say that because I've repeated it too many times, and it's a terrible thing as a caster, but it really and truly, you've got to change everything. I don't think the Ying is the right play. Candy Cane has done a great job of fragging, and I love to see Ying, but I don't think it's necessarily the right play. Instead, try to play someone differently. You don't need that entry frag. I don't think Callie's the right play either, no matter how much I love to see Callie. You're not connecting the shots. Taciturn's not hitting what they need to do. They're relying more on the SPS to get the kills than they are on the actual rifle in hand, and that's the impact for to play something different than to play the Callie. It's almost like biting yourself in the rear.
One thing you might be thinking about here is the fact that JP has died in every round we've had played so far, aside from the current one, which that could still be up to chance. Meat Grid ready for another Nitro. It'll be launched up, but I think is off target. I think it actually might have landed on the roof somewhat, which is going to leave Candy Cane in a sense of idleness. The Nitro, maybe it could be for a prep, but that really won't make much of a difference as JP races in to confirm his earlier down. Meat Grid down for the count, but look at this. Candy Cane, the Candelas could be thought of inside Astro. A smoke canister blocks off one of the crucial split sight lines. First Candela sent in. Seems like the rush could be the play to charge in, secure control of Astro. Such a pivotal point in the round. Curious embattled behind the trophy stack as Inscrupulous will finish off the kill. Rounding the corner, surely hearing the detonation, but it'll be the shotgun that onto Inscrupulous. However, Tulsa still remaining at a man disadvantage in the air jab, knocking Spaz off balance, takes his life away. Waffle Mex and Doc to try and hold on, but in a 1-on-2, it'll be up to Waffle if the clutch comes true, trying to hit the shots, but the range will fail him. JP survives. UAH live to fight on for one more Villa round.
I liked your rhyme scheme there, Reese. I really liked that. A 1v2. And then I don't remember what the rhyme was actually now at this point. My brain is stuff, but it was a good rhyme. I remembered it rhymed. No, 1v2 and with a shotgun run true, or like it was something along that lines. It was good. I liked that. You're a poet, and I think you did know it because you like to brag about that a lot. But that was a very, very nice round for UAH. They came in quickly, came in swiftly. It looked to be a little bit there as it was a dangerous position to be in as Wafflemex, and I believe it was Doc found some two picks at the very end, which had made it a 4v2 at one point, and then dropping it to a 2v1 as it was want to be in. UAH coming a little bit close. It could have gone either way if that shotgun had just dealt a little bit more buckshot. It would have probably downed and could have been completed quickly afterwards, but UAH do or die moments, just like the last round. But this one, it is a do or die because you can make it to overtime and contest this Tulsa side and then just win this map. You have the capability to do so. So for Tulsa, this is also do or die. It is for both sides. So it's an interesting situation where both sides are kind of desperate for this play. Who is going to get caught off guard first and who will ultimately come out on top? Time will have to tell, but UAH snowballed at the beginning and now are having to make up for the mistakes they previously had.
Well, we've got another 12-rounder on our hands, running the full length of what's available in regular time. Tulsa still teetering on match point, ready to try and close this one out, but the difficult realization here, this statue attack, that's going to put back on the table the offer of a 3-1 potential series victory here in the CollegiateR6 Open League Grand Finals. That's not something Tulsa want to let happen. I mean, they want to fight on. They want to, at least if they lose, say that they lost on map 5, on game 5, not here on the 4th one before the full length of this map has really been shown. And I want to talk about something else here as well. Both these teams, UAH and Tulsa, have spots in the Season 6 relegation match. So they have an opportunity to be promoted to the Premier Division. I think you will agree with me here, Scott, when I say that these two teams, the performance we have seen tonight, this is Premier quality Siege.
Oh, absolutely, especially after getting to cast the 3-0 victory from Akron last night. Akron is a standout team that's just always going to stand out, getting their 12th title, but these two teams are doing exactly that. They're standing out. First pick goes to JP, who's just come into the turn because Spaz took it. Now Spaz out for the count. Curious finds Schmitz, but Curious out from it. Scrupulous and Candy gets their own sweet, sweet victory in a Wafflemex. A 3v1 Doc behind the statue of statuary, now peeking master bedroom door, and JP leads UAH into a round 12 victory. We're going overtime.
Here it is, the Thermite, just a quick pull trigger 3, putting his team ahead and getting them one step closer to that top of the podium finish. Oh, this is just probably one of the best matches of collegiate action that I've ever seen, sending us now into OT. Tulsa have lost their opportunity to close it out as UAH comes storming back into this Villa game.
This is exactly where you want to be as UAH. JP, who was getting thrashed at the beginning of the game, literally died 3 times to Spaz on the first 3 rounds. Literally could only get 1 kill on to Spaz. Then in the 4th round, Surgeons, and now JP has 10 kills. And those 10 kills, the mass majority of them in the last 2 rounds where UAH was in this do or die situation. JP is a player that I'm looking at right now and saying, I want this person to be like a lifeguard or a coast guard or something along those lines. They have absolute cojones. They've got they're so confident and so calm in these do or die situations. They can pick a career in a field where they have to be stressed out, and I would trust them more than anyone else around me. This is absolutely insane. JP is the heart and soul of UAH right now. They're doing everything to keep him alive.
That's really where we're here. And JP, I feel like he kind of heard me because I said he had died every single round for 10 total deaths, and then suddenly he decided to really change things. He changed course. He's had an impressive comeback performance, even in the face of Schmitz and Taciturn not having their world's best games. Earlier on the analyst to expect from them. Of course, UAH is led by players like Taciturn and Candy Cane, who have a lot of history behind them of just completely thrashing their opponents, but something that we often forget is the support players resting on the back line, being forced to equip the 5.56, play the hard breach position, and come into every round knowing that you're probably going to face a defender and be at a distinct disadvantage. That hasn't really phased JP since about round number 10 or so, as he has just completely run rampant. And Tulsa have not found what it is to shut him down. There's Doc at the challenge. He'll light up JP, but not enough to secure the kill. And now Doc's position so precarious, they'll have to dodge and dip their way out of trophy as Doc and Spaz give up the game, but Meat Grid is caught. Seeing Schmitz managing to isolate him in transition. And now the Mozzie's position is known. UAH have got a lot on their side here in round 13.
Information is everything, and we've got Candy out of UAH. They're doing a great job of continuing to bring crossfire angles, positions, notifying what's going on. You can see this at this point in time. That's going to be a drone tossed out. Candy Cane trying to gather information. JP may be low, but they need to get them over towards 90 so that they can possibly breach out that vault wall. If they can't get that 90 vault wall, then they are going to have a very difficult time of getting into the objective. They're going to have to go through doors, and a commando in the hand of Spaz and a nitro cell in the hand of Spaz will make that a little bit more difficult. Spaz finds a nice toss connecting all the way over. It's going to be a nice kill into Schmitz. And now as Taciturn is attempting to get a long fire shot from 90, Doc is behind the shield. You could see this utility come to fruition to break this out, but they'd have to gather the information that it is there first. But in all honesty, it's still anyone's match. This 4v4, this is heart-palpitating moments. It's to the wire, and it's really up to Spaz to win this engagement with Candy Cane out this window.
So precarious for the territory. Only 4 kills needing to make it, and there's 4 opponents left on the killing field. Spaz will line him up as he denies the study window angle. And now again, we reach the point where Alabama-Huntzville have the difficult reality of needing to get the case down. The plant must come through. Air jab sent above, but Spaz still waits on a tiny sliver of an angle, just hoping that he can get the pre-fire, but the flashbang will send him a bounce. But UAH do not capitalize on this tiny moment of advantage. JP now, Selmas go out as it's a full send in through the objective. Doc will find one, Taciturn, the immediate trade, but now the Nomad is left alone in the world to try to res her teammate. The Mozzie will go for the swing, lines up one to get the second. Spaz for the 20 bomb. Tulsa, round number 13, will earn the first win in OT.
And that does not bode well, considering the fact that now UAH get to switch to the defense, and they have a pretty okay chance of winning this one. If I'm then, I'm going library. I'm going to pick that up, even if it is a strange choice, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Living room library objective, picking this, as Chief would call it, quaternary, a choice of objective, but they got to go back to the attack after this. And while they had won those last 2, they couldn't win it off on Aviation and Games. This may be good for them, having lost to Aviation and Games first, because then they can play the other objectives and try them out and play where they're more likely to win. But ultimately, what the heck is going to happen from here on? We could see Tulsa win an attacking round and completely devastate UAH. Spaz is stuck with his IQ. We've seen it multiple times. Spaz is at what, 18, 19 kills at this point in time? I think it's 18. We'll be able to double check in just a moment. It's 19. 19 kills for Spaz, and people who are questioning why we were putting so much focus on him, that is exactly why.
Not only is Spaz a highlight player, but I think he's also an endurance performer. He can stick around in a best of 5 and still in the 4th match. A UAH devastation on Cafe. A win on Clubhouse that was very close either way. And now here on Villa, where Tulsa had an advantage for so long, and then UAH were just like, hey, you know, we're here. We're going to get 3 rounds in a row, and we're going to set you away. I was a bit premature, I will admit. I think the Maestro got a kill that I did not see at the final moment, but Spaz's performance, you cannot underscore enough. I mean, he is just completely off the chain. And it's not going to change whether he's got 19 kills or 20. I mean, he's gunning to get as many as possible. Could there be a nuke on the cards? Probably not. But Spaz is going to try his hardest to get there anyway.
Yeah, you come off as a con kid here, Stick. You do come off as that. No, but absolutely. I mean, Spaz is a monster. I mean, really, by all accounts, UAH have come up with everything to solve this, even going so far as completely counter-picking for bans, removing Malusi and Ash from the board, making it worked, but Candy Cane already tossing the Nitro. It does not work out for them, does not find any impact whatsoever. Call-outs are being made. Some pings do go through to be able to gather some information, and Spaz is on the prowl. With some assistance from Doc, it'll be a bit of a difficult position for UAH to play against. Smits holding Classical Hall 90, but not really 90. Instead, holding the opposing elbow side, the short stick of that L, and it's going to be Doc's rush to come through, and they're both picking sides, but Doc holds the tighter angle, finding one. A shot's missed as JP unfortunately will miss their opportunity to find that kill, and now a 4v5 UAH coming up short right now. They need to find everything if they want to stay in. JP takes Doc. Shots from Candy Cane do manage to tag up, but not enough to secure. Now has been downed, baiting out for a bit of time. JP could maybe assist, but I think Candy Cane's reign may be over.
He's not going to live any longer than just that. And now the lifeline, JP struggles, slowed as he tries to make his escape. And there's Waffle Mex to on JP for the smoke, relegating UAH to their only two remaining defenders. Tulsa, the importance of this round, never more so. You're trying to battle on and regain the opportunity to close out this series and to put us forward towards Theme Park. It's 2 men on site. Advantage favoring Tulsa. But we've seen UAH pull some miracles. Tulsa have had rounds where things are looking up for them, and the script to be completely flipped before, and especially when the time is low. And we have Tulsa needing to force in. They have to make a play. And Scrupulous has snuck forward. The vertical angle is there, but he'll manage to get the denial, now rushing back to the Art Vault. The time is so incredibly low, and the Maestro away from the flank in a position where Tulsa might not be expecting it. Creeping his way from up above, red pings constantly marking the plant. It should be another denial. In fact, it was. Now as the Maestro appears from above, he'll get a second, and the final kill is set forward. UAH! They make it 2, it just doesn't matter.
I cannot tell you how hyped I was to see yet another 2v4 come through. I mean, what is UAH's plan right now? Why are they relying on that objective to constantly go to that UAH fight for their life? And with everything on the line heading into map 5, they'll stop it with 1 round short. Now they have to win this one up. If UAH win this, I cannot stress this enough, it's over. Done deal. UAH will be your CR6 Open Final champions, but Tulsa is not going down without a fight, or should I specifically say Spaz. 20 gosh darn kills to the name. You could add in Scrupulous and JP, and still they only have 1 kill combined more than Spaz does. This is monstrous. I mean, Tulsa have everything riding it, and UAH are not letting it go, despite the massive numerical disadvantage they faced and the massive upset they've had to come through in the last few rounds.
Gotta take a second to step back and just let all of this sink in. 7-7, 15th round, the final of overtime, and Tulsa, their opportunity to seize and take control to end this map and finally send us to the analyst desk for the prologue to Theme Park. It just doesn't happen. First in regulation, 3 rounds go by, and Tulsa never close it out. They take the first round in OT, a dominant shutdown. Spaz going nuclear. But match point, it comes and goes again. To now a position where there is no more rounds. The end of the road here on Villa. 7-7. UAH are just going to keep on doing what they know best.
They know so much, but at the same time, UAH has had to rely on JP for those 2 rounds. They made the resurgence, the comeback on, and now they're going to be facing a difficulty. They're heading down to this tertiary objective of kitchen and dining. I mean, this is a difficult one to say the least. and retinas are already being kind of popped off. They have a ton of nitro cells in pocket for Tulsa. We had seen UAH manage to come out with something, but at this point in time, they've got to find more than that. But an absolutely nasty nitro from below, up and over through window, finds Candy Cane, and they're swinging off the balcony ledge straight to the floor down below. It's not a good situation to be in, especially now that JP has taken a lick of damage in return. A 4v5 UAH in dire straits. They've got to find these picks. They've got to hope for these miracle shots to tag. It's skill that's behind it, but you got to nail them right on the margin. UAH has had so many moments for the university recently in these clutch finals. They've had to do so much, and right now they're fighting for it here for R6, and they'll find a no pick, but they do. Grid finds Schmitz, but Taciturn does manage to find one, and Scrupulous finds a second to Doc. A 2v3, and Scrupulous and Taciturn tasked with trying to completely save UAH's chances of winning it off and not going to map 5, but it does not bode well.
Well, another one of these positions where the advantage is tremendous for Tulsa, and some duo, some player on UAH steps up to try to change history. Tulsa, this is their opportunity. Historically, they have not been able to close this one out on Villa. It's been using their electrifying motion to keep us rolling on further, but as I say that, there's nowhere else to go. No further rounds you can retreat to on behalf of Tulsa. If you want this map, if you want to keep fighting and go to Theme Park, as we casters definitely do, you're going to have to put forward that effort. Taciturn's got eyes on a potential frag grenade at the back corner of Kitchen. Thinking about sending it in, but Waffle Max will go for the swing, takes 50 health off the back of trying to make sure that this round can go somewhere else. The health is not great in the charge in. It'll be an aggressive play rounding the corner, and Scrupulous does not check the floor. Waffle Max for the first, now the second. Tulsa will do it in the 15th round. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Theme Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, not only has this game been a wild ride, but we go to the wild ride that is an amusement park, Theme Park. Tulsa saving themselves from getting relegated out. Finished off in the finals in map 4, now heading to map 5. Spaz, your player of the game, 7,300 points on the scoreboard, 21 kills, 8 deaths with only 3 assists. They started and finished almost all of their kills, and UAH started that one off strong, but couldn't finish off strong, and it unfortunately will end for that 4 going into map 5, but a lot to digest, to say the least here, Reese, but it's not going to be our job to do so. It's going to be up to Chief. Chief?
Everybody wants a grand final. I'm proud to give you exactly that. We are going to map 5. Our tickets have been punched. Our planes are flying there. And more importantly, our players are ready. The analyst desk has returned once again. Gentlemen, none of us could have seen this series going the distance. It has been incredible all around. But let's start to break things down in nice bite-sized chunks. Starting things off, Corbeck, what on earth are these bans? Ash got removed? Hello? Corbeck, you're muted.
Double mute right there. Good me. I was being very cautious, as you can see, but no, I was, and actually cautious is a good word for what that Ash ban was. I can't help but feel like it was intentional to try and kind of shut Spaz down a little bit, take him out of play, remove him for lack of a monster. And when you get to players of that level, the targeted bans just start to kind of drop off in terms of their effectiveness, because you really throw any gun at them and they can get kills. And I think that was very clearly demonstrated there. The Ash ban just not worth it at the end of the day.
I mean, the kill department for both of these teams is absolutely gnarly. What they're doing with their mechanical skill is next level, exactly what we want to see in that grand final. But Finn, let's talk strategy for a bit. On those planes and games defenses for Alabama-Huntzville, they always would leave open that study wall facing balcony, and they got shredded with that single position. Why were they doing that, and why wasn't it working for them?
So the reason why you have that wall open, normally what you would do is you would impact trick any ace charges or Habana pellets that would be shot onto that wall. So you're basically deny the attackers from the angle into vault. However, with the top main hold that they were doing, they were giving it up so quickly, so the attackers just had a free walkway into sight. And they were just able to have a nice crossfire on all the defenders and then just get the plant down basically for free.
Now, Corbeck, we have to address a very large talking elephant, and that is the elephant of library. How on earth did that quaternary bomb site enter our series twice? And why does it have 100% win rate?
Well, the reason it has 100% win rate is probably because it's not very well played. Like, it's not very often played. It's only been played 5 times. And I think genuinely you get that bomb site and it's such a shocker as an attacker. You don't even really know what to do. Nobody's gone and strat mapped for how to deal with library. And I mean, I said at the end there in the overtime, you guys were like, oh my God, we're going to the library. I actually get the decision. I don't necessarily know if I would have made the same call, but I get it, right? You take a team outside of their comfort zone in a situation in which they're already nervous, they're already feeling on edge, and you push them onto a site that they have so little experience with, and you just try and play off skill to the extent that it gives a team that might be more confident in their gunplay more room to play with because it is so unfamiliar. I love it as a curveball, something just completely out of left field. I think it was used very well, and it's unfortunate, I think, to a certain extent that it didn't fully pay off for UAH.
Well, other things were hit straight to left field. Hockey pucks from Fuse. Finn, how did that operator even enter it? Like, at this point, map 4 was bananas, but what about Fuse?
So the main idea behind bringing the fuse is just to clear out a lot of the utility that is on site. So fuse is used on this map. It's also used sometimes on Clubhouse and even Consulate. So those are the 3 main maps with fuse. But with using those like hockey pucks, as you said, into sight, it clears out all the utility inside of there. And they actually did a great job. They had the ace opening up the pantry wall as the fuse shot down the hockey pucks into sight to try to kill anybody playing in the back of kitchen. So they had some nice coordination there. Props to them for wasn't as bad as I bet most people would think.
That's very true. And Fuse wasn't the only atypical operator. Callie is still receiving love. Corbeck, why is she in play over traditional hard breachers or traditional
I
removal simulator operators?
I I genuinely don't know. This again, this is something that I brought up. I was like, I just don't get it. Not a terrible op, I guess. But I think we made a point of saying that the Kali op, whoever was playing Kali, their name escapes me at the moment. It just wasn't
Taciturn.
going. Taciturn, that's right. It was Taciturn. It just wasn't going very well. And at a certain point in time, I mean, I know that you need a replacement for a Thatcher, right? You need something to help with util clearance. It just, I don't know if Kali's it, especially on a map like Villa, where there are a few long sight lines that you can really get a ton of value out of, but they just weren't able to play those sight lines with her. So many times she had to follow back on the SMG, which is not a bad gun per se, but if you're going to bring an SMG, like if you're going to be at the end of the day, it's a choice that they obviously feel comfortable with. I think we'll continue to see it as this map goes to map 5. I just don't know if I will ever necessarily agree with it.
Well, analysts, grab your seatbelts, buckle in. We're going to relive map 4 because it's time for the replays. It was a gnarly map, and we get to see it once again.
Unaware, keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in The atmosphere charting the stratosphere. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion, forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion, oblivion. stars. Got it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall. From a quarter mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world. Into oblivion. Oh, go
We are back. Our break took a little bit longer, and my knuckles are white from gripping the sides of my chair. I am so eager to start match 3. Welcome back to CR6 Grand Final. Versus Tulsa, currently in that final map. It's been quite a marathon. One of these teams has to cross the finish line, and I'm excited to see who our victor today will be. Now, Finn, tell me about our next map, Theme Park. It's been removed from the competitive play onto the Face It sign. Since we're wrapping up our season, we allowed it to stay temporarily. So do these teams have preparation for it? Do they have strats, or are they just going to be knee-jerking their way to success?
So the big thing that comes with theme park is if they haven't been practicing it recently, I feel like this map is going to favor the defenders really heavily. The armory attack, you got to coordinate your nades, and if Maverick's in play, you can bring him. But this, be on the lookout for the Callie play. Callie actually isn't that terrible of an operator on this map because she can get rid of the K charges and get into places like armory and inside of
Oh boy, Finn, I'm so excited. Our analyst desk, we're going to step away. Scott, the stage is now yours. Send us into map 5.
Man, we've had a matchup all the way through. It's come down to the wire so much the Chargers like to charge their way into not having a map 5, but were ultimately stopped short. And this ultimately leads to a very, very successful and impactful map 5 that we will have to see. It is the end all be all here, and it's going to an old classic theme park.
Theme Park is just a map that is faded from memory. Even though Chalet has come and taken its place, I still haven't quite gotten accustomed to the lack of Theme Park as a map. And I really want to echo one of the points that we had brought by Son of Finn there on the analyst desk. And that's the fact that if you're not drilled, if you're not prepared and stratted out on Theme Park for the attacks, oh man, they can be a real nightmare. Things don't get any easier when you're on the attack half, and for the Golden Hurricane, who do begin picking up the offensive reins, things are going to be difficult. Personally, Scott, I am not really too thrilled with the fact that we've got the difficulty that's going to make this map.
Absolutely. You're 100% right. Trying to clear maintenance now is going to have to rely on, and this is a classic because I love to see this, thermites and sledges coordinating maintenance wall to breach inside of Throne Room. It's such a classical way to go through it, and I think we're going to have to see it. Seeing Amira banned out, nothing too shocking whatsoever. She is such a threat to be reckoned with, even in Barrel, dealing with Drug Lab, dealing with walls connecting over on that second floor for office, trying to go from office break. I mean, there's so many positions that Mira can be so successful on, one of those being initiation and control. You'd never want to have to touch her on this map, or you have to look at her on this map. And until any nerfs for that come through, you're gonna want to make sure you can step away, because Selmas can handle it, but in all honesty, it's not necessarily enough to warrant it. But round 1 will have to start off pretty quickly. We're seeing Malusi come out from Taciturn, not banned this time around, so we will be able to see it come out, and we'll also see Spaz back on that coveted Ash.
Villa, you asked me a question about which maps in the comp pool, previous or current, are actively in favor of the defense on all bomb sites. They're all defensible, and I mentioned Theme Park as one of those alongside Oregon and Villa. And the reason behind why Theme Park does have more of a variety is because there are different ways that you can play each of these sites, chiefly heading to this drug lab and storage site. The way that you're going to play this is by extending fairly distant across the bottom floor. Here on Theme, a lot of times you'll see reinforcements sent even into Armory and Throne, as we'll see here. A deployable shield is committed as well. I think UAH, this is showing me that they know how to play this map, that they are prepared for it, and they wouldn't otherwise have gone here, which really makes me a little bit more excited, because I was not wanting to cast a Theme Park where the teams are unprepared. That's just no fun.
Yeah, you can't have preparation and also not ways, I guess, you're Reese, like kind of like me coming back to casting Theme Park after it's been a month or two, right? Like, I'm halfway prepared for a lot of the callouts. I had to do a little bit of a refresher beforehand, and we're all good to go. But a lot of positional advantages will have to be had for the defenders. Roaming is such a massive presence for this map. But I guess the most important thing is, no matter what the objective is throne room control. If you control throne room, you really control the majority of this map. That's just how massively large that objective is, how hard it is to attack and defend it. It's such, or sorry, to attack. Defending it's pretty darn easy. That's why it's statistically favoring them. But it's such a difficulty that if you control that, like the old phrase, save the leader, save the cheerleader. Wow, my brain today. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Hold throne room, hold the game. UAH can start off strong by going for that, but picking up this drug lab objective first is an interesting choice despite that.
And there's the opening word. Unscrupulous will tag away. Meat Grid. Losing your hard breacher can sometimes be... All right. Luckily this time, only muted in Discord. I think Scott not being able to hear me is less of a loss than the general public.
I think it's a good in my books. There we go.
All right, well, we reach agreement, and it seems like Schmitz kind of reaches an agreement and conclusion of his own as he'll fell Doc and put up UAH's numbers as they now stand above Tulsa in the man advantage. The sledge going down, though, is probably the most impactful loss early here attacking the drug site, chiefly because that vertical play is so important to being able to shut down the defender presence. Trying to crouch through the rotate will not benefit Waffle on such a tight angle. Candy Cane quick to shut him down, and now Tulsa. Even more losses they will face without much to really recover. Getting into this site going to be pretty much a non-option at this point, though I'll say we have seen some phenomenal clutches so far this series that we've been privy to cast.
Absolutely. 50 seconds on the clock now. Spaz finding one, refranked back by Schmitz. JP already. It will go in Spaz's favor, but now it's just Curious left to wonder what to do. A 1v3, 40 seconds on the clock, absolutely winnable as one player sitting inside break room holding a very dangerous position. They'll step out towards Angel, but Curious finds the kill onto Candy Cane. A 2v1 in play. They're able to step towards site, one player behind this billiards table. They're trying to get to a position. Curious has diffuser, can plant where applicable, but Schmitz is just holding the necessary angle where they need to. Curious going for a plant, pocket corner near that soft wall, could be sprayed through. Schmitz here's the plant. Curious does hop off of it for a second, maybe enough time to be able to keep them off of it. Shots do go through, and Schmitz will find the kill. Absolute annihilation for that Tulsa side. It went close, but UAH will finish it off. If Spaz maybe had not have been felled, it could have been a different spot. UAH is there for the refrags.
So far, so good. One thing we spoke about Theme Park, it can be defender-sided. Son of Finn mentioned that with even if you do have strats, the old adage used to be that a lot of maps in Siege, you're going to expect the attackers to go 2-4 at the end of the first half. Well, Theme Park was really the one map where you would see a 1-5 score line in a lot of games because it is very one-dimensional. Their attacks are fairly straightforward. They're not very dynamic. You attack in the same way every single time because there are so few difficulties that the defense has to overcome, and the attacks are constricted as a result. Look at this site, for example. There's 3 main walls that you're going to have to deal with, and usually that's going to determine the way that you're going to attack things. Oftentimes, we'll see a yellow wall execute. Usually that's accompanied by having your sledge player go up above here inside of the waiting room, or maybe even further towards the office side to open up that vertical advantage and allow you to play a little bit more so. I think this is somewhat recognized by UAH, though. Look, they've got an extension up above. They're from being able to get that vertical game started in the first place.
You gotta stop verticality. You also have to gain verticality. It's a bit of a, what's the term? A tug of war is what I'll say. It goes back and forth. You can tug as much as you want, but ultimately they can tug right back, and it's really the team that comes out on top. There's a bit of a mud pit, or I just say a cliff in between the two. If you lose that, then you're pretty much doomed to fall down. You're stuck below in that pit on the objective, and ultimately they have the better angle, the better shot opportunities, and they can also completely counteract you at any chance. A push coming in from this eastern side, nothing substandard for this map, but honestly, they're able to take a very aggressive angle towards cash room, gather a ton of information, one inside of that office side. You know, we know one's towards initiation, but Spaz has already began that rush forward, very close to the position, but I believe they're on the other side of initiation's wall. Cannot necessarily be seen, but A bullet hole
Oh.
peek. I hate this angle so much. Absolutely how dirty it is. And I don't know if they're actually going to have that drone checked in time. I don't think they necessarily saw it. If they did, they didn't ping it.
This could be a real danger, and Scrupulous just continuing to try to play for the bullet hole. Another drone will go on by, on immediately to hop off. Perhaps the Ash's sudden appearance scaring them somewhat. It looks like a replicator charged past, but there it is! Spaz is going to shut down Inscrupulous, the replicator providing just enough intel to allow them the opening frag. Tulsa look like they're about to seize control of this top floor in force. UAH completely out of it. However, Candy Cane is not so keen to immediately give up control of bunks with his duo Schmitz just waiting on the opposite side inside of daycare, but the vertical play will not be stopped. Its inevitability now to begin is the contest from below. Taciturn is playing quite some dangerous game, but he does have a nitro cell in pocket, which could be the difference maker in round 2.
It kind of has to be with only and disadvantage can still absolutely win this one. Tulsa may have started off strong by taking out Unscrupulous, but it's really just a fragging pick. It's not much utility you're necessarily losing, especially at this level of play. You're not always going to get a drone to be hacked. It's really just to make it more difficult to drone out. The practicality of it is only as a bit of a way to slow down that information gain, not necessarily to steal the information most of the time. But Meat Grit has stepped down towards yellow quarter, firing towards that elbow pocket of Arcade. Hall and Doc is up above, has so much information to be gathered and so much of a safety net that's going through. It's going to be difficult to fight for it, but Schmitz finds Smaz in a nice fight, but Wafflemech swings it as well. I don't know where Smaz was in that fight in all honesty. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Armory Wall has been opened up, making it more difficult now for this UH side to defend it, but they still have the ability to toss out a Toxic Babe. Nitrocell hold off. Candy Cane takes some shots, can out detonate. It doesn't really seem to matter. He's in a bad position, but he still comes out on top, and UAH will find round 2.
Holding back the tide of the offense. Tulsa's advantage of 4-2 was not enough to put them over the line, and a simple mute hiding behind the pillar. He went undrone, and there was no intelligence. UAH will pick up a defense win, probably one that they didn't totally have completely going for them at the very beginning. We'll see bunks now as UAH are looking to pick up their first flawless rotation here on game number 5 of the Open League Finals. That one was really a disaster and shows you the fact that Theme Park, when the time is low, nothing really gets any better.
Absolutely. At this point in time, UAH up 2. Defense is favored. We've talked about this. You touched on it as well. You had mentioned Theme Park earlier. Defense is pretty hot because every single one of these objectives is playable. There are tertiary choices. You have your go-to. In fact, I usually deem lab as tertiary. Don't you agree with that there, Reese? I mean, it's not typically picking office instead. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big lab fan. That's just not something I like to see.
I feel like Theme Park got taken out of it right as lab became more of the primary start. At the start of the map, a lot of people considered Armory and Throne to be unbalanced. It was that bad. You could defend it so strongly, and teams really had a lot of struggles attacking it, but as the map developed, it became a little bit easier, became more similar and understood in how you could attack that. And because Lab for oftentimes was the quaternary site, it was played even less than Initiation Office or Bunk's Daycare. Nobody knew how to play around it on both sides. They didn't know how to defend it, which led to the site not being very good, but they also didn't know how to attack it very well. And when teams began to bring in more of the extensions, which were kind of developed a lot on Theme Park, that idea became more so, it became much easier to defend as a result.
Push we're going to see on this outside awning, very important, very standard for any attack. Nothing odd in that way whatsoever, but I want to bring a reminiscent thing from map 1 that a lot of you might not remember. The fact that Spaz was always the person that played big window or played around towards white stairs when they pushed second floor. They were that player that just played their own and just played their own game and didn't care really what the team was doing. You need an offsite presence like that, an away presence to do just that, and Spaz has kind of continued that one, but now kind of being a little bit worked, how do I say this, a little bit more reined in from his teammates. Tulsa has done a good job of keeping Spaz from going for the spawn peaks like we saw in Cafe, where UAH did have had a very dominant reign, and they've been able to make sure Spaz is staying alive and also playing in their best game possible. But Schmitz taken out, I believe, by Meat Grid, and now UAH once again a player down. They managed to make this comeback last time around, but in all honesty, a different objective could bode for a different disaster. Tulsa starting off strong with a minute and a half left.
So far, the attackers again have got that signature advantage, but look at this. The player trapped, and it'll be Spaz who chops down on the smoke player, taking him away and really leaving UAH not any better. Candy Cane has got a sliver of health to his name, and that's never easy when you're on the SMG-11. Doc is now pestered with bullets, and he'll eventually find his way towards the kill. The manpower on site is really low. Taciturn and Candy Cane are trying to play this in the distance and hold back for as long as will be allowed. Seemingly like the Maloos try to swing out towards the Angel hallway. Oh, the SMG-11 and its nasty recoil pattern. Too much of an opponent, but two will line up down the long hall. Taciturn will be on for the ace if he can manage to make this one happen, but he gets shot through the wall. Spaz takes no prisoners, and Tulsa will finally take an attack win.
That's a great way to start off. Maybe UAH don't go back to this objective. I mean, every single one. Reese, before we even see it, do you think it'll go back to lab? You're cheating now. Right? You're a little too late to answer. They are going back to lab. So I wanted to actually hear a genuine response out of it, but we're going back to lab. UAH, it came down to a 2v1 at the end, which does also lead to some questions about whether or not this is actually a super strong objective for UAH. Obviously, Armory weren't very well, though it did come down to a 4v5 in the last 10 seconds as it came down to that 30-second collegiate meta. But ultimately, UAH has done a great job of cleaning up where they need to. They've done a great job of finding success, but Tulsa in that last round took no prisoners. You said it yourself, Spaz is a menace to deal with. That is a Dennis the Menace kind of moment, except not made in 1974, probably a bit younger. It's collegiate. But in all honesty, Tulsa can take this one back. They know what they did wrong. They know what they got to change. And I don't know if UAH, because this map just isn't played, right? I don't know if UAH has the strategy.
So, Dennis the Menace, 1974. You're really showing your age here, Scott.
I don't even know if that's right, actually. That may be incorrect. In
We'll
fact,
get the
no,
fact checkers on
1993. It was 1993.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. There
That's
was a
not so
TV
bad.
series from 1959 to 1963, though, so.
Okay. We'll
I
let
didn't
you
get it
slide
right
on that
either
one
way.
so far.
I just
The,
picked an age. I just picked a year.
I'll answer your question, though. The answer would have been yes, even despite the fact that I had advanced knowledge this would be
Cheater.
lab. I think the way that they defended it last time was fine. The extension on the top floor was really to the best benefit you could expect. The player hiding out inside of the break room was alive for way longer than I think should be allowed. Candy Cane kind of spoils his job there, making the bullet hole, but shoots just a little bit too much ammunition. It's all about kind of the game of the opening kill here. If Tulsa can get the 5-on-4, generally the defense is going to see that and fall back. Falling back to the site, this is all about your performance and how you do actually away from the objective itself. The goal is to win the round before the attackers reach the site in their fullest strength.
Gotta be at your max potential. Is Meatgrid leaning the wrong way, or am I just, like, dumb here? It genuinely does feel that way, sorry. Schmitz in a firefight between, but it's not gonna matter. It's neither of those two that do find the first pick. It'll be Spaz. None too shocking, to say the least. They find Taciturn out for the count. Malusi player for the opposing side no longer in, but a rush comes through this central stairs of yellow steps. It'll go in the favor of Meatgrid, but Candy Cane does find Doc on a bit of a refrag, but now Candy Cane has to fight back. Sees one. Oh, nice swing! Finds the pick to Meatgrid, and now a 3v3 underway, a minute and 20 seconds left, and UAH have managed to tie it back, but Spaz is still in for the count. Might as well be a 3v5, but they've still got control of this armory, or did. Spaz is able to clear it out completely, knows that this hatch has been opened, one inside break room, and Spaz is being very pings from this Tulsa side are giving plenty of information away as well. Tulsa has done just immaculate in terms of gathering their information. Candy finds the 3K onto Waffle. Now it's just Spaz and Curious left standing.
And Curious is going to try to end Candy Cane's killing spree, but it doesn't really work out. Now taken away, it leaves it just up to Spaz. Shotgun for a little bit of chip damage. Actually, all of that landing on behalf of Candy Cane. No ace, as Spaz is sure to shut that down, not wanting to serve Candy Cane the ego boost so early on in Theme Park. Making the response a 1-on-2 with 30 seconds. I mean, this is really where you would expect Spaz to be the best player. His drone, however, too far into the distance to be of any use. A toxic canister is sent in, which will force Spaz to think about this a little bit more conservatively. And a third toxic canister still waits in reserve. The headshot is peeled away. Spaz will charge in now to begin the plants. Again, another attempt with the gas canister. It could be a little bit too late. Spaz is going to peel off. Spaz, what?
I have no words, Reese. I have no words. People were complaining earlier. People were complaining that we were giving so much props to Spaz and just riding Spaz. Tell me that again. Tell me it again. After last map and then that right there, tell me that again. It just isn't going to work out for you. Spaz is a monster by all accounts. I attribute it to Raid Boss. I don't know if you've ever played MMOs. I'm sure there are people out there that played MMOs. It's a raid boss. It's not something you look at and say, okay, I can 1v1 that. It's something you look at and say, okay, I'm going to need my whole squad to deal with it. And they had 5 gosh darn players to deal with Spaz. At the beginning of the game, you start with 5. You have 5 to deal with them, and you can't get it done. And Spaz walks through you and walks all over you. UAH has 0 answers, and Spaz is just punishing them. It's nothing that can be done. Tulsa, they're making a name for themselves at this point.
Earlier, right ahead of the broadcast, during the rehearsal, we were talking with Tango and kind of getting his expectations of the game, and he made a very certain remark. Tango is an honest man, and what Tango said is that Candy Cane is at the level, or should be at the level, of a Challenger League player. And I think that clip really serves to prove Spaz's potential as a player, having dropped more than 20 kills, or I think he was just about at 20 kills
21,
on the previous game. In round 5, he's already got 8 kills.
I can't disagree. I was a little bit. Sorry, Tango. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I love you to death, Tango. All right. I was questioning you a little bit. I still was saying it. I was still saying that, you know, Spaz is the player to look out for, and for good reason. And I saw some hints and some glimpses of that throughout the first 2 maps. But goodness gracious, I saw none of it on Cafe, though. To be fair, I mean, Spaz also got thrashed on Cafe. That was UAH through and through. But Spaz just is an entirely new person. An entirely new person. This is, by all accounts, a player that UAH has no way, no clue, no wherewithal to figure out what they've got to do to beat them. And that is where Tulsa is finding their victory. They're finding little dubs with it, and it's ultimately leading to the big dub. They were able to take map 4, and they're looking to take map 5 and take or sweep what was expected to be UAH's victory into this, and they're making at least UAH work for their money, even possibly just taking it from them.
Again, Spaz, he's on the prowl, hoping to try and shut down the Mozzie, who is waiting edges of their control, but the Mozzie a little bit too preoccupied with Spaz inside office, allows Waffle Mex to swing him from over by the vending machine corner, now leaving things just up to Schmitz, charging forward to try and get the clear, but the intel should be relayed. Oh! That SMG-11, it's so unwieldy, and Candy Cane is not going to be able to get far past it. Schmitz to lurk from below, but now, the jig is kind of up, and Meat Grid is instant in his reaction. Tulsa, with such a commanding position, a 5-on-2 approaching the objective. However, last time we saw Armory in Throne, it was a 2-on-4 that UAH made theirs out of nowhere. A really impressive team when it comes down to the clutches. And there's always some room left to change things here, but you've got a Smoke and you've got a Cade. Probably not the 2 operators I would choose, personally, to try and make this clutch, especially given the Taciturn has already lost out on his Nitro, so you can't really use that to make a kill. The Replicator now trying to waste a few of the TCSG shots as he works his way forward. The Taciturn peels one away, and there we go. Suddenly this is winnable as UAH just charge their way back in. Waffle is DBNO'd, but JP tries to go aggro into will almost make it happen again.
I mean, yeah, Taciturn had some great flicks with the TTSG. Found a lot of success. 2 kills, 1 downed, but not out like you called it a Waffle. And they just weren't able to get the next turn to figure it out because Taciturn fragged out. And there was no chance for his teammate to be able to secure the next W's that were necessary to finish it off. Tulsa, after a devastating 2-round loss now, we're at 3-2. Tulsa have the lead. They put themselves in a position of dominance, and UAH has been just at their mercy, and it is just showing up as a Tulsa match. We could see it once again go to the overtime. We could see it tied 3-3 at the half. Genuinely here, Reese, this feels like a very quick half we've seen here on Theme Park, which is interesting to say the least, because Theme Park can be one of the slower matches, one of the slower maps, considering how difficult it is to clear and sweep out Armory and how substantially important it is. It's kind of shocking to feel, and we're already at that halfway point.
Yeah, I think you win your theme park games with the way that you play on attack. We spoke about, how is UAH going to play on the defense, because they started off first. A lot of times, I think the thing that people don't like about theme park is that if you begin on the attack, that kind of sets you up for failure. You have to play your defenses on the second split, and so your opposing team can kind of piggyback off of that loss of morale. If your attacks are just dreadful and then now you're trying to play on the defense, things generally aren't terribly easy. But Tulsa have already got at least an even first half. I mean, we have seen so far tonight a lot of games that went 4-2 favor defense. So far, Tulsa have already upset at least that expectation, if not what could be a 4-2 attacking performance, depending on how well they play round 6.
And at this point in time, UAH has to play their minds out. They have to. In time, I would dare say almost all of Tulsa is kind of a raid boss. They're so difficult to deal with. It's so incomprehensible right now for UAH to find the answer. They just don't know what they got to do, and it hasn't worked out for them because of that. And the Gone 6 being brought out from Waffle Max, I think it might have been better used to deal with the shield instead. They have it pinged out. You can get a little bit of assistance to go through with it. Doc may be able to relegate into nades, same as Waffle Max if they want to do so, but there was an ADS behind that counter. I don't necessarily know if they were able to get it in the process, and they might not either, but Spaz stepped in from this eastern balcony side, stepped up into cash room now inside of Showers, hears that reinforcement go down, sees the shot opportunity, and misses the it, but JP will not, finds the kill. And this might be the ability for UAH now to tag it right back in return. Most of the rest of the team for Tulsa has stepped in now to this cafe side, attempting to get a little bit of a positional advantage, but there's a lot of spread off-site presence for UAH. They still got to make their way through.
Kill, I was just thinking about him and how he's kind of had a rough first split, but what a way to change things around. Mikra just dragging his cursor right across the head of Taciturn. Takes him down and out, and the attack have recovered it. 4-on-4. Curious taking a little bit of damage as he tried to position himself outside of Cafe, but JP having lost even more than that, sitting at about 2 or 3 HP. It's not going to be easy for him to fight here. Candy Cane lurks below. One thing to think about here is Cafe, okay, ignore the fact that Waffle actually ran in buck wild. The floors are soft, but nobody really in position for Tulsa. They realize there's a player off-site. Candy Cane can't contribute here and now, and so they're going to charge forward there in the cutoff. 2-on-2, Unscrupulous will fell Meatgrit down the end of the long hallway, leaving this one to Curious and Doc, but the intel is there. The position's relayed, the time quite low, and Candy Cane is still in a bit of an unorthodox position, coming up from the yellow stairs, trying to catch the attack off guard. Curious in safe cover, gonna have to be a full commit swing. Candy Cane to find the first. Oh, but the SMG-11 proving troublesome. Unscrupulous will get the tag team though, as UAH clean up their defense here in round number 6 and will give us a 3-3 first half.
3-3, UAH barely, narrowly getting the opportunity, and saying they want to pause for a few minutes. Reese, I do not blame them in the slightest. I 100% do not blame them. They have to figure out everything. They have to figure out what they need to do, figure out what's the next step, how they want to do it, whatever, however you want to describe it. There's a lot of questions that need answering, and they're going to need all the time in the world to figure it out. Tulsa has just been on a rampage. Their rounds have looked way better than UAH's rounds have in terms of spectacular plays. There was, of course, that round 3 where we saw basically just Spaz kill everybody and just win it out. That wasn't like a good round. I mean, you had to rely on Spaz to backpack you once again and hitchhike you into a good-looking round. It looked good. It played well, and Tulsa comes out on top with it. But Reese, what's your prediction? I want to hear what you have to say. Call it here. Don't describe why just yet. Just call it here. Who do you think takes it?
Alabama-Huntzville. I think Alabama-Huntzville are going to come back. I think they 3-3 half is not the best for the defense, but I think we're kind of trying to dig into the first half. A topic sometimes I'll call round economics. I think we're diving into that a little bit too different. I think this is theme park. You're going to have a hard time finding teams to scrim you on it, and it's going to be probably not your best map in the pool. I think the certain level of application, maybe training, practice that you put into the map could be a little bit lower. And I think UAH, because they've got 3-3, because they have players like JP who heat up and you can count on them when they need you to, they feel that sense of urgency to come get this one.
I agree. I think they have a good chance. It was going to be the same way I digested that. In all honesty, maybe a little less smart because I don't actually play competitively, that is. I do Blinded View a ton. So that's what I supplement with. I don't have game talent. So unfortunately for that, I think there is a practicality difference right now. UAH can still manage it. It's attack. This is theme park. It's definitely doable. It is absolutely doable. You're going to see Tulsa attempt to do everything they can, but this is a map where Callies can pop off. This is a actually do pop off, where they are systematically viable. They are consistently viable. Typically, you see a Kaid Electroclaw played between cash room wall and office wall, and you play it from below, and it's nigh impossible for most attackers to remove that besides a Thatcher, but a Callie can do so with pretty much ease, but I don't see that in play. I mean, it could be a 6-pick over to... I think UAH have a chance, but I might just give it to Tulsa just because you gave it to UAH.
I think giving it to Tulsa is the easy option because they have defense ahead of them.
I see how it is.
I have favor for Alabama-Huntzville. I think they've got this one in their pockets so long as they don't troll, because they have had a lot of clutches. Meme Park?
Meme Park?
We could see some meme park.
Some dank May bark?
Perhaps. But finishing my thoughts, if you look at the back end of Villa, I feel like UAH kind of tried a bit harder than Tulsa. There was a lot of rounds where I kind of have to point you off here on the living room round where you said, and that, that's all she wrote. And then, UAH are kind of like, no, not really. We're going to work our way back in. That is, I feel like something that gives them a little bit of credence. And personally, I kind of have made many predictions simply off the back of what we expect, how we expect the defense to perform, and how that benefits them. But I'm rooting here tonight. And so with that, I'm not going to take any defense, attack, blah, blah, blah into effect. I think UAH are going to prevail as the individuals.
I think UAH is the more consistent across the board team. I think that's one of the things you're grasping at here. Tulsa's across the board is typically lacking for a few players, and UAH is more consistent across your scoreboard. You're more than likely going to see UAH's squad with maybe only one outlier, if even that. Meanwhile, Tulsa just has really Spaz standing out to such a high degree that it's nigh impossible to say that UAH has any chance just because Spaz is such a massive outlier. Spaz is that 99 percentile person where everyone's like, oh, I'm in the top 99 percentile for math or something. He is the 1% that's above everybody. That's what it does seem to be, and Tulsa is riding high off of that. But I think UAH has, with Tulsa's defense ahead, like you said, it's an easy answer. Not exactly easy to say UAH can take it.
Now, this is going to be one where we're going to have to battle for it, and we have one little microcosm of a fight over the impact trick. Lifeline will be sent in, but it is actually unsuccessful in obscuring Meatgrid's vision, and so the second impact will be sent. The second exothermic now removed as a result. That is not great here, Scott, given that you have only elected to bring one hard breacher over some more unorthodox picks like a Capitao, Gridlock, and a Kali. And the fact that Schmitz has not brought a secondary breaching tool in his pocket as well, that's kind of an issue. An entry pick here on a Meatgrid could be the one that changes things, but curious, a perfectly well-timed Nitro Cell is going to really take this round away from the realm of possibility and into the land of the overwhelming clutch. Candy Cane will find the first, swinging the hallway into split out of nowhere. UAH, they managed another kill garnered, and now the Kali leaving it all up to the one-on-one Taciturn against Spaz. The Malusi Nitro in hand. It'll be launched. The head is missed, and Spaz will not squander the opportunity as he'll go for the case, and there's plenty of time left over.
That was a insanely close shot as we perform 360s. That was an insanely close shot from a Taciturn to try and hit the head of Spaz, but Spaz is just mobile, agile. It's one of the players I talked about earlier. When you see this and you don't necessarily play yourself, or you don't have that same level of talent, you go, how are you moving so fast? What is your fingers doing? You know those old memes of hacking into the mainframe and seeing like the fingers just move directly across the keyboard? That's how a picture Spaz looks like. It really does just seem to be every button is pressed at the same time to get the result that is necessary. It's absolutely insane, and a very close attempt from Taciturn in a very completely fluffing out their exothermic charges. They still managed to step in, get plant down, and go to a 1v1 in the end. If they had just opened that wall, 100% UAH would have taken that in strides, because it would have been a 3v1, maybe even a 4v1 at that point in time, but it doesn't work that way. A Nitro Cell from, I believe, Curious, you can correct me if I'm wrong, will make it just impossible for them to maintain that level of play. We're going to have to head to a whole new objective.
And well, Scott, that's just one of the moments where you wish that you didn't have the bolt-action sniper rifle of Kali and maybe something a little bit more automatic. Taciturn had the jump on Spaz, but one shot missed, and none more were fired by Taciturn. Spaz cleaning up and giving Tulsa over the round, first of the second split, an important turning point. Things can quickly develop on Theme Park. Very streaky map, I've heard it sometimes described, with the momentum taking over and some teams just not to overwhelm. I feel like that round would have gone differently for UAH with the open wall, but they're not going to learn their lesson. They will not bring a second hard breach, not in this round, and maybe not in the next, as they will remain and keep all of their hard breaching efforts entirely in the pocket of JP. Let's hope that he can be a little bit more decisive next time he tries to open up a wall.
Push has to come through from this outside balcony. It's standard to see an east to west push. That's just your go-to. You step into cash room. It just kind of depends on how aggressively Tulsa or your defensive side in general is going to defend it. And they didn't put as much of an emphasis as initially anticipated. Instead, Doc is going to immediately recess themselves away, put themselves a position to maybe contest in a different direction. We've obviously have that walkway you can go across. I know you described it as highway. It's another way to call it out. And Doc's attempts to remove all this information. There's like 17 drones stepping out right now for UAH. I don't know how they've done it, but it's beyond all calibers to see load into their brains. But at this point in time, UAH, they've got a Jackal as well. They can snuff out the position of Doc. They have some long shot angles they're attempting to go for. I believe Spaz was on that angle as they attempted a bullet hole previously, but Schmidt steps out right as the shots come through, but JP has opened up a nice wall from Cash, that Cash connecting to Office, and now has that long way hole to Vault, but they've already left it. UAH have control, and they just now need to push from from waiting room to that western side.
Well, a lot dedicated to trying to get control of Office, but ultimately the kill onto the player that had tried to hide inside of the vault will escape them. and not make this one much easier. Now Taciturn looking to get a deep angle into the back area of bunks, but Inscrupulous has been down. Wafflemech seems to not have real an opportunity to get the confirm. Curious could think about a smoke canister tossed deep into the backspace of China. A second will be sent, but Inscrupulous manages to dance his way around it and not suffer death off the back of the Toxic Babe. The opening casualty, which has been one theme we've explored so far on theme. Holding back at the angle. Schmitz could use an opener here, but it seems the reaction just a little bit beyond him, as this is going to be quite the bloody execute. Waffle is taking DBNO as that sniper. The CSRX 300 will finally come to life, as the challenge is here, but Taciturn down in the meanwhile. Comes up huge with the shotgun, denying the entrance, and again, for the smoke prone on the floor, finally taken away, but things do not look much better. A 1-on-3 is made, a none-on-3, as Tulsa will pick up round number 8, 2 defenses in a row as they move one step closer towards an open finals championship.
Stick, I want to call you out so bad. I do. You know what you did. I want to call you out. Using big word you didn't know the word for and had to ask for. Yeah, all right, I won't call you out just yet, but UAH obviously taking a 2-round deficit, not the position they want to be in. You called that UAH can make that. They're more consistent. I agree. Half, and they are firing on literally every cylinder. They are doing everything they can to deny, despite UAH getting opening pick. I mean, you've got just Curious lying on the floor, finding just 2 kills out of nowhere, looking for the third, does get fragged first, but ultimately the rest of the side of Tulsa, who had yet to be taken out besides one, is there to clean up where necessary. And we had seen Doc play so much over towards Shower, stepping to office, going through vaults, going through highway, rotating all the way around towards initiation, going to break room. I mean, there's so much. They are so mobile around, and ultimately Tulsa is able to keep their extended players alive, which then means that not only were they able to get some tag damage off to UAH, get information, they were also able to maintain a level of anchorage and a level of security that just made it nigh impossible for UAH to actually contest the site and get any sort of positional advantage.
Well, my prediction of a UAH victory is starting to look a little bit more forward in accumulating rounds. Now they've got 2 in their category. Combine that with the 3 they had earlier accumulated on their defense. UAH are starting to shake a little bit and get worried about what the future of this might look like. Inscrupulous and JP, 2 big players. I want to highlight their performances. JP went nuclear on Villa. Meanwhile, Inscrupulous was a key turning force for UAH when you look back to the Cafe Dostoevsky VOD. A lot of very important entry picks he was accumulating in tough positions. Inscrupulous, with insufficient firepower sometimes, was able to make work what he was given, and that boosted up UAH to even be here in this map 5 position. But so far, he has not had the best theme park. There's still more road left ahead for Inscrupulous to start to speed up a little bit in his performance. But, well, we'll just have to let this one play out and see where he goes from here.
Play out it has to do. We could see Tulsa take it up very well into off a 7-3 because UAH have just not been able to get anything going on their attack. It's an unfortunate happenstance. It's an unfortunate situation for them, but Tulsa have really made it difficult to see any other outcome throughout this, as UAH is attempting to push through this western push from Cafe, attempting to, I guess, put themselves in a position to actually get some shots off, because right now, not only are they nowhere near the objective, they're just giving away information as that bulletproof camera gathered what it needed. They now know that people are pushing in from the west. The audio cue should have already been there, but now they've got the actual visual recommendation behind it as well, the confirmation, I guess I should say. Toxic Babes being tossed out. Candy Cane does decide to peek it again, but ultimately will take a lick of damage in the process and take that step back and return. A minute and a half left. UAH, no opening pick just yet. No frag going in either direction, but Tulsa still sitting pretty with a massive turtle in the rear.
Well, kind of a similar position that we saw for so long. Meat Grid is taken out, forced to dodge away from the waiting room, and felled in the cross as Schmitz will gun him down. However, the instant trade is there again. Tulsa will pull it up to 4-on-4 as they deny many of the options here that UAH have got on board. The hard breach has not been very successful, so as Meat Grid is proving to be a bit of a difficulty, and that decision to switch up their composition, removing the Cali, is proving to be something they might regret later on, perhaps after this game. They can't hard breach, and so, Scott, they're going to have to force their way in through waiting room, but on the opposite side, you've got Curious tucked in the corner with his, well, signature shotgun to try to make this one a Tulsa round, and the time is so incredibly low. Finally, we'll see the wall opened up, so the pressure alleviated a little bit. Spaz will find Candy Cane, though, and now there's the shotgun coming through. Tulsa 4-2, not looking like there's really anything left, and JP is going to fall off the edge of the balcony now, divided by his huge. One shot will connect for Curious in the meanwhile. JP for the trade, but Waffle Mex gets JP, now moving Tulsa to match point, series point, and championship title point.
I'm going to bring this. The other two maps we saw banned were Consulate and Coastline. And Coastline, as you and I know, and basically everyone knows, it's very TDM-centric, very attacking-sided, very favored for an aggressive playstyle. I genuinely think Tulsa would have taken that map. I genuinely do. With Spaz leading their side, I think Tulsa would have taken that map. But another thing to point out, the other side of Consulate, that one, I believe, is a little up in the air. I genuinely feel that UAH would have had a better chance on Consulate than they would here, because right now, Theme Park is just absolutely one-sidedly going in Tulsa's favor for their defense. UAH is just getting Mossberged, getting spazzed, which there is no spaz. It's just Spaz, the player. And I mean, this rocket ship is not taking off from the looks of it.
To agree. It's 6-3, though. On Villa, we have this situation where Tulsa had match point, and I was ready to say, you know, congrats, we're going to Theme Park a little bit earlier than we were expecting. And then Tulsa lost round after round. Their match point never came. A victory therein on regulation. It had to go all the way into the final round of OT, where they managed to sort of get around the horn and move their position onto this map. UAH, I mentioned that clutch energy. It hasn't been here through the previous 3 rounds of the second half. Their attacks have been kind of patchy, not up to snuff, and Theme Park is a difficult map. We've already talked about the kind of the trouble that attacking can be. One thing that I think we had happen in the previous...
Spaz went for it on Cafe, failed, and UAH slaughtered. Now Spaz is saying, we do it right back at you, returning it. It took him 3 maps, but here we are.
Stating. It's got to be, I mean, UAH players, fans, staff, you've all got to be frustrated. You've lost your hard breach. We had this happen last time, except he didn't manage to get the hard breach down, and now Schmitz is going to shoot his teammate in the head. A few conclusions have been reached. UAH have a great energy. They're an electrifying team, but they might have just let their only comeback option slip through their fingers.
Difficult to swallow. It's a big pill, and it's not boding well. A 3v5. Spaz is at 16 kills, and basically half the rounds we saw the game before where they hit 21. I mean, they needed an answer last map. They didn't find it, and they couldn't find it in this map either. They're attempting to step into Throne Room. Schmitty takes a lot of damage in the process, but it'll be Candy Cane who's downed instead. The long fire angle as they attempted to step through that split will pan out in favor of Tulsa. It's essentially a 2v5. Nitro Cell will be tossed out immediately. Long angle, and Scrupulous is able to actually make a flank through to this bathroom side of first floor. Does find Waffle Max, now down to a 3v4. Long shot, and Spaz is out from Schmitz. It's a 3v3. UAH are still deciding they're not out of this just yet. You can hear, you can feel their desperation, the heart thumping. They made the return last map, and they definitely want to do it again. And Scrupulous is leading that charge now, finding their second into Doc. Meat Grid holding behind Throne, though, takes out Schmitz with a very nice weapon on that MP5 SD. Let's double swing through Arsenal. They find it all, and Meat Grid and Curious will finish it off in an exponentially fast fashion. Tulsa take it all the way. It goes to map 5, but Tulsa will have it their way in the end.
Closing us out in a much faster affair than what we might have been expecting after the overtime slaughter. That was Villa. It's a 7-3. And now we have our answer. Tulsa are your Season 6 Open League champions. Best of 5 grand finals performance over Alabama-Huntzville, who gave it their full energy and really kept up their performance, but things got away from them in the final round. Not to mention the team kill, winning death off the back of Spaz, doing Spaz things. It's got to be a heartbreaker.
It really is. And unfortunately, Rocket City will not be taking off tonight. They made it all the way to second place, still after going all the way through to CEA and taking that as well. And UAH's esports scene in general doing exceptionally well so far. They'll have plenty more things to root for, as not only has their, I believe, Rocket team won a collegiate scene and is trying to do a second back-to-back facing off against the best teams in the nation. They already have precedent behind them for R6, and they're going to continue to try to do so here in CR6. But man, Reese, that is a heartbreaker to go through 5 maps of such good dominance from UAH in those initial stages and just to see Tulsa return it. But we don't have to talk about it much longer. We did our job. We did our due diligence here just to do just that. Chief, take us away.
Reese, Scott, what a beautiful cast and what a great way to wrap up a best of 5. Tulsa are your open division grand champions. What a series, to say the least. Corbeck, tell me about this dynamic duo that we saw. It was all about Ash mains today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw amazing play coming out from Candy Cane, obviously. And at the bitter end, though, it was Spaz. Spaz played so well. He kind of got off to a bit of a slow start, but when we hit Villa, you could just feel the energy pumping into this man as he tried to put his team on his back and carry them through to a victory. And that energy carried over to right to the end, to Theme Park. He just played out of his mind right there. Such a hard-earned win for him, and he really, really deserved it. It was amazing. It was electrifying to see a player come alive like that right in front of our eyes.
Honestly, entry are their support staff, their support players, the flex players. Now, Finn, what were the driving factors that ended up leading to the victory for the Golden Hurricanes?
So the biggest thing that led to their victory was honestly their attacking side wins. I was really surprised to see a 3-3 split going into the half, and that also came off the back of Spaz on a couple rounds, but also the drone work and the utility. It started off a little slow. The drone work was a little sloppy, and they started to clean it up and fix it up. And especially heading over to the defensive half, really well played. Uh, by even everybody on site as well. They just locked it down, prevented them from executing, and they got a solid win.
Now, Corbeck, I wonder, would mental fatigue start to weigh on a roster after 6 hours of play? Could that also be another driving factor to why we saw Tulsa just edge out their opponents today?
Yeah, it is 100%. I think that we could say that most of the players in that lobby, Spaz maybe excluded, were feeling that mental obvious in those attacking rounds at the end of Theme Park. UAH was just falling into kind of traditional patterns of play, but not like good traditional patterns, just pure reflex, the muscle memory, the things that they weren't really thinking. And we saw it time and again. They all stacked up on one door. They did this World War One-esque charge in, with C4 exploded, everybody was dead. But I think the encapsulating thing for that tiredness, that fatigue, was that team kill at the end. And I don't want to belabor it because I know that it hurt me to see it, but it was a perfect example of just, we're tired, we're trying our best, but we're tired, we're done, we've given it our all, and it just wasn't enough today.
And that's the beauty about a grand final. You always have to give your 110% best effort, and sometimes that is never enough to have you finish and become that grand champion. Now, Alabama-Huntzville, Finn, they were always willing to experiment, going to different bomb sites. On Theme, we saw Lab, a quaternary bomb site. On Villa, we also saw Library being able to mix up the pace.
So yeah, I think honestly they performed really well on those fourth bomb sites. I think they won 75% of them, and the last one came down to like a 1v3 clutch. So overall, I think throwing that curveball for teams who probably haven't really practiced that site very much. Like what I saw is that there wasn't really much vertical play happening. It showed that they had a lack of experience attacking that site, and I think they took advantage of that lack of experience.
Now, gentlemen, here comes one of the hardest parts of the evening. You need to name an MVP. Corbeck, starting with you.
I don't know that it's that hard if I'm being honest with you, Chief. There couldn't be anybody but for me but Spaz. Spaz was amazing. Like I said, came alive on Villa. I'd love to see it. It was kind of inspiring in a way and didn't ever slow down. You know, as I talked about fatigue, everybody was getting tired. Spaz was just feasting on that tiredness, right? Just cleaning up on everybody that was getting sloppy, getting the kills that were needed roster, and we in the collegiate scene are so lucky to get to see him play. I think he's very much destined for bigger and better things.
Well, Finn, over to you. Are you going to agree on that MVP choice?
I do agree, but I also want to point out somebody else, Candy Cane, dude. That guy is an insane gunner, especially on the SMG 11 on defense. He played phenomenally today throughout all his games. He was right up there with Spaz as well. They were neck and neck. It's just a shame that that they were able to come out on top. But you know, he was a fantastic player on the Zofia and the Mute. Just hands, all praise goes to him, man.
And I hate to be boring, boys. I have to agree with you. Spaz was just incredible. His ability to take map control, his ability to take gunfights, even when we saw small errors coming out of the Golden Hurricanes, making droning errors, making identification errors, he was still able to be this brick wall and just fly into the there's a couple times Villa, when he was pushing in through study, he saw that giant opening and he just held mouse one. I mean, incredible showing of mechanical skill. Now, Corbeck, for Alabama-Huntzville, what do you think they're going to be working on in this postseason? Because they're a team that is almost there. I mean, they went to map 5 in the grand finals, but if you could put your coach hat on for like 1 second, what would be like the one thing that they can like work on to move forward?
It's a very good question. I think besides kind of stamina and endurance, which is sort of just, you know, a more nebulous quality, it's not necessarily something you can train like in other sports, but just learning to play those longer sets for when the time does arise, because you are a good squad and you will get in those times. The thing for me, I think, would be drone work. I think we saw a lot of times where they were sort of face checking points. They were kind of playing a little bit inflexibly. They were doing some sort of strange calls. I think just a little bit better focus on the drone work would help them so much in terms of intel gathering and enabling them to pivot to different. It's something overall that I would really sit them down and have them work on.
I agree. I mean, Finn, same point back to you, but in favor of the Golden Hurricanes. Every roster can improve. They won the open bracket, but now they've set their sights higher. Akron is going to be their next monster they have to deal with, and that's quite a monster behind. Again, put that coach hat on. What is the one thing that you want to see them grow and evolve into?
So the biggest thing that I want to see them grow and evolve into is the mid-round adaptations. So I want to see more of those more efficiently. I want to see changes happening earlier. That's the biggest critique I would have, is just to have more of those mid-round adaptations to position your team better and to put yourself in a better situation for the execute.
Perfect. Well, gentlemen, our interview is finally ready. Spaz and Meat Grid are going to be joining us from the Golden Hurricanes, the 14th seed, now claiming the first seed. Gentlemen, welcome. Congrats.
Thanks, sir.
Now, Meat Grid, I have to know, as the IGL, you saw some very unique bomb sites. How does it affect you when you see quaternary bomb sites like Library on Villa or Lab on Theme?
Yeah, it's interesting to see. There's definitely some very strong takes that we found to deal with those, but it's definitely interesting because there's little things about the bomb site that you just don't get because you don't ever scrim it. So
Yeah,
those definitely tripped us up a few times.
I mean, that's an interesting way of thinking because, right, we never see, you know, Mira in play if she's banned all the time in your scrims. Now, Spaz, I have to know, how are you so good? What do you warm up with every day? Are you hitting A-Labs 1,000 times a day? What makes you such a formidable opponent to go against?
Man, I don't know. Just playing the game a lot, I guess. I mean, I've been playing this game since it came out, so I guess that's just made me better.
End up banning out Ash. Spaz, did that affect you in any way? Are you just as good on IQ?
It's just whatever. I mean, people think that I'm only good with Ash and Malusi, but I can run other ops too. It's just what I get put on for the team.
Now, Meat Grid, we saw an interesting dynamic throughout this series. We saw a lot of Cali plays, and even when you had our Maverick available to you, you didn't end up running him. Was that some part of your strategy, or were you just more comfortable on those lances and that sniper rifle?
Yeah, no, we actually didn't play the Cali. That was UAH playing the Cali the entire series. I do think they were quite comfortable on that, and we were generally choosing to try to nade electricity off the wall to get where we needed to be.
Perfect. Now, Spaz, start wrapping things up. Was mental fatigue at all a factor in this best of 5, or you guys go the entire time?
Well, I think I got food the past 2 maps. But no, I think the team stayed calm and collected, and I think we got a lot done under pressure, and we're good at staying calm, I guess. So.
Perfect. Gentlemen, the floor is now yours. Shout out your support staff, your university, anybody that allowed you to be successful for this tournament, for this grand finals.
Yeah, I'd just like to shout out our player and coach, Adam Wu-Tang. He's been fantastic. He's done so much for the team. An absolute amazing person. Want to shout out just the university for supplying the room that we're in currently, able to play on these PCs. Want to shout out, just my parents for being wonderful. Spaz, you have anyone?
Yeah, shout out to Hills. That's my boy, and my girlfriend. She supported me watching the streams and everything. My family. And everybody else that supported Lalac, Rabbit, Tracer, all of them. Thank you.
Perfect. I love to hear warm and fuzzy shout-outs like that. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Go celebrate your victory. You annihilated everybody in your path, and now you get to relax and celebrate. Cheers and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Thank you so much.
Back over to the analysts. What an incredible series that we had today. Any parting words before we wrap up such an incredible series?
Well, I just want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. You guys are all so amazing, so I appreciate everyone who's here, and I'm glad that we got an amazing game tonight. That's more than we could ask for.
Yeah, same. I'm thanks very much for the opportunity here, CollegiateR6. You guys are an amazing tournament. I love the collegiate scene. I love to see it grow in any esport, and it's so awesome for me to see these young players coming up and to watch. It is an absolute joy, and they very much deserve this win. So big ups to Tulsa.
Gentlemen, I just want to echo what you said. This season has been beautiful. Of course, Tango Mango Down, DJ, they're always in the background grinding everything. All of the casters throughout the season, they have made it what it is, and we love all of you for that. But until next season, stay safe, stay well, and good evening.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. You like a fill you like a pill to get my fill. No, do me in the worst way. Don't let me sleep, never say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave, baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill. Get my fill.